We're all aware the United Nations has designated 2023 as the International Year of Millets. We are at IMC and we are delighted to support this. We would also like to thank Maharashtra Government Millet Mission for supporting the event. We thank all the exhibitors who have exhibited the various varieties of millets, which is today considered as one of the superfoods rich with nutrients. We thank our supporters and sponsors. Support Maharashtra government, silver sponsor Godrej Agrovit and Kotak Ginning and Pressing Industries Private Limited, support sponsor Mayco Private Limited and Patanjali Foods Limited. Snack partner Decimal Foundation and Millet Amma, morning snack partner Maharashtra Government Millet Mission. So, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the IMC Chamber of Commerce and Industry, I, Selby Nambishan, would like to extend a very warm welcome to all our esteemed guests, distinguished speakers, media, and delegates to the conference on accelerating the growth of integrated agriculture value chains in Maharashtra, a platform to network, explore opportunities, establish collaboration in this agricultural conference. May I request, since the minister is not here, may I request Mr. Suresh Kotak, Chairman, Kotak Company Private Limited, Shri Nadir Godrej, Chairman and MD, Godrej Industries Limited, Shri Anand Singhania, President, IMC Chamber of Commerce and Industry, Shri Samir Somaya, President-elect, IMC Chamber of Commerce and Industry, Shri Ajit Mangrulkar, Director General, IMC Chamber of Commerce and Industry, to kindly take their designated seats on the dais. Thank you. May I now request Shri Anand Singhania, President, IMC Chamber of Commerce and Industry, to deliver the welcome address. Over to you, Mr. Singhania.
Thank you, Selby. Whilst we wait for the minister, in interest of time, we are just going to commence the program, and once the minister comes, we will we'll do the lighting, formal lighting of the lamp thereafter. So respected speakers, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, a very warm welcome to each one of you. It's with great honor that we await our chief guest, the Honorable Agriculture Minister, Government of Maharashtra, respected Shri Abdul Sattarji. The minister, well, he's not here yet. The IMC Chamber of Commerce and Industry has a strong and long-standing relationship with the government of Maharashtra for decades. His presence will fill us with great warmth, and we are very excited to hear his valuable insights towards the course of this morning. We are very privileged to have with us today the guest of honor, Shri Suresh Kotak ji, past President IMC and Chairman of Kotak Company Private Limited, who is also known as the Bhishma Pitamaji of the cotton industry. He is also chairing the very exclusive Textile Advisory Group set up by the Ministry of Commerce and Industry and is a stalwart in the industry. We also have Mr. Nadir Godrej ji, Chairman and MD of Godrej Industries Limited, one of the exemplary industrialists of the nation and a spontaneous poet. Hope he will enthrall us today with his exemplary skill. We miss the presence of Dr. Ashok Dalwai ji, CEO of the National Rain-Fed Area Authority, who at the last moment was called away, and Dr. Eknath Davalle ji, Principal Secretary Agriculture, who while he was on the way was called to the governor's office, so he has left there. We thank you all for sparing your valuable time with us today. The IMC Chamber of Commerce and Industry represents a significant section of the business, trade and industry. The theme of the seminar, accelerating the growth of integrated agriculture value chains in Maharashtra, harmonizes with the overarching theme of partnering for growth chosen by me for this year. Agriculture and allied activities form the backbone of India's rural economy. Admittedly, the sector employs as much as 50% of the country's workforce, but its contribution to the GDP is less than 20%. Yet, in the last few years, despite the challenges posed by the pandemic, weather anomalies, and more, agriculture has emerged as a beacon of hope for our nation and has ensured food security. Its resilience is now universally admired. Atmanirbhar, we have been very Atmanirbhar in terms of food. Maharashtra leads the country's economic growth and is a major contributor to agriculture and allied activities. It encompasses not only the production of food grains, cereals, and pulses, but also fruits, vegetables, dairy products, and poultry. We have large areas dedicated to soybean and cotton as well as horticulture crops in the state. These crops offer immense potential for value addition through processing, and the current level of value addition presents significant opportunities for expansion. To deliver greater financial benefit for growers, it is crucial to enhance productivity, promote value addition, and strengthen the marketing efforts. On behalf of its members, IMC is eager to collaborate with the government in designing strategies that will effectively achieve this objective. Unlocking the true potential of agriculture and allied activities require continued efforts and strategic initiatives such as integrating technology into production, processing, and supply chain management. To achieve a long-term sustainable growth in the farming sector, it is imperative to enhance competitiveness and ensure remunerative return for the farmers. Today's day-long conference will feature distinguished speakers and domain experts who will engage in in-depth discussions on various sub-themes. These topics include policy frameworks, technological advancements, market linkages, challenges, opportunities, and investments with a particular focus on three significant crops for the growth of agriculture in Maharashtra, namely millets, cotton, and oilseeds. It's a great pleasure to have the backing of the Maharashtra government for this event. We'll also like to express our gratitude to our esteemed sponsors, Kotak Ginning and Pressing Industries Private Limited, Godrej Agrovet, Myco Private Limited, and Patanjali Foods Limited, and to all the exhibitors. Thank you for your invaluable support. A special thanks goes to Vivek Donde. Please do spend a few minutes to see this exhibit in the front, which is made only by millets, and it's taken him a lot of painstaking efforts to put this into place. Thank you all for your valuable support. Before I conclude, let me provide you with a brief overview of IMC. The IMC Chamber of Commerce and Industry holds a distinguished position as a premier chamber of commerce in our nation, boasting a rich legacy of over 100 years of excellent service to trade, industry, and commerce. With a membership base of about 5,000 members and over 150 trade associations, IMC represents and advocates the interests of more than 400,000 businesses and industry establishments across various sectors throughout the country. Through its dedicated expert committees, IMC actively contributes policy inputs to both the central and state governments. Moreover, the Chamber remains deeply engaged in continuous interaction with policymakers at various levels. The Chamber has evolved into a nurturing ground for young talents and a catalyst for empowerment of women through its Young Leaders Forum and Ladies Wing. These platforms have become symbols of youth, enterprise, positivity, proactive thought leadership, and the advancement of women empowerment and entrepreneurship. Notably, IMC holds the distinction of being the SEBI-accredited training institution for commodity derivatives, making it the sole chamber with this prestigious recognition. Friends, we are thrilled to present a lineup of esteemed speakers, each bringing their exceptional domain expertise. I am confident that their presentations will provide enlightening take-home messages for all of us. Once again, I welcome each one of you for this very captivating seminar. Have a great day filled with enriching experiences, boundless learning, and knowledge sharing. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Singhania. May I now request Mr. Nadir Godrej, Chairman and MD Godrej Industries Limited, to present his address to this August gathering. Over to you, Mr. Godrej.
Our population growth was high. No matter how hard we would try, food production fell behind. Within our borders, we couldn't find enough food for all our needs. We needed high-yielding seeds. There seemed to be no solution until there came the Green Revolution. At first with wheat and then with rice, the higher yields were rather nice. Of course, more food was suddenly there, but wheat and rice increased their share. Food racism then came to be. White rice, bread, and sugar we see. The brown versions we think are coarse, and then they are eschewed, of course. But nutritionists are always dissing, as fiber and micronutrients are missing. And gluten is also there in wheat. There were other grains we used to eat. Millets, of course, come first to mind. Here in Maharashtra, we can find millets of almost every kind. Let us all not fall behind. Whether we're poor or we're wealthy, let's eat simple, let's eat healthy. Maharashtra millets are just fine every time we lunch or dine. We will now face more heat and drought. Of this, of course, there is no doubt. And of course, all of us know in these conditions, millets can grow. Oilseeds also can survive. Smart practices can make them thrive. In ancient India, we could see the ubiquitous sesame. In MP, soya is widely known. In Maharashtra also, it can be grown. The sunflower is so aptly named. At one time, it was often claimed this glorious flower turns its head towards the sun, but now instead, we realize the young plant turns, but as it grows, it slowly spurns these strange gyrations, but at least it steadily points to the east and basks in the rising sun. But when all is said and done, its golden disk, its petals bright, are a truly glowing sight. Like a solar disk with gleaming rays, a glowing promise of brighter days. The sunflower has a healthy seed. It produces oil, food and feed. The benefits can't be overstated. The oil is polyunsaturated. It can also be modified. High oleic has been tried, and its demand is bound to grow. Nutritionists can clearly show health benefits can be seen. The seeds are rich in protein, most minerals and vitamins, a healthy oil, so many wins. In Maharashtra also sunflower grows. But of course, our audience knows, in spite of all our farmers' toil, we import most of our oil. We left our self-sufficient heaven way back in 1977. OGL then came along, and ever since imports are strong. The oilseed mission was once a hit, but it dissipated bit by bit. With the help of better seed, our cereal farmers could succeed. Now is the time for a special drive to make our oilseed farmers thrive. In other countries, we all know high-yielding seeds are GMO. A new initiative is awaited. All oil seeds should be propagated. We have a long, long way to go. The sunflower is a new world crop. Argentina's production's been non-stop. Perhaps because this crop was new, the Orthodox Church took the view sunflower oil was good in Lent, for that is how the rules are bent. And that is how one can explain its spread in Russia and Ukraine. Collectivization was a drag, and sunflower yields began to lag. But once the Soviet Union fell, it all turned out very well. And now we see a fourfold gain on the Russian and Ukrainian plain. For Russian leaders, a free Ukraine somehow seemed to be a bane. The invasion caused us all much stress. Commodity prices were a mess. The yields are high on the Great Plain. But if we develop a local strain, Maharashtra could then take the lead. With sunflower, we could then succeed. Superior crops in the field, market linkage, better yield, are the way we should proceed if we are to succeed. Precision agriculture is the way to go. by taking into account all that we know, measuring weather, water and soil, calibrating the farmer's toil, applying inputs according to need, we can be sure we can succeed in improving both income and yield for every farmer in every field. Now, even if demand does grow, if yield improvements steadily flow, we won't require much more land, but all the same, we should understand that if shortages still persist, landless technologies do exist. Vertical agriculture and hydroponics can be very useful tonics. Fermenters and photobioreactors can prove to be major factors to study what new technology could possibly help us to be quite hunger-free sustainably. What is the challenge that we see? Greater resources, it can be seen, are needed to produce protein. In India, we are rather short, and therefore all of us now ought to find a more efficient way to produce protein and save the day. In India, milk yields are very low. This adds to costs, as we all know. More cows are grown, more feed is fed, you also need a bigger shed, and all this leads to higher costs, but something else is also lost. The consequences are very dire, as carbon emissions are also higher. There is a tool that we can wield, and that, of course, is higher yield. Now, normal breeding is very slow. There is a faster way we know. We asked ourselves what could then be the cutting-edge technology. In agriculture, Israel leads, and IVF met our needs. Now, crossbreeds are a compromise, and that approach once seemed wise. The compromise that one would see was between yield and immunity. Human nature is always loath to give up something, as we want both. Of course, we want the highest yield, and Indian immunity in the field, the best yield from both sperm and egg, while immunity stands on another leg, not from parents, but something other, the placenta of the surrogate mother. Now, NG-Card, our research station, is a fountainhead of innovation. We know that they can succeed in remediating low-value feed. For us, an even greater hope is the tremendous scope of rumen bypass technology. The benefits that we now see are lower cost and higher yield. This is the power that we can wield with steady progress in newer feed and Maximilk's superior breed. We are now sure we can succeed in providing protein our dire need. Technology can pave the day. Technology can pave the way. Technology can save the day. The future now can be foreseen. It's prosperous as well as green. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for that wonderful poem. May I request Mr. Anand Singhania to kindly present a memento as a token of our appreciation and respect to Mr. Nadir Godrej, Chairman and MD, Godrej Industries Limited, for sparing his valuable time and giving us such a beautiful poem on each and every millet and the agriculture encompassed. Thank you, sir. I now request Mr. Suresh Kotak, Chairman, Kotak Company Private Limited, to present his address to this August gathering. Over to you, sir.
Namaskar, all the friends of agriculture. Agriculture is really a kind of a culture which generates growth, employment, and is a starter of all the kinds of And the most of the kind of the value chain, if you see all the supply value chain and the value chains in the world, it starts either from agriculture or from excavated minerals. So agriculture value chain are not less than 50 to 60% of all the starter of the value chain. With this, a little reflection on importance of agriculture, which shall deal with little more. But I must start first complimenting Indian Merchants Chamber. My compliments are due to the prominence to agriculture which has been started giving in form of functions, in form of various events, various luminaries being called, research becoming so active, especially on the agriculture, and the value chain is there. And value chain has its roots in agriculture very, very prominently, very, very dominantly. Friends, I am very happy to be part of this discussion today. And I first start with showing my delight. Okay. Now about the agriculture and other dignitaries about which I shall speak, but I agree with one point, that agriculture is really the backbone of our country. The sooner we realize, the better it is for us. And I can tell you, whenever we have crossed the growth of more two digits or up to 9 or 10% in very few years, at that time see its correlation with agriculture, and at that time agriculture has done very well. And if we achieve the planned target or the Niti Aayog's target on agriculture of 4%, then also our total GDP will rise to a substantial extent. This truth has to be realized. This truth has to be ingested by people. Further, in generality, the agriculture and the anatomy of today's subject. Today's subject says growth of integrated value chain in Maharashtra. Now, when do you get acceleration? Just see the anatomy. You get acceleration when you get a growth. And you get a growth how? For that, you have to see the productivity, production aspects, agro practices. I am sorry to say, there are a number of things which are missing, and the very growth itself gets stunted. We are one of the low productivity nation in the world. Our seed industry has to be revitalized, because whenever the growth has come, the seed industry has played a great part. And if the seed policy is not well structured or there are lacunas, then the whole agriculture textile value chain suffers. And this is my view, because seed is the need, and seeds need should not be underrated. It is very vital input of our agricultural productivity and growth. So my today's submission to the audience is that apart from going for other aspects, we have to see that the seeds are the irrigation and all that aspects are taken proper due weightage. The value enhancement is to work concurrently with it, because value enhancement is a synonymous process, because continuously you have to seek value, you have to unlock value, you have to find out the additions. The value is even in the reuse of the material and resurrection. A lot of things can be done, and the technology provides a integration bond. Integration, the word integration used for in this is integration is the integration of all the chain links. Not only chain links, but it also has an input of technology into strengthening the chain links. For example, we are experiencing in cotton itself, we are experiencing that Goel Sahib is here, Manish Daga is here. We are all experiencing what difficulties we passed to get the seeds, and the notifications do not come in time, and the seeds availability runs riot, and any kind of seeds, the farmer is in a hurry to take up the season, and any types of the seeds get into the sowing, and that keeps our productivity low and very low. There is also a dilemma, and a very bad thing that goes on is polluting the seed and kind of spurious seed, what they call. The seeds transparency is also missing. So seed is one example. There are a number of other things of inputs which we must see together. So I think the Minister Sahib has arrived. So shall I wait for a minute?
Ladies and gentlemen, we have Honorable Shri Abdul Sattarji, Agriculture Minister, Government of Maharashtra, here with us. A loud applause, ladies and gentlemen, welcoming him, please. It is said that lighting of the lamp amounts to awakening of the Atma Jyoti within oneself. To initiate the inaugural session by lighting of the lamp, I request our dignitaries, Honorable Shri Abdul Sattarji, Agriculture Minister, Government of Maharashtra, Shri Suresh Kotak, Chairman, Kotak Company Private Limited, Shri Nadir Godrej, Chairman and MD, Godrej Industries Limited, Shri Anand Singhania, President IMC Chamber of Commerce and Industry, Shri Sameer Somaya, President-elect IMC Chamber of Commerce and Industry. I would also request Mr. Ashay Doshi and Dr. Sudhir Goel to join them in the lighting of the lamp, and Shri Ajit Mangrulkar, Director General, IMC Chamber of Commerce and Industry. To come forward to the lighting of the lamp, may I request Mr. Sanjay Mehta and Ms. Sheetal Kalru also to please join in for the lighting of the lamp. I would request Mr. Chandrasekhar also to join in for the lighting of the lamp.
वक्रतुण्ड महाकाय
Light symbolizes knowledge,
सूर्यकोटिसमप्रभा
purity, and wisdom.
निर्विघ्नं
It shows the
कुरु
bright
मे
path
देव
forward, and so we
सर्वकार्येषु
initiate
सर्वदा
the inaugural session with the traditional lighting of the auspicious lamp for prosperity and success. May I request all the respected dignitaries to take their earmarked seats on the dais. Thank you. I request Shri Anand Singhania, President, IMC Chamber of Commerce and Industry, to please present the welcome address. Over to you, Mr. Singhania.
Respected speakers, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, a very warm welcome to each one of you. It's our great honor to welcome our chief guest, Honorable Agriculture Minister, Government of Maharashtra, respected Shri Abdul Sattar ji. Mantri Sahib, thank you so much for gracing this event with your august presence. Sir, the IMC Chamber of Commerce and Industry has a strong and a long-standing relationship with the Government of Maharashtra for several decades. Therefore, your esteemed presence here today fills us with great warmth and very excited to hear the valuable insights you will share with us. We also have Mr. Suresh Kotak, past President IMC and Chairman Kotak and Company, Mr. Nadir Godrej, Chairman and MD Godrej Industries, as our guests of honor present here today. Thank you, sirs, for sparing your valuable time to be with us here today. Sir, the IMC Chamber of Commerce and Industry represents a significant section of the business, trade and industry. The theme of the seminar, Accelerating the Growth of Integrated Agriculture Value Chains in Maharashtra, harmonizes with the overarching theme of Partnering for Growth, chosen by me for this year. So agriculture is very important and is the backbone of the Indian's economy with over 50% of the country's workforce. However, the industry, this gives only 20% of the output. So we feel that the 600 million plus people, men and women, how we can increase their productivity, they increase their value output over the sector. And therefore this seminar has been put keeping this basic ethos in place to accelerate the growth, because the agri industry is growing, but how we can make it grow faster. India has been very resilient in terms of its presence being Atmanirbhar, truly Atmanirbhar. Even though we had so many issues with the pandemic and the growing issues around the world, India has been the bright spot in the world economy, being the fastest growing economy. And Maharashtra has led this economic growth. And it's a major contributor to agriculture and allied activities. As you know, agriculture encompasses so many things, from food grains to pulses to fruits, vegetables and poultries. So today's day-long conference will feature distinguished speakers and domain experts who will engage in in-depth discussion on various sub-themes. These topics include policy frameworks, technological advancements, market linkages, challenges, opportunities, and investments, with a particular focus on three significant crops, namely millets, cotton, and oilseeds. And friends, I must tell you, when we went and met the minister, Minister Saab was very clear that these are the areas that we should work on. The year of the millets that India has taken. So, as you know, United Nations has designated the 2023 as the International Year of Millets, and that too at the behest of the Government of India. India is the largest producer of millets as of 2021, with a total market share of 41%, and it has a huge potential to grow and expand further. So we at IMC, we are very excited and delighted to be part of this initiative of Government of India. So the second part, we will be dealing about cotton. And we have the Bhishma Pitama here of cotton here, Suresh Kotak ji, is also on the textile advisory group set up by the Ministry of Commerce to focus on how to promote textile products and promote cotton products, and how to iron out the issues which are there, whether it's the ringworm issue or productivity issue or irrigation issues. And today, India's cotton production has increased to 342 lakh bales, which has been an expected increase of about 9%. However, some of the recent numbers show a decline of about 8-9%, mainly due to the weak demand and exports. Therefore, a program like this, which will focus on value addition and product differentiation, will really help to put some food to thought so that this sector can go up further. Thirdly, sir, we have a session on oilseeds. India is the second largest consumer and the number one importer of vegetable oils. And it meets its demand by fifth, which was 40%, now almost 60% through imports. Although the oilseed production in India has grown over the years, production has lagged behind its consumption, resulting in continuous dependence on imports. So there's a drain on foreign exchange, plus there's a continuous pressure on inflation, which we are importing because this is coming at a very high cost. Therefore, it has become imperative for the country to become not only self-reliant, but also self-sufficient by producing more. Sir, it gives us great pleasure to have the backing of the Maharashtra government for this event. We'd like to also express our gratitude to our esteemed sponsors, Kotak Ginning and Pressing Industries, Godrej Agrovet, Myco Private Limited, Patanjali Foods, and all the lovely exhibitors which are, if you see the products, they're all made of millets. They're not only good to see, but they are very edible and very tasty. So I advise you to please have a look at that. And we have this wonderful installation here by the Krishi Vibhag done by Vivek Donde. They spent hours together to put this up. All of the products are made of millets, and it's a beautiful thing set up by the department. So before I conclude, a little bit about IMC. So IMC 100 साल पुरानी चेंबर है. It's one of the oldest chambers, and हम लोग तमाम ट्रेड इंडस्ट्री के साथ जुड़ के काम करते हैं, बोथ पॉलिसी के लिए, ना तो स्टेट पर बट सेंटर के साथ भी किस हिसाब से हम हेल्प करें लोगों को, अपने मेंबर्स को, ताकि ये कंट्रीब्यूट करके कंटिन्यूस सस्टेनेबल डेवलपमेंट फॉर द चेंबर, फॉर द मेंबर्स एंड फॉर द कंट्री. So the chamber has evolved into a nurturing ground for young talents and is a catalyst for empowerment of women through its Young Leaders Forum and Ladies Wing. We are also we are the only chamber to be accredited by SEBI to do the training programs. So we have a lot of firsts, and we are very happy, we are very thankful to you to join us, sir. And we have a list of very esteemed speakers who will talk about these three topics during the course of the day. They will share their domain expertise, and they will enthrall us with their thoughts, their ideas, and hope that impactfully that we all go back and see how we can make a difference in our own businesses. With this, thank you very much for coming, and I hope this afternoon, this morning will be very captivating, and there will be a lot of take-home messages for each one of you. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
As a token of our appreciation and respect, may I now request Shri Anand Singhania to hand over a memento to Honorable Minister Shri Abdul Sattar Ji, Agriculture Minister, Government of Maharashtra, for sparing his valuable time from his busy schedule for this conference. A loud round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. As a token of our appreciation and respect, may I request Shri Anand Singhania Ji to hand over a memento to Mr. Suresh Kotak, Chairman, Kotak Company Private Limited. Yeah. As a token of our appreciation and respect, may I now request Shri Anand Singhania to hand over a memento to Mr. Suresh Kotak, Chairman, Kotak Company Private Limited, for sparing his valuable time from his busy schedule for this conference. May I now request Mr. Suresh Kotak, Chairman, Kotak Company Private Limited, to continue with his address. Over to you, Mr. Kotak.
Honorable, respected Shri Abdul Sattarji, my proactive President Anand Singhania, our stalwart and giant of agriculture, Nadir Bhai, and Samir Bhai, our Vice President. I'm so glad to be with you. And sir, today, your presence itself makes a day very important because it synchronizes with the Antarashtriya year. This is an international year of millets. And very rightly, our president said two things, that agriculture is a backbone and beacon of hope. And we all look towards progressive Maharashtra to give a lead in many respects. And giving a lead, and of course, millet is a major crop, and all the three crops which has been enlisted are important crops in Maharashtra. So your presence itself, it's it augurs a good beginning, and good beginning is well done. Sir, Nadir Bhai rendered a beautiful poem before you came. On the event itself, he is an instant poet. He can create, of course, in business, he has created poetries, not only poetries, but the waves. And the waves of business and the kind of interrelationships and the value chains. Sir, he is agrovet. Agrovet is a prime body, and sir, agrovet's agriculture literature. All the people who are conversant with agriculture, they must be reading agrovet. Sir, it is on YouTube. I read it regularly, and I think many of our friends must be reading agrovet. It's a great service you are providing, and that's why I take this an opportunity to compliment you for agrovet. Anandji, of course, this time he has driven a diversified activities and has given a rightful stress, a good stress on agriculture, which has a lot of bearing on, as I was stating, it has a lot of bearing on our GDP. And this is the right kind of stress and right kind of focus that he has given. So my compliment to my president also. And further, Samir Bhai hails from a farmer family. His great-grandfather was a votary of agriculture. If you see the family tradition of Samir Bhai, agriculture is in his blood. He started with the grains, as well as his grandfather started with the grains and the sugar. And the area of Maharashtra, various areas, the Godavari sugar mills and around, they have greened the area. Samir bhai, I know much more about you, but sometimes we will have more discussions on agriculture and in Maharashtra. Honorable Sir, I would like to draw your attention on the success of horticulture and its value chain in Maharashtra. It has been exemplified that Maharashtra can do the value chain in the most scientific way, and it has been exemplified by agriculture. I understand the grapes have conquered the world market. The products of the grapes have conquered medicinal as well as the fruit markets as well as the drinking market. I understand our oranges of Maharashtra have become worldwide famous. And I was told in Taiwan once I visited, they were telling that Taiwan was known for orange, but there the government department said, why we are not able to make it equal to Nagpur? So this is the success of the agro value chain exemplified in Maharashtra. So I say, Maharashtra can always give a lead. In millet, we have all the millets. Sir, you should notice the kind of millet display of Rangoli is done. It's superbly done. All the millets are represented. And the millets are not only a superfood, it has lot of nutritional value, it has lot of medicinal value, it has lot of protein value, it is without gluten, and it has certain kind of minerals, zinc, which has fought corona. The zinc was very important element. Iodine, the bajri has got iodine. The nachni, sir, I have eaten now the pizza of nachni at some place in foreign country. I said, they said there's something coming from India, and that gives a nutritional value, and a pizza suits well with nachni. So this is the point, and these are the examples with which we can work. But this is still, we have to go a long, long way. Sir, first I was telling that we have to understand the anatomy of our value chain, and we have to see from all the sides. We have to unlock the value. We have to first see the growth, and the growth gets stunted because of our low productivity. So first we must address ourselves on the low productivity. Sir, if I give an example of cotton, the Maharashtra has got the biggest area of cotton. Biggest to the extent of, if I am correct in my figures, Chandrasekhar ji and Daga ji and Goel ji can correct me, that 43.5 million hectare is the area which Maharashtra has, is equal to China. 30% more than China. So you can imagine 4 crores bales are being produced in China, which is able to give work to the total nation's industry in China. And China controls with that cotton and some important cotton 37% of the world market, because they have realized not only the value of the cotton, they have realized the value chain, the amount of diversification they have done out of cotton, the range of cotton, the productivity of cotton, because I am very accustomed to cotton, so I am able to tell. I have stayed for 4 years in China. I have seen their farms. I have seen their working. Sir, the kind of, the way in which they do, they have experimented the way in which the rice is done in India. They do it in cotton in China. You will be knowing that, Goel Saab, that they also replant and they increase the productivity, and the average productivity goes to 1500. And sir, we are in India about 460, and Maharashtra is still lower. Sir, Maharashtra is 375. So, sir, we have to, but of course, there are areas of differences. Sir, Silod is a good area. You just now mentioned, and I have been to Silod. I have met Manjit. Manjit was started from Silod. So, that is very important. So, sir, we have to, these are the examples which I am giving, what we need to do in this. Sir, another important point in value chain that I would bring out, sir, you will be surprised to know that the total, we have only extended ourselves, say in cotton and other commodities. Sir, cotton 67% is seed. We have 10 million seed. Now 10 million cotton seed, what an oil it can give. I was just talking to Nadir Saab that what oil it can give, and the kind of the backward integration. Sir, was the chairman of World Bank's report, and I have stated in that, and government has accepted that report, that one extra bale of cotton can produce 5 direct employment. 5 direct employment. And that is how, on the agriculture, the first success of China is on agriculture. The America stands high and strong on agriculture. We have to also stand high on agriculture. And sir, with you being here in Maharashtra, and with such proactive president, vice president, and our executive director, and everybody around, and research strong wing, we can revolutionize Maharashtra into the biggest producing, best producing, the best value chain, which can give empowerment not only to Maharashtra, but empowerment to India. It has a capacity. Sir, I can replete with many examples the strength of this. The agriculture residue, I can tell you, I spoke at Maharashtra Economic Development Council of our Maharashtra government on residues, on agro residues, sir. Will be surprised that India has 500 million tons of residues which is going waste. Our cotton stocks can be utilized. Our cotton stocks is creating pollution in Maharashtra, because the Punjab farmers, they just burn it to get a greater crop. Sir, we can use it as a fertilizer. It has number of uses. I wish every cotton man, every agricultural man must see the amount of value unlocking which has been done. Value unlocking which has been done by SARCOT, the government organization. They have got 50 innovations, sir, languishing, not getting commercialized. This is the value, but value is not going to the market. So, sir, one of these days, I would personally request you, I will take you to this SARCOT and see the 50 invention and how many jobs out of the waste it can be created, because the backward integration of cotton, the 67% is missing, and a lot of things get wasted. So all these things are illustrations. So I will not take it much long. But, sir, we have a great opportunity. And with a very proactive government, proactive chambers of commerce, proactive research wing of Cotton Indian Merchants Chamber, and Tanil Bhai is here. He is also an agricultural man, and his father was a genius in agriculture. So all of the agriculture people who are here, I would request, I would urge Samir Bhai, you all, Ajit ji, you all, that please do not underrate agriculture, which all the financial experts, I'm sorry to say, I'm speaking against my son, all the financial experts are doing, and that is the biggest difference I have with my son, that the agriculture, the culture, the strength, the ability, the capability of agriculture has still not been appreciated in India. Sir, you have exemplified in horticulture, you have exemplified, so you can exemplify the whole nation. Let Maharashtra lead nation agriculturally in the three examples, the millets, the oilseeds, and the cotton. And sir, we all humble servants of agriculture will be with you. Thank you very much. Jai Hind. Sir, today's action will be the destiny of tomorrow. Thank you.
माननीय मंत्री महोदय श्री अब्दुल सत्तार, कृषी मंत्री, महाराष्ट्र सरकार यांना मी आता आपल्या ह्या IMCच्या प्रेक्षकांना संबोधन करण्यास नम्र विनंती करते. मंत्री महोदय सर.
ये जरा बड़ा हो गया. सुरेश जी के लग रहा था इसलिए मैंने थोड़ा आईएमसी चैम्बर ऑफ कॉमर्स इंडस्ट्रीज के इस प्रोग्राम के लिए यहाँ उपस्थित हमारे सभी सिंघानिया जी, समीर जी, दोषी जी, सुरेश जी कोटक, गोदरेज के मालिक अजीत जी मंगरूड़कर और सभी मान्यवर जितने यहाँ कोई अलग अलग कंपनियों से आए हुए और उसके बाद कोई साइंटिस्ट है, कोई अपने अपने अलग अलग कामों में इतने मसरूफ़ होने के बाद में भी आईएमसी की ये अहम मीटिंग के लिए यहाँ जो मौजूद तमाम भाई बहनें, मुझे तो सुरेश जी के एक एक लफ्ज़ पे इनका इतने सालों का त्याग, इतने सालों की मेहनत, ये जो आईएमसी बना है, ये मुझे लगता है कि हिंदुस्तान के जो गिने चुने जितनी भी इंडियन मर्चेंट चैम्बर्स के, मुझे एक ने बताया कि महात्मा गांधी भी इसके सदस्य थे. अब जब महात्मा गांधी इसके सदस्य थे तो देश के अंदर आपकी कितनी महत्व की भूमिका होगी, कैसी होगी, किसके लिए होगी, किसानों को सक्षम करना, किसानों को आज कपास का उद्योग के, हमको जैसे शब्दों में बताया आपने, भीष्म पितामह, हमारे पास ऐसे ही औरंगाबाद में जो हमारे सरदार जी है, मंजीत सिंह कोटक के नाम से उन्होंने व्यवहार शुरू किया बहुत ज़माने पहले. तब मैं, आज मेरे 63 साल की उम्र है, तब मैं 23 साल का था और तब से हमारे गांव से उनके संबंध जुड़े और एक कॉटन का आज जो गिने चुने जितने हमारे हिंदुस्तान में लोग हैं उस तरह से उनका भी नाम है. तो हमारे गांव से एक भाई बाहर से आता है और हमारे गांव से प्रोग्रेस करता है, उनका नाम मैंने सुरेश जी ने जो बताया, उनके भी दोस्त है वो. बहुत दोस्त है मेरे, कम है, आपके बहुत है, बहुत भी है। आपके जितने बैठे ये सभी आपके छोटे होंगे, तो जूनियर आपके जो आपके बरोबरी के होंगे, इनमें के कहीं जो मालक पहले होके गुजरे वही आपके दोस्त होंगे। अब नए जो हमारे जैसे आपके संग जुड़ रहे हैं, वो भी थोड़े दिन के दोस्त क्या नहीं होता, लेकिन आपके दोस्त तो बरोबर है। एक मेरे जैसे कार्यकर्ता को इतने बड़े जो व्यापार में जिन्होंने एक नई क्रांति लाई कॉटन में, बहुत बड़े पैमाने पे, उनका नाम, उनका काम हमारा, अभी उन्होंने जो बताया कि कुछ जो जिले हैं उसमें हमारा जिला कॉटन के अंदर सबसे आगे है। और कॉटन में भी जो स्टेबल होना, जो उसके अंदर बड़े धागे, लंबे धागे का जो कपास है वो हमारे एरिया में होता है। वहाँ से सिल्लोड से पूरे मराठवाड़े की खरीदी होती है और वहाँ से सिल्लोड के नाम से वो माल बिकता है, तो थोड़ा गठान को भाव भी ज़्यादा होता है। दूसरी जो चीज़ें कुछ ऐसी हैं कि जिसको हमको बढ़ावा देना है। मिलेट्स के बारे में आपने सुना, अभी श्री धान्य बोल रहे हैं उसको, नया नाम श्री धान्य। और वो पहले जो गरीबों का था, अब वो अमीर खाते हैं। अमीरों का खाना गरीब खाते हैं। चावल और गेहूं सबसे पहले गरीब के घर में आता है, और जो गरीब का जब का नाचनी होंगी या फिर वो जवारी होंगी, बाजरी होंगी, ये जो खाना जब का था वो गरीबों का, अब वो अमीर खा रहे हैं। हमारे देश में इतना फर्क जरूर दिख रहा है, लेकिन वो खाने से क्या नफा है, क्या नुकसान है, इसके बारे में प्राइम मिनिस्टर जी ने जो ये साल मिलेट्स ईयर के नाम से घोषणा की है, उनकी अपेक्षा आपसे बहुत है। आईएमसी से उनकी अपेक्षा इसलिए है कि आप यहाँ जो बैठे हैं, इन्होंने अपने कई वर्षों का इस देश के लिए, इस राज्य के लिए, और अलग अलग कंपनियों ने, जैसे कोटक जी ने बताया, गोदरेज ने जो बताए, आपने जो बताया मेरे से पहले अभी, और आपके सेशन में जैसा जैसा जो भी जिसकी जो ज़रूरत होगी उसके हिसाब से महाराष्ट्र सरकार और महाराष्ट्र सरकार के अंदर काम करने के लिए कई अड़चनें आती है। हमने इस साल आपने देखा होगा क्या किसान थोड़ा परेशान है, तो किसान को सक्षम करने के लिए सरकार ने एक योजना काढ़ी नमो नाम से, एक 12,000 हर एक किसान को साल में उसका सम्मान किया जाए, 1 रुपए में उसका रजिस्ट्रेशन फीस के संग उसको बीमा दिया जाए। एजुकेशन पॉलिसी में पहली से ही प्राइमरी एजुकेशन से किसान को की मालूमात, उस बच्चों को कैसी खेती करना चाहिए, किस तरह करना चाहिए, खेती करने के नए नए जो तरीके आए हैं, कोई स्प्रिंकलर है, वाटर गन है या ठिबक है, शेड नेट, इतनी नए नए तरीके की खेती हो रही है, वो बच्चों को पहली प्राइमरी एजुकेशन से मिलना चाहिए। ये महाराष्ट्र सरकार ने पहला निर्णय लिया, और आने वाले साल से उसका जो केसरकर साहब यहाँ के हमारे शिक्षा मंत्री है, उनसे हमारा दोनों की बात हुई, दोनों डिपार्टमेंट से तैयार किया गया। ये कुछ चीज़ें जो हैं ऐसी हर तरह की, अब हम नैसर्गिक खेती के लिए किसानों को कहीं ना कहीं तो भी उनको उनका मनोबल बढ़ाना है, इसलिए 1,000 कोटी रुपए हमने उसमें भी प्रोविजन रखी है। पौष्टिक तृणधान्य के अंदर हमारे सरकार ने, महाराष्ट्र केंद्र ने तो बहुत रखा है, लेकिन राज्य सरकार ने उसमें अभी पहला 200 करोड़ रुपए हम हमारे तरफ से सब्सिडी के तौर पे अलग अलग किसानों को देंगे, और भी बढ़ाया जाएगा। लेकिन ये देने का मकसद ही ये रहेगा कि उन्होंने, अब हम जैसा हमारा नागपुर पंजाब राव अंतर्राष्ट्रीय कृषि सुविधान केंद्र के लिए 227 कोटी रुपए से वो बनाया जा रहा है। ये जो छोटी छोटी जो चीज़ें हैं, हमारा करने के पीछे का मकसद ही है, जैसा आपने बताया हॉर्टिकल्चर, उसको भी ज़रूर हम, डोले आज नहीं है क्योंकि डोले साहब राज्यपाल जी ने उनको मीटिंग के लिए बुलाया, इसलिए वहाँ हैं, लेकिन उनके संगात बैठ के आप लोगों से भी, आपका भी बहुत बड़ा कई वर्षों का अनुभव, कई वर्षों तक आपने किसानों को सक्षम करने के लिए बहुत चीज़ें व्यापार सिर्फ व्यापार करने से नहीं होता है, वो तो समाज सेवा करके भी होता है। समाज में बदलाव लाने के लिए व्यापारियों का सबसे बड़ा मकसद यही होता है कि वो किसान पहले प्रॉफिट में रहे, उसके बाद उनकी कंपनी प्रॉफिट में रहे। क्योंकि किसान हर साल अपना बीज लेगा तो अपनी कंपनियां चलेंगी। हम जो रोप तैयार करते हैं, अगर उसके सहारे से वो झाड़ लगाएगा, आगे चल के फल खाएगा, ये सारी चीज़ें जो आपके इसमें हैं, आपने हमारा जो तेल निर्यात होता है उसके अंदर भी लाखों कोटि रुपए की हमारी सब्सिडी जाती है। उसके लिए अभी इस साल कुछ बदल लाना है। जैसा करडी का तेल पहले एक ज़माने में था, शेंगदाने का तेल था, सूर्यफूल का था, लेकिन अब ये धीरे 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 कम होते जा रहा है और बाहर से हमको वो लाना पड़ता है। लाखों करोड़ों रुपए उसके अंदर हमारे सब्सिडी में जाता है। तो उसके लिए भी आपके तरफ से, आईएमसी की तरफ से कोई अगर किसानों को अच्छी टेक्नोलॉजी के हिसाब से, अच्छे बीज के हिसाब से अच्छी कोई आइडिया दे के अगर उसको सक्षम होने के लिए आसानी के संगत अगर वो हो सकता, तो ये भी मदद, आपके पास यहाँ काफ़ी अनुभवी लोग हैं, इनमें भी बहुत टैलेंट ब्रिलियंट, मतलब बहुत टॉप के लोग आपके साथ जुड़े हुए हैं। उनसे महाराष्ट्र के किसान को फ़ायदा होना चाहिए। किसान को फ़ायदा देते समय हमारे अलग अलग जो योजनाएं हैं सरकार की, उस योजना के संगत हमारी कई कंपनियां, कई हमारे लोग इससे जुड़े हैं। और इससे जोड़ने के वजह यही है कि आपके तरफ से हमको जो मदद मिलती है, हमारे तरफ से आपने अगर देखा तो 45 लाख हेक्टर यहाँ सोयाबीन, 40 लाख हेक्टर पे कपास होता है महाराष्ट्र के अंदर। और ये इतना सब होने के बाद 25 लाख हेक्टर के ऊपर हमको अभी आने वाले कुछ समय में ये जो मिलेट ईयर्स बना, ये जो आदेश दिया है पंतप्रधान जी ने, उसके लिए भी काफ़ी सहूलतें हम लोगों के लिए रखने वाले हैं, ताकि ये माल तैयार होने के बाद इसको खरीदी करना भी सरकार की जिम्मेदारी है। सरकार अगर बाकी मालों से ज़्यादा पैसा दे के ये खरीदेगा, हमारे स्कूल चलते हैं, वहाँ आंगनवाड़ियों में खाना होता है, हॉस्पिटल में खाना देते हैं, कामगारों को खाना देते हैं, इन लोगों को भी ये पौष्टिक आहार, ये अच्छा खाना अगर मिला, ये सही जो अभी तो हमारी जो लोगों का रहन सहन है, हम तो कुछ भी पचा सकते हैं अभी, लेकिन आने वाली पीढ़ी उसको पचाएंगी नहीं पचाएंगी। इसके लिए पंजाब हरियाणा का अगर रिपोर्ट देखे तो वहाँ से दिल्ली के लिए एक कैंसर रेलवे जाती है। तो आप अंदाज़ा लगा सकते हैं कि जो रासायनिक चीज़ें से हम जो अनाज या जो भी खाना जो खा रहे हैं लोग, उनको लॉन्ग लाइफ उसका बहुत नुकसान है। उसमें बदल करना है तो हमको ये जो 23 हमारा अंतर्राष्ट्रीय मिलेट ईयर है, इसमें हमारी सरकार जैविक खेती के लिए बहुत बड़े पैमाने पे मिशन चलाने वाली है। उसके साथ साथ महाराष्ट्र के सभी अलग अलग चीज़ें सम्माननीय मुख्यमंत्री उप मुख्यमंत्री जी के जो दिमाग में चलती है, वो भी सिर्फ किसान सक्षम होना चाहिए, उसको अच्छा पौष्टिक खाना मिलना चाहिए। उसके साथ कपास जो है हमारी, अगर बाहर हम एक्सपोर्ट करें तो हमारे यहाँ का भाव बढ़ेगा, क्योंकि हमारे पास कितने कपड़े लगते हैं, कितने वापर होता है, कपास का कितना होता है, बाकी महाराष्ट्र हट के देश में कितना होता है, और देश से विदेश में भेजने के बाद हमारा उसका जो वैल्यू है वो हमारी कपास का क्या है। ये चीज़ जो सुरेश जी ने बताया वो यकीनन कई देशों से बढ़िया अच्छी क्वालिटी की, अच्छी उसका स्टेपल वाली वो कपास हमारे पास है, लेकिन उसका मार्केटिंग करने के लिए भी आपकी मदद, आप लोगों का उसमें जो भी योगदान आपके हिसाब से रहेगा वो देना बहुत ज़रूरी है। आपके साथ हम जो सभी हमारे यहाँ लोग जो जुड़े हैं, गए 15 साल पहले जब कृषि विभाग के सचिव नाना साहेब पाटिल थे, उनके सुरेश कोटक साहब के मार्गदर्शन में उस वक्त भी, यानी अब 15 साल पहले से उस वहाँ जब कोटक जी ने जहाँ जहाँ भी अपने हिसाब से आपके अनुभव का लाभ महाराष्ट्र के किसानों को कपास, सोयाबीन वैल्यू चेन में डेवलपमेंट में 1000 करोड़ रुपए का हमने प्रोविजन किया है, उस हिसाब से आपके जैसे लोगों का मार्गदर्शन होगा, ताकि हमारा व्यापारी और किसान हमारे देश का और देश के बाहर का, इनकी जब तुलना की जाएंगी तो आप लोगों का योगदान, आप लोगों की हमारे लिए मदद बहुत महत्व की रहेगी। आपने हर चीज़ से, आपका नाम, आपका काम, आपका ये कुछ जो चीज़ें हैं, अब एथोनॉल जैसी चीज़ है उसके तरफ भी हमको जाना पड़ेगा। जैसा आपने हॉर्टिकल्चर किया वो तो है ही, लेकिन कुछ चीज़ें ऐसी हैं क्या जो एग्रीकल्चर सेक्टर में अपनों को प्रोसेसिंग करने के लिए कुछ कर सकते हैं, उसके साथ हमको मिल के करना पड़ेगा। महाराष्ट्र सरकार हो, केंद्र सरकार हो, या आपका आईएमसी का ग्रुप हो। आपका ग्रुप का 100 साल पुराना ग्रुप है, 100 साल कोई कम नहीं होते। मेरी उम्र ही 63 साल की है, 63, और 100 साल पहले के जो आपका आईएमसी के साथ मैं बैठ रहा हूँ, बोल रहा हूँ, या मेहमान बोल के मुझे बुलाया गया, मेरा सम्मान किया गया, ये सारी चीज़ें एक, मुझे लगता है कि मैं एक आम छोटा कार्यकर्ता था, छोटे कार्यकर्ता से 42 साल से राजकारण की थोड़ी थोड़ी उपलब्धियां, जैसी सुरेश जी आपने आपके बिजनेस में किसानों के लिए बताई है, जो आईएमसी के हिसाब से बताई, वैसा भी हमारा भी जीवन संघर्ष करते हुए, जहाँ जिस गांव में हमने हाथगाड़ी लूटी वहीं हेलीकॉप्टर से उतरते हैं, तो ये बदल लोकशाही में बहुत बड़ा है। मतलब जहाँ मैंने इतनी मेहनत किया हूँ, वही गांव में, वही शहर में, वही महाराष्ट्र में एक सामान्य कार्यकर्ता भी किसानों का मंत्री बन सकता। मराठवाड़ा जैसा हमारा विभाग जो है वो पिछड़ा हुआ माना जाता है, अभी तक कोई एग्रीकल्चर मिनिस्टर ही नहीं बना था। मेरा ही नंबर लगा है मराठवाड़ा से, और मुझे काम करने का चांस मिला। तो एक छोटे कार्यकर्ता को जब कई बड़ी चीज़ मिलती है, मैं वैसा मिनिस्टर 4 बार बना हूँ, लेकिन एग्रीकल्चर मिनिस्टर बनने के बाद मुझे कुछ ना कुछ इसमें बदल लाना था। तो इसलिए मैंने वो जो किसान को जो हमारा बीमा भरने का रहता वो बंद कर दिया। सबसे पहले निर्णय लिया कि किसान का सिर्फ नाम मात्र 1 रुपया रजिस्ट्रेशन फीस होगी। ऐसा एक बदल देश में कोई राज्य ने नहीं किया, अपने राज्य ने किया। जो मोदी साहब 6,000 रुपये देते थे, हमने अपने भी 6,000 डाल दिए, और 12,000 रुपये देना चाहिए ताकि उसका सम्मान होना। जब किसान बुजुर्ग हो जाता है, वो घर में बच्चा शादी होने तक उसके माता पिताजी का, एक बार शादी हो गई कि वो अपना बच्चे, अपना परिवार, उसमें ही इतना ये रहता है क्या, जो उसके वालिद रहते, जो उसके पिताजी रहते, जो डैडी मम्मी, उनके तरफ ख्याल नहीं करता है। लेकिन अभी 12,000 आएंगे तो बहू भी अपनी सास को पूछेंगी आपने गोली खाई क्या, आप दवा खाने में गई क्या। उनको मालूम है कि आजकल ज़माना ही बदल गया है। यहाँ जो बहनें बैठी वो वैसी नहीं होंगी, लेकिन उसका मतलब अगर गलत निकाले तो इसके ऊपर भी क्या है, वो बोलते हैं ना, दोस्त गलतियाँ सबसे होती है, किसकी छप जाती है, किसकी छुपाई जाती है। तो हमारी गलतियाँ ऐसी इतनी जल्दी छप जाती है तो उससे कोई गलत मतलब नहीं निकालना। इसके लिए मैंने बताया कि वो 1,000 रुपये या 12,000 रुपये बहुत बड़ा महत्व नहीं रखता है, लेकिन उस किसान भाई का सम्मान, वो किसान, अभी हमारे पास पैसा आता कहाँ से, आपके जैसे लोग टैक्स भरते हैं उससे आता है। जो हमारा गरीब आदमी सवेरे से शाम तक जो चीज़ें वापरता है उसको वस्तु कर बोलते हैं, जीएसटी, वो जीएसटी के रूप में आता है, वही आता है। और वो किधर से तो फिल्टर होके कुछ कर्मचारी अधिकारियों पे खर्चा होता है, कोई किसानों को। मैं तो पहला कृषि एग्रीकल्चर मिनिस्टर हूँ कि मैं जब से मिनिस्टर हूँ ना तब से पानी गिर रहा है। पहले बारिश 4 महीने के लिए होती थी, अभी 7 महीने हो गए तो बारिश चालू है। कभी वो ज़्यादा पानी होगा, कभी परतीचा पाऊस, हमारे मराठी में बोलते हैं कधी परतीचा पाऊस, कधी कधी जास्त पाऊस, कधी कधी पाऊसच पडत नाही। कधी कधी आपण पाहिलं तर गारपीट एखाद्या एरियामध्ये, मतलब गारपीट पहले एखाद्या एरिया में होती थी, कहीं तो भी सुनते थे कि इस गांव में गिरी, इस तालुके में गिरी, इस डिस्ट्रिक्ट में गिरी है। अभी तो ऐसा है कि पूरे महाराष्ट्र में, देश के भी कई हिस्सों के अंदर बारिश हो रही है, और वो अवकाली पानी और वो बारिश का इतना नुकसान होता है कि जो लोग, इसमें तो सीजन नहीं होने की वजह से जर्नल नुकसान कम दिखता है हमको, लेकिन अगर सीजन का होता, समझो रबी गया सीजन हमारा, उसके पहले खरीफ हंगाम था, अब खरीफ हंगाम चालू होने वाला है, तो ये बड़े पैमाने पे नुकसान होने के बाद में 12,000 करोड़ रुपए इस सरकार ने पहली बार 40 साल में किसानों के अकाउंट पे डायरेक्ट नुकसान के पैसे दिया है, और भी देना है। अभी जो नया नुकसान हुआ फिर वो देना है। ये सब साइकिल चलाने के लिए पैसा देश के अंदर जितना आता है, केंद्र सरकार हमको कुछ देती है, हमारा स्टेट गवर्नमेंट का जो प्रॉफिट होता है, जो टैक्स के रूप में जनता से लिया जाता है, उसके माध्यम से पैसा खर्चा करना। लेकिन जब हमारा बजट रहता है, जब बजट बनाते, उसमें अवकाली पानी, उसमें गारपीट, इसकी कोई नोंद नहीं रहती है। ये आया कि बाकी हमारी भी सारी चैन थोड़ी खराब होती, लेकिन फिर भी ये सरकार के अंदर जो देख रहे हैं हम, हमारे पास बहुत अच्छे अच्छे किसान हैं कि मैं अभी जो पूरे महाराष्ट्र के सभी डिस्ट्रिक्टों में जाके उनकी मीटिंग लिया। जो हमारा खरीफ हंगाम होता है उसके अंदर विक्रमी पीक लेने वाली भी है, बहुत ज़्यादा, मतलब जो उनकी अपेक्षा से ज़्यादा उत्पन्न लेने वाले किसान भी देखे हमने। ये सब काय की वजह से, ये किसके वजह से है, ये कैसा हो रहा है, ये इसके अंदर आपके जैसे लोगों का योगदान बहुत महत्व का है। तुम्हारी मदद, किसान की मेहनत और सरकार के तरफ से उसको प्रोत्साहन देने के लिए कुछ ना कुछ अनुदान, अनुदान ये बहुत बड़ी बात नहीं रहती है, लेकिन उसको किसान को सक्षम करने के लिए आज 40,000 करोड़ रुपए का हमारा बजट जो देखा होगा आपने कि इतना बजट जो एग्रीकल्चर में है वो दूसरे कोई इसमें नहीं है। लेकिन उसका सही खर्च भी होना चाहिए, उससे सही किसानों तक पहुंचना भी चाहिए, उसका फायदा भी मिलना चाहिए। आपके जैसे लोगों का बहुत बड़ा योगदान मेरे हिसाब से इसके अंदर होता है। हम कई चीज़ें करने के लिए अलग अलग आपने जो सूचनाएं दी, इसके अंदर जो भी जितनी भी बातें आपने कपास से लेके, तो हमारे पास मक्का भी बहुत है। मक्का का जो पीक आपने अगर देखा होगा तो मक्का पकाने वाला, उसका उत्पन्न करने वाला महाराष्ट्र में का हमारा मराठवाड़ा और कुछ खानदेश का पार्ट, ऐसा नासिक तक एक पट्टा है कि जिसके अंदर मक्का का बहुत बड़े पैमाने के ऊपर वहाँ उत्पन्न होता है। और उसके लिए अभी इस साल भी हमको कुछ नया बदल उसमें करना है। अभी उसके लिए और कोई हम कर सकते क्या, साइलो जैसी स्टॉक करने की सिस्टम। जब पहले मार्केट में आ गया तो भाव कम होता है, जब उसको व्यापारी खरीद लेते हैं भाव ज़्यादा होता है। तो किसान में नाराज़गी इसकी होती है कि जब मैं बेचता, जब भाव नहीं रहता है, जब व्यापारी बेचता है तब भाव आता है। तो इसके लिए अभी जो किसानों क्या कुछ कंपनियां हमने रजिस्ट्रेशन की है, उनके संगात आपके लोगों की मदद से कोई उनको स्टॉक करने के लिए, जैसे मैंने सैलो और भी अलग अलग सिस्टमें हैं। गोडाउन के अंदर कुछ बैंक भी 80% पैसा उसको उसके माल पे देती है जब तेज़ी में, लेकिन इतना आइडिया नहीं रहता है किसान को। इसलिए बड़े पैमाने पे किसानों के मालों को उस वक्त भाव नहीं मिलता है जब उसके घर में रहता है, जब व्यापारी के पास जाता है, जब भाव उसके सोच तो ऐसी है उनकी कि व्यापारी तो अपना पैसा लगाता है तो वो जाहिर है उसमें पैसा कमाएंगा ही। कोई ऐसा व्यापारी नहीं कि घर बेच के नल लेगा, अगर घर बिक गया और नल लेके पानी पिलाते रहा लोगों को तो वो भी मुनासिब नहीं है। लेकिन ये सारी चीज़ें जो हो रही है तो इसके अंदर हमारा पार्ट, हमारा काम, हमारी सरकार का काम, सरकार के तरफ से केंद्र सरकार की कई योजनाएं, राज्य सरकार की कई योजनाएं और आपकी मदद, आप लोगों की मदद से हम तीनों मिलके अगर कुछ करें, कुछ करना और चाहे। अभी तक आपने बहुत किया है, ऐसा नहीं कि आपने आईएमसी ने कुछ भी नहीं किया है। इतना बड़ा जो ये 3 मंजिली बिल्डिंग है, ऊपर कुछ है, नीचे कुछ है, एक अभी भाड़े करू भी है, नहीं इन्होंने बताया। तो ये जो इन्होंने चीज़ बताई ये सही है कि इतना बड़ा इस शहर के अंदर 4 मंजिली बिल्डिंग और उसके अंदर आप किसानों के लिए, इतने ये सारे व्यापारियों के लिए, कई कंपनियों का योगदान इसके अंदर है। और जो जिम्मेदारी से आप आज भी इतनी उम्र में ये चला रहे हैं, आपके हमारे नौजवान साथी भी है, लेकिन फिर भी आप जिस हिसाब से यहाँ तुम्हारा जो योगदान है, मैं गोदरेज जी का उनकी उम्र देख रहा हूँ, ऐसे 3 तो है तुम, मैं तुमसे थोड़ा छोटा हूँ। आपका एज कितना है? नहीं, यंग मैन 90। सोचो गोयल साहब आपका कितना है? 68। ये भी बहुत एक अच्छे ऑफिसर हमारे पास से रिटायर होके गए। इन्होंने भी काफ़ी योगदान इस महाराष्ट्र के किसानों को सक्षम करने के लिए आज आपके संग काम कर रहे हैं, आपके इसमें है। लेकिन ये लोगों ने अपने दिल से इस राज्य के लिए जो काम किया है, मैंने उनको कल ही रिक्वेस्ट किया, सीएम साहब और हम औरंगाबाद से आ रहे थे रात में, उनसे हमारी बात हुई कि गोयल जी की अध्यक्षता में एक कमेटी बनाई जाए ताकि हमारा आज जो किसान आत्महत्या करता है उसके कारण क्या है, आज उसको व्यापारीकरण से लेके कर्ज फेडने से लेके मार्केट में माल बेचने से लेके अच्छे बीज अच्छे खत, ये सारी चीज़ों को जोड़ने के लिए क्या किया जाएगा। ऐसा महाराष्ट्र सरकार ने, हमने हमारा फैसला लिया, तुम्हारा एक आदमी कुछ दिन के लिए ले जाएंगे हम, परमानेंट नहीं, क्योंकि उन्होंने 60 साल तक इस राज्य की सेवा की। लेकिन आज योगायोग से वो सामने बैठने के बाद में मुझे वही गोयल साहब, जिन्होंने, हम छोटे थे, मैं एमएलए था तब, उनका काम हमारे मंत्रालय में जिस हिसाब से उन्होंने काम किया, जिस हिसाब से उन्होंने लोगों को, किसानों को सक्षम करने की कई योजनाएं लाई, और भी अभी फिट है वो, मतलब तुम तो 90 में फिट है, वो 68 में फिट है, तो इनका भी कुछ फ़ायदा लेना चाहिए। इसलिए मैंने उनको कृषि मंत्री इस नाते से नहीं, पर एक किसान इस नाते से उनको रिक्वेस्ट की कि आप, आपके अध्यक्षता में कुछ हमारे वाइस चांसलर, कोई हमारे अच्छे किसान और ऑफिसर, इनकी मिला के अगर हमने एक संघात जुड़ाने का काम किया तो उसका बहुत बड़ा फ़ायदा हमारे इस महाराष्ट्र को मिलेगा। वक्त का सबको तगाजा है। गोदरेज जी घड़ी देख रहे हैं, मुझे लगता है उनको कोई मीटिंग के लिए जाना है। जब कोई भी इतने इस लोगों में हम देखते, एक आधा ऐसा किया कि मैं समझ जाता हूँ उनका टाइम आया हुआ है, उधर कोई ना कोई अगली मीटिंग है, इसलिए मैंने भी इसको वक्त के ऊपर ख़त्म करने वाला हूँ। मुझे कोई आप लोगों के, मतलब आप बहुत बड़े लोग हैं, लेकिन जिसका मतदान यादी में नाम रहता है वो, उस हमारी अलग ही प्यार, अलग ही एक मोहब्बत रहती है, क्योंकि उसके पेट में अलग रहता है, उसके होठ में अलग रहता है, और बटन दबाने वाले वोट में अलग रहता है। ये तीनों का अगर देखे तो ऐसा कोई आपने ऐसा वही होगा, ज़रूरी नहीं है आप जाने वाले बोल के देख रहे हैं, ऐसा नहीं बोलना। मेरा भी वक्त ख़त्म हो रहा है, मुझे जितना टाइम दिया गया था उतना टाइम तो मेरा हो गया है। अब ये बाकी इतने भाई बहनें यहाँ बैठी है, दूर दूर से आए हैं, अलग अलग कंपनियों से, अलग अलग सेक्टर से, अलग अलग विभागों से, अलग अलग अपना योगदान, इनका भी बहुत बड़ा योगदान हमारे इस राज्य के प्रगति के लिए, उन्नति के लिए, किसान को सक्षम करने के लिए, किसान को आगे किस तरह से हम उसको मदद कर सकते हैं, वो करने के लिए आपकी जो भावनाएं हैं, आपकी जो भी कुछ सूचनाएं होगी, वो महाराष्ट्र सरकार आपके संग मिल के काम करेगा, ताकि हमारे महाराष्ट्र के किसान को सक्षम करने के लिए, उसको किस तरह से, उसका जो आज देख रहे हैं हम कि अलग अलग तरह से, अलग अलग संकटों में से किसान निकलता है, लेकिन उतना होने के बाद में भी हमारे पास माल हाईएस्ट, उसका इनकम हाईएस्ट ही है, गए साल से ज़्यादा आज उत्पन्न है। नुकसान होने के बाद में भी, अगर नुकसान नहीं होता तो इससे दुगना वो प्रॉफिट ले सकता था। लेकिन और कई ऐसी चीज़ें हैं जो शेतकरियों के लिए, किसानों के लिए आगे चल के भविष्य में आप भी हमको कुछ सूचनाएं देंगे, हम भी आपको कुछ मालूमात देंगे, हम भी आपसे कुछ काम करके लेंगे, और दोनों मिला के इस स्टेट के किसानों को सक्षम करने के लिए जो भी कर सकते हैं वो करने की हम कोशिश करेंगे। मैं फिर से एक बार हमारे मंच पे बैठे इंडियन मर्चेंट चैम्बर्स ऑफ महात्मा गांधी जी के इस पवित्र, भाई पवित्र इसलिए बोला कि महात्मा जी का नाम, गांधी जी का नाम बहुत बड़ा है, और वो आपके इस के साथ जुड़े थे या आपने उनको जुड़ाया था। नहीं तो गांधी जी इजी गोइंग, किसी के तो कोई भी बोलेगा गांधी जी हमारे सदस्य बन जाओ, कोई अलग अलग लोग हैं, लेकिन आपके संगात गांधी जी जैसा एक पवित्र नाम जुड़ा है, ये हमारे देश के लिए, हमारे लिए, हमारे स्टेट के लिए और आपके लिए भी बहुत बड़ी बात है। मैं फिर से एक बार हमारे भीष्म पितामह को रिक्वेस्ट करूंगा कि सिल्लोड के तरफ भी तुम्हारे खत में हमारा सलाम, मतलब सिल्लोड के तरफ भी आप थोड़ा नजरें हिनायत करें, तो वहाँ का जो मराठवाड़े का कपास पिकाने वाला जो शेतकरी है, जो किसान है, उसको जुड़ के अगर कुछ कर सकते, मक्का के बारे में हमारा हाईएस्ट वहाँ का जो किसान है, ये 2-3 सोयाबीन मराठवाड़े में बड़े पैमाने पे लातूर, उस्मानाबाद से लेके हिंगोली, जालना, औरंगाबाद, ये पट्टे में जी बहुत बड़े पैमाने के ऊपर वहाँ सोयाबीन भी होता है। ये सारी चीज़ें, मैं जिस एरिया का एमएलए हूँ, जिस एरिया से आता हूँ, तो उस एरिया का भी काम है कि वहाँ का जो आत्महत्याग्रस्त किसान है वो आत्महत्या न करें, इसके लिए कुछ उपाय योजना, इसके लिए कोई सूचनाएं, इसके लिए कोई महत्व की आपकी जो भी जैसी भी हमारे ऊपर जिम्मेदारी देंगे, हमसे काम करने के लिए हमारे पास बहुत बड़ा मैन पावर है, जनता भी है और सरकार भी है। हजारों कर्मचारी हमारे नीचे गांव लेवल पे जो कृषि सहायक से लेके तो सचिव तक, सचिव महोदय जो इतना बड़ा ये चैन काम करने की है कि इससे हम कोई भी काम कर सकते हैं, लेकिन उसके लिए आइडिया भी बहुत ज़रूरी है। उसके लिए नई टेक्नोलॉजी भी आपके पास जो है उसका भी हमको फ़ायदा लेना है। दुनिया में क्या चल रहा है, देश में क्या चल रहा है, चीन में क्या चल रहा है या बाकी अमेरिका में क्या चल रहा है, इंग्लैंड, फ्रांस, मैं हर देश के बारे में थोड़ी थोड़ी मालूमात लेता हूँ, लेकिन मेरे से ज़्यादा मालूमात आपको है क्योंकि आप सारी दुनिया देखते हैं, दुनिया भर में आपके संबंध हैं, दुनिया भर में आपको इस आईएमसी को मानने वाले लोग हैं, और वो लोगों का जब विदेश में फ़ायदा होता है तो अपने देश में भी हो, अपने राज्य में भी हो, मुंबई से लेके तो सिल्लोड तक हो। यही आपसे मैं रिक्वेस्ट करता हूँ। आपने मुझे बुलाया, मेरा सम्मान किया, इसके लिए आपका मैं तहे दिल से शुक्रिया अदा करता हूँ। और इसके बाद जो भी आप एक शॉर्ट में इस प्रोग्राम के जो आज हमारी जो मीटिंग है इसमें आपका क्या तय होता है, उसमें हमने क्या करना चाहिए, आपने क्या करना चाहिए, और किसान को किस तरह से नीचे लेवल तक ऐसी ये नई चैन हम बनाएंगे ताकि मैं भी आपका एक दोस्त, आपका एक साथी, आपका एक भाई इस नाते से काम करना है। किसान का फ़ायदा जिसमें होगा उसमें हमारा फ़ायदा है, तुम्हारा फ़ायदा है, सबका फ़ायदा है। और किसान को सक्षम करने के लिए जो जो योजनाएं आप लाएंगे उसके लिए महाराष्ट्र सरकार आपके साथ काम करेगा। इतनी गवाही मैं आपको देता हूँ। जय हिंद, जय महाराष्ट्र।
धन्यवाद माननीय मंत्री महोदय जी। As we conclude the inaugural session, may I request Mr. Sameer Somaya, President-elect, IMC Chamber of Commerce and Industry, to present the vote of thanks. Over to you, Mr. Somaya.
Respected speakers, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, आप सबको मेरा नमस्कार। नमस्कार जी। नमस्कार जी। I'm delighted to present the vote of thanks after such an interesting and knowledgeable address. Agriculture continues to be the country's lifeline. I genuinely believe in the long run, growth in the agriculture section will ensure India's food security. सर, आपने एथेनॉल की बात की। मुझे तो लगता है कि जो हमारा कृषि क्षेत्र है वो ना हमारे खाद्य के लिए और हमारी जो ऊर्जा के लिए, दोनों के लिए सक्षम है। और अगर किसानों को जिस तरह आप सक्षम बना रहे हैं बीमा के दौर से, और हम जो उपज को जब बढ़ावा दे रहेंगे तो उससे हम अपनी देश की जो ऊर्जा की ज़रूरत है और जो खाद्य की ज़रूरत है, दोनों को हम आत्मनिर्भर जो कह रहे हैं वो हम आत्मनिर्भर भारत और इंडिया एक दोनों आगे बढ़ सकते हैं। सर, आपने बहुत सारी बातें की। आपने श्रीधान्य की बात की। मैं तो हूँ वैसे मुंबई का ही, हमारा जो परिवार है वो कच्छ से आया हुआ था मुंबई, और हम तो बाजरी की रोटी से खाते खाते बड़े हुए हैं। तो जो घर था पहले भी खाते थे बाजरी, आज भी बाजरी खा के बहुत बहुत आनंद हमको मिलता है। सर, आपने नैसर्गिक खेती की बात की, और हम सोचते हैं कि जो जैविक खेती है, नैसर्गिक खेती है, उसकी बहुत ही ज़रूरत है। उस तरह से हम जो मौसम में तब्दीली हो रही है उसका भी हम मुकाबला कर सकते हैं। हमारी मिट्टी में से जो कार्बन निकल गया है उस कार्बन को फिर इस तरह से एक तरह से पुनर्जीवित करने के लिए इस किस्म की खेती की बहुत ज़रूरत है। सर, आपने कहा कि बच्चों को भी किस तरह से खेती होती है उसको आप पाठशालाओं में ला रहे हैं। हम आपसे और भी एक विनंती करेंगे कि हमारी जो विद्यापीठें हैं उसमें भी हम उसको ले आएँ, शामिल करें। मैं इस वक्त कॉर्नेल यूनिवर्सिटी से आया था, एक महीना वहाँ पे पढ़ाई मैं कर रहा था, मैं पढ़ा रहा था उनको, और वहाँ पे इंजीनियरिंग और एग्रीकल्चर की स्कूल किस तरह से साथ काम कर रही हैं उस पर मुझे एक प्रोफेसर के नाते एक मैंने बुलाया गया था। तो अगर आप वक्त दें तो हम आपको उस तरह से बता सकते हैं कि किस तरह कर सकते हैं। सुरेश भाई, તમે બહુ સારી વાત કરી। हिंदी में हम गुजराती बोलते हैं। नहीं कोई बात नहीं। नहीं, आपने हमारे उपज की बात की, जो आपने चीन और महाराष्ट्र की तुलना की कि किस तरह से हमारे देश में, महाराष्ट्र में इतनी सारी हेक्टेयर्स जो है कॉटन के हैं, सोया के हैं, लेकिन हमारी जो उपज है, हमारी जो यील्ड है, उसकी किस तरह से हम टेक्नोलॉजी के ज़रिए हम उसको बढ़ा सकते हैं, तो आगे बहुत इसमें फ़र्क पड़ेगा। और नादिर जी चले गए, उन्होंने ग्लूटेन की बात की, फूड रेसिज्म की बात की, ऑयल सीड सनफ्लावर की बात की, तो ये सब हमें फूड फॉर थॉट भी दिया है आज हमारे इस कार्यक्रम के लिए। Maharashtra State, sir, is ideally suited to lead the country's next farm revolution by unlocking the true potential of agriculture and allied activities, which requires continued efforts and strategies, including infusion of technology in production, processing, and supply chain management. Long-term sustainable growth is possible in the farm sector when the sector is made competitive and remunerative to farmers. Eventually, in the years to come, this will lead to other countries becoming dependent on India. Bharat par nirbhar. I also wish to express a deep sense of gratitude to all our eminent speakers who will be gracing the occasion and sharing their valuable expertise. So, as we are all aware, the UN has designated 2023 as the International Year of Millets. We at IMC are delighted to support it. It is a pleasure for us at IMC that Maharashtra government has supported this event. We would also like to thank our silver sponsors, Kotak Ginning and Pressing Industries, and Godrej Agrovet, and support sponsor Mexico Private Limited and Patanjali Food Limited. Snack partner Decimal Foundation, Millet Tama, and the exhibitors. Thank you for your support. Our sincere thanks to all the delegates for joining. And last but not the least, thanks to our IMC team and Agriculture and Food Processing Committee members. Thank you for organizing such a great event. Ladies and gentlemen, you will all agree that we made a great start, a very thoughtful start with this opening session. Once again, I thank you all for being here and wish you a great learning, and stay tuned for the whole day, as your presence is a great source of encouragement to the IMC. Once again, I would like to convey a sincere thanks to the Honorable Minister and Guests of Honor for the favor bestowed on the Chamber for being with us today. मंत्री साहब आप आए, बहुत बहुत अच्छा लगा, बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया। नमस्कार।
Thank you, Mr. Somaya. IMC would also like to thank Dr. Ashok Dalwai, CEO, National Rainfed Area Authority, NRAA, Union Ministry of Agriculture and Farmers Welfare, Government of India, and Dr. Eknath Davle, Principal Secretary, Agriculture, Government of Maharashtra, who due to some immediate exigencies could not make it for the conference. We now you would be interested, and then we'll continue with the next panel. मंत्री जी को फोटो चाहिए, तो आप लोग सब इस तरह बैठिए कि हम जितना कैप्चर कर सके उतना कैप्चर करें. Of the session, Mr. G. Chandrasekhar, Economic Advisor IMC and Director IMC ERTF, and the elite panelists joining him on the dais are Dr. Dayakar Rao B., Principal Secretary ICAR, Indian Institute of Millets Research IIMR. He's our keynote speaker for the session. Dr. Raj Bhandari, Member, National Technical Board on Nutrition, NTBN. Dr. Venkatram Vasantavada, CEO, Seeds Works International Private Limited.
Do we have the permission to start business session number 1? May I request all those standing at the back to kindly occupy their seats. Carry your tea to your table. Enjoy your tea. The minister still speaking. Jesus. So take him out, no. But take the minister out. To be moderating a session where we have some absolutely eminent personalities. We have Dr. Dayakar Rao, who is a director of the Indian Institute of Millet Research. And all of us know 2023 has been declared by the United Nations as the International Year of Millets. And millets have multiple applications. But I'm not going into all that. Obviously, Dr. Dayakar Rao will speak. We also have a very eminent medical doctor and a great passionate supporter of nutrition and health who understands the connection between agriculture, nutrition and health, and that's Dr. Bhandari, who is a technical advisor to the Niti Aayog. And then we have Dr. Venkatram from Seedworks, who has decades of experience in this area of agriculture, seed, inputs, etc., etc. We have an elite panel. We are actually racing against time. I am keen to conclude this session in 45 to 50 minutes. And therefore, let's get going without much ado. Let me invite Dr. Dayakar Rao to make his presentation. I'm sure Dr. Rao has made this on so many different occasions in the past this year, but it will always be a pleasure to hear him and to see his presentation and learn a lot more about millets. Dr. Rao, the floor is yours. Come.
Good morning, everybody. Respected moderator Sri Chandrasekhar Rao, a friend of mine for almost a decade. Dr. Raj Bhandari, mentor, and we have also Venkatram from Seedworks. I think this is a very different gathering which I am addressing. I hope I'll be able to deliver the content which you are expecting. So, presentation, I think, who is making present? Ready? Presentation. From back, I think. Presentation? Okay. So, I think we all know that we are celebrating the International Year of Millets with joy and just especially our traditional crops. These are forgotten superfoods. Now the theme is where do we stand and where do we go. So I'll give you to the perspective of the landscape of it and what are the challenges to move forward. So I represent Indian Institute of Millet Research. Of course, I am Chief Executive Officer and Director of NutriHub, a commercial facade of Indian Institute of Millet Research, which is based in Hyderabad. So recently, I think on March 18, the Prime Minister has dedicated Indian Institute of Millet Research as a global center of excellence. I think this is a very a feather in our cap, and we would like to take the challenge and move forward because the science of millets has been developed for over the past decade, and today it has become so important for this. We need to translate this and assert the leadership the Indian Institute of Millet Research has taken and built a value chain around that. Now that was the launch picture of International Year of Millets at a Food and Agriculture Organization based in Rome. And now when you talk about this, in 2018, they called it as a nutri-cereal, gazetted by the Indian, and now Prime Minister has coined it as Sri Anna. I think the reason is that when you talk about millets in Hindi, it is Kadan. Kadan means the least of the grains. So, our Prime Minister is a brand ambassador and he coined it as Sri Anna. Sri Anna is nothing but it is the mother of all grains. So, resurrected the grain in such a way that we need to take, as he has been successful in taking yoga to the world. Now, the second thing that which he had, the jewel in his cap, was to take this Sri millets to the world. Now, you see that there are various millets that are there, about 9 millets that are grown. Apart from that, amaranth and buckwheat are the other two pseudo cereals which can be considered as are gazetted as nutri-cereals, and 2 exotic millets, teff and fonio, which are grown primarily in Africa. So those are the major millets, pearl millet, bajra, jawar, ragi are the major millets. Minor millets are several, foxtail millet, proso millet, kodo millet, little millet, barnyard millet, and brown top millet. There are some exotic millets I have already told. So there is now, we are moving away from the food security to the nutrition security. At the independent India had that compulsions of promoting millets and rice and wheat in order to fill that, our bowels, because we were just under a PL 480 program of USA where we were depending for our food on that. So we were now successful about the food security. Unfortunately, that was only quantitatively it has fulfilled the requirement, but in quality wise, what we call as a nutrition wise, we are far from a real. So that's the reason today more than 50% go through this hunger and malnutrition and many other macronutrient problems like hidden hunger, lifestyle disease. And this millet has something all put in this. In addition to that, there is one climate change. So it has a glorious past history in Vijayanagara Empire, or even in other countries like millets in USA, 1849 millets in Africa are extremely important, and it is being produced by 28 countries. And of course, Mughals in Indian history, 16th, 17th ages, and about 131 countries are growing these millets. So the Roman Empire also 610 AD they have mentioned archaeological plant find includes, and many of the holy scriptures also had a great mention about millets. So it is not, what we are talking is not something has come from just nowhere. It is there very much from the very beginning. That's what my point is. So millets today, it meets food, fodder, feed, biodiesel. He has a better words to put into fuel and ferment also. So we know that this way that we have a great thing. 21 states we grow, and there are many other things I would like to. But how we connect with the SDG goals of UN? I think they have goal number 2, 3, 8, 12, 13, and 15. All these matches, so we can superimpose that the millets promotion is something to do with SSG. So millet as a solution for the present crisis of all these goals. So now, but we can also call them as a smart foods. So if you want me to define what a smart food is, it has to be good for the planet. Yes, the type of the water that it requires is about 1/4 of the what it requires for the rice. You want to know that 1 kg of rice takes about 5,000 liters of water. So if you are exporting it, there's so much of water is being exported when we are ourselves going through a lot of difficulties and all this. So zero carbon footprints. There are many other things, but I would like to take it I'll come back to the, good for the farmers also. See, because it is grown in a very, very soil marginal environments, where poor and soil and water environments, and it is used as when all the crops fail, this still will give you something. It gives not only the grain, but also you can see the plants there. The green color is still not faded. That is going for the animals for the fodder. So that is a very important thing that which we also need to credit into that. And it is good for us. I'm going to speak a little later, but then it is good for the business also. I think today we are looking for a crop which is domesticated, grown for the farmers, grown by the farmers for their own consumption. Today moving away as a commercial crop, which has to meet your need and my need, consumption needs. So this is what the transition that is happening. And we were very proud to report you that we envisaged sometime 12 years ago, and then we started a value chain around this thing. And so sir is also credited with coming up with 2012 some white paper submitted to Indian Agriculture Research Institute. And then, so this way, a lot of thinking has happened. Today, if it is coming as an international year of millets, it's not just started from there. But I'm sure that it has something to do with that. Now, if you want to see this, the heart of the matter is the millet nutrition. Today, after, why we should really bring back millets, which was forgotten. Now, you can see that all the blocks that are mentioned are the top 8, 9 rows speaks about all the different millets. Bottom 2 are wheat and rice. So you can just judge yourself where we stand when compared to wheat and rice. Now I just take one good example of calcium. 364 mg per every 100 grams. What does it mean? 3 glasses of milk compared to 1 glass of ragi, where the calcium has 1 glass in milk, while it is 2 glasses in case of milk. So that's the way it is very high. Even iron, zinc, dietary fiber, antioxidants, gluten-free, these are all the blessed virtues that you can see. So if you want to know that how much rice contains, 7.5 vis-a-vis that of 364 that contains in case of finger millet. Now, a lot of, if you, these are the, see, each millet has a different connotation. See, if you go for pearl millet, dietary fiber, finger millet, calcium, foxtail millet, thiamine, proso millet, protein, and little millet, high energy, kodo millet, folic acid, barnyard millet, zinc. So beautifully, if you mix all these multi millets, why do you want to really go for a supplements, nutrient supplements? So you please see that the health benefits that accrue. Now the recent corona has brought out these millets to the really center stage because it has the nutrients, and those are immune nutrients like iron, zinc, and all those. We were taking all those tablets. Do you remember? The vitamin C and all those things. You don't need to do that. It's naturally available in this millets and all those things. Now, whether it is diabetes with low glycemic index or non-alcoholic fatty liver disease, there is an eminent personality sitting there. Sometimes I feel very embarrassed to talk about all this. But I'm just making a mention about that with the cancer, heart diseases, lifestyle. Can any one grain caters to so many things? This is what it is. So especially he will be talking more about that. Now, if you want to see that what is the India's contribution to the millet promotion, you can see all the millets except proso millet and what do you call sorghum. There, most of the other things are more than 50% is produced in India. So we have percent share of each millets in the world is also given there. So we can see that sorghum more than 50%. Now this graph gives you a better picture about the global scenario. You would like to know that from globe where we stand, we produce about 20% of the total global production. And primarily it is of sorghum and bajra which is there. And it is fifth largest exporter also. Now very soon it has picked up, but it is primarily a commodity trading. Is a chamber of is a body of chamber and commerce. I don't need to much, but I have brought out something. But India stands number 1 in terms of the production. Now you want to see that how that red color shows that how the glory of the past of millets. So we used to grow about 35 million hectares, and now it is 15 million hectares. 20 million hectares lost, and you see the production it used to be about 15 million tons. Now today is about 17 to 20. It's hovering between those two things. Now the major responsible factor is the productivity. That is the research component. Despite this crop has been relegated to the poor marginal and poor soil and water environment, the productivity has been all the time growing up and up. Because of that, the production remains stable. So this is a positive sign. In case if the demand is going to be generated, there is a huge potential for us to increase and make export or make it available. Today it is in shortage. Let me tell you, 40% shortage. Now all the pearl millet, sorghum, finger millet, they're all grown in different states, but other crops have taken. Now you see, this is what millet scenario, area production and all those things. Rajasthan number 1, and then you go for Maharashtra. So Maharashtra used to be number 1 actually. So then it comes to the Karnataka and all those things. So because the sorghum has gone out of the plate, and I think we need to work on that very soon to catch up with the number 1 position. Because to me, after observing for 20 past years, Maharashtra could be a real global hub, because it is going to be a hub of India, but definitely it can also be that. And the type of entrepreneurship that takes place and all this. So Bajra cultivation, number 1, Rajasthan. If it's Jawar, it is Maharashtra. Number 1, Ragi, it is in Karnataka. Small millets like Madhya Pradesh, Chhattisgarh and Uttarakhand. And so there are several reasons that which has gone to. I don't want to get into that, but one of the main reasons apart from the policy factors is it was highly inconvenient in consuming it. Jawar, you know that jawar, what you call bakri? So to make that, it's so difficult. Today's context, wife and husband are working together and they don't have so much of time. It doesn't have gluten in it, so you need to add hot water to that, make it more pliable, and then only through that hydrothermal treatment that what we give, it becomes the gelatinization of starch happens, and then that's the reason that we are able to make it as a chapati roll, as a chapati. That too with the hands, highly inconvenient. Drudgery, women drudgery and all these things. And so that is what is one important factor that we need to do that, and awareness about it is also very important. So millet scenario in Maharashtra, if you want to know that, 40% in the country it is produced Jawarka. Second largest producer of millets, 3.1, I told you that. And about ragi also occupies that. So it is continuously decreasing, that blue curve, you can see that. So there should be something should be done. So we need to do that. And I think with the new paradigm shift that we are promoting this millet, with the millet mission in place, I think we are going to bring in the enhanced institutional capacity to support this agriculture transformation. Second, enterprise growth and expanding market access to this. That's a very major thing. We see in millets, it is not the supply is not an issue, it's the demand is the issue. Number of mouths those are consuming is come down, and primarily because of the inconvenience. So the processing becomes a very vital keg in the entire value chain, apart from integrating with the nutrition. So in today's context, agriculture, nutrition, processing, entrepreneurship development, all must be integrated seamlessly. So that's what our thing. Domestic consumption has come down, but the recent trends after 2014 and all those things, you can see how the consumption in various cities has grown up. And you will regularly see people say one or more times in a week, 53% of Mumbaians, they are having it. So that's information to you. And moderate at about at least once in a month, about 17% are eating. So again, Maharashtra is the number one consumer. Household consumption data also shows that Maharashtra is number one compared to the average of 14 kgs or so. So there is a lot of startups who are coming up now. We see, I just represent NutriHub, which is that commercial facade of Indian Institute of Millet Research. We have built about 300 startups we are incubating, and 500 startups we are trying to give them technical help and all this. Can you imagine that these are all millet based? I'm not talking about something else. It's a feast for me to see over a period of time how the business developed around these things. And you can see that there are some of the startups are mentioned here who are part of this particular Maharashtra. And I just want to take that in 2007-8, we have started building up a value chain around this thing. Try to bring all the stakeholders, integrate them, and try to. So this has become a model now today where we are scaling up and trying to make a sense. See this. Now today we are technology ready, primarily because when Government of India is trying to promote that and take it to global, we are now technology ready. Had this effort would not have been there, things would have been very difficult, because still we would have been in a state where making jawar bakri only, not beyond that. Now today the situation is so different that we envisaged how to bring all the stakeholders together and take things forward and create a value at every component side. See, for example, you can see that backward linkages that which we built around with the help of ITC and created some commercial color to this cultivation, farm gate value addition, then nutritional evaluation. हवा में नहीं बोल सकते हम, clinical evidence of the data that they are good for whether diabetes or all this. We have generated some data, and the machinery was zero at that time. Now today we have built up not only the lab scale, pilot scale, and also commercial scale, and diversify the lot of ready to eat, ready to cook processing technologies in place. Now today's context, everything is available that is made from millets in comparison without rice and wheat, minus without gluten. So this is what the challenge we took up, and we brought out, we have taken up, went out of box and built the machinery around that. And the entrepreneurship development. See, because ultimately it is all, once you make technologies and you will have to promote, we went out, we built up a brand, first brand called Eat Right, and then so we saw that how we can pilot them, and it was an instant success, and we brought out the branded packaging and all those things with the help of ITC, and really it was a pilot scale, was a wonderful thing, journey for all of us. And the greatest thing has come out in 2017 when we want to bring a last mile connectivity to the consumers. So that this is a very vital thing. All the technologies are normally restricted to the four walls of that, but as an institute, we have taken them out. It's a learning exercise, evolving, and then we also sensitize the policymakers. In 2014-12, there was first millet promotion program. A lot of learnings happened during that, but after the national millet mission, and then now today international millet mission, we are back behind the policymakers to do that. Perhaps you may not see our face, all the policy papers or position papers and then technical information. Today, if many brand ambassadors, various countries are being wired up, we are providing all that. What is popularization programs was is a tremendous effort that which we could bring out and all. So there is a lot of value addition that we try to specify foods, disease specific foods, low glycemic foods, micronutrient deficiency, addressing that, and make it employment income and bringing about fortification, that is, which is very important today. Buy products with health benefits, novel products with extension. These are very important for us because how we can correct that, because we have a scope for us to build up. Any processing technology takes loss of sometimes or gain of some nutrients. So we have enlisted all the processing technologies to try to see what is increasing, what is decreasing, so that the scientific base was built upon the processing. Otherwise, garbage in, garbage out comes. We don't want to do that because this institute, we would like to take the things and all. So the processing machinery, processing losses, product development, taste is one important thing. Many of you might be also hesitating, at least Maharashtra ठीक है, आप कहीं और नॉर्थ इंडिया गए तो पहले टेस्ट के बारे में पूछते हैं, तो उसको टेस्ट वहाँ तक लाना, how the ingredient mix. Now we are working with the Indian Federation of Chefs Associations also. So that because Indian Culinary and Federation of Culinary Association, where the real taste can also be brought out, the ingredient mix which we can work and make it more. One of the major challenges is the shelf life. We are worked on that and improved up to 6 months. Now further we are going further, and the recipe development. I just go through that, the major, minor millets. A small difference between both the things is major millets, even including ragi, all are three naked thing. But foxtail, little and all are covered with the cellulosic husk, which is inedible when one has to take out that. That is the biggest problem in small millets. So we are working on that, and pre-processing, primary processing, secondary processing, try to bring all the diversified processing. And initially pre-processing is pre-cleaning, drying and storing, while storage of the primary processed include moisture, infestation, lipase actor. These are all technical things which we have addressed to certain extent. Still the challenges are there, and we will be able to do that with the help of other things. This is just a typical primary processing flow chart, but then the challenge is because the size is very small, test weight, all these are very important to really process a very small 1 mm diameter and all those things, how to really you can go for it and all. So traditional milling process, we have set the things, pearling or polishing, how we can do that. We don't want to take it to the level of rice again. So we have come out with the degree of polishing. What is the level of polishing that you want? Because in the absence of grades and standards, may people go for indiscriminate polishing and make another rice from millets. I think we don't want that should be done. So the technical knowledge has to be made available. Secondary processing, whether it's a breaking, baking, flaking, extrusion, puffing and fermentation, all these are all very sensitive. Now we have brought out all Indian recipes, traditional recipes, which are made otherwise with the rice, wheat and all those things. And so beautifully made, and now today they are available on our website, Indian Institute of Millet Research. And you can also see that ICDS and midday meal scheme, where Anganwadi schemes also we have built out the recipes for. Now the future is beer to biryani. Something you can make beer out of sorghum. I hope, how many of you know about this? Sab Miller of Africa, they are doing it. So noodles to nachos, diverse range of millet value added products. Now the technologies are available. Startups and the industry, that they must be coming forward. So the machinery which was zero, now this is our basic strength. The best facility that is created at Common Facility Center in Hyderabad for startups. This is a state-of-art technology because such machinery is not available anywhere in the world at a single place. So I think startups are using it for this, for their production for 1 year, and then we have a next batch and all those things. All 10 processing, our technology repository is 70 plus commercialized technology. NutriHub, technology business incubator. This has made lot of news. It up to the Prime Minister's office. We had a lot of impact on the 300 plus startups. We are doing it, and we have disbursed a grant in aid to them, 7.5 crore worth of money, about 70 startups we have given, and lot of direct jobs are created with startups. We 360-degree support that which we provide for them, not only technology, training, mentoring, also some sort of a financial facilitation, also connecting with the VCs also. Some of them have got, you heard of Tata Soulful. Soulful was our own child, and graduated to such an extent the acquisition took place, and now today they are merged. Similarly, many others are going to come up. There are some difficulties for others also. We offer two important training programs, Nest and Engrain. Nest is for somebody has an idea of commercialization, they come and we nurture them with 5 lakh support. And Engrain is a seed support funding up to 25 lakhs of worth of grant in aid will be provided to them. There is a process protocol. We have many other things, cooking with millets, because many women do not know how to cook with millets. It's not gluten free, no. So we conduct some lot of sessions, both online and as well customized programs, and try to bring awareness to the some of the pictures, the critical combination of our facilities and strong linkages with the stakeholders. So our startups, so beautifully, some of them from IITs, business schools, NRIs, women about 30%, and the latest technology repository, some of them have gone to the plant-based meats. Plant-based, you must be knowing it. So our partners are state governments, various, our Maharashtra Shashan BA, isme. Then industry partners. Recently we have signed an MOU with Nestle, PepsiCo, Marico, then Marico man is here only. So this way we conduct with ITC and Britannia, we are working for quite some time. So now there is a lot of interest. That what I saw is that about 10 years we see beautiful thing, but I think we are building linkages with the startups and the backward linkages with that. So millet trade, how it is, some of the things that are happening around, just I have put there. But value added products and sectors in the middle, Jawar, it is about, that we are FMCG products are coming up quite good. But ragi is one of the most favorite of all the 3 major grains. So utilization is going to change. I think now it's about 12 to 12%, 10 to 12%. It's going to be in 2030 about 20% value added compared to the direct consumption. So the growth is happening. India's country-wise export 5th, 3% CAGR, and we are able to, I think more value addition has to get into this and try to concentrate on those importing countries so that we may also get into that. Out of which Gujarat is #1 exporter. Country-wise share we have come out. With APIDA we are working so that intensively how we can take it to the globe, especially in the potential export of Indian markets, whether it is bajra, ragi, so this data is there. Perhaps some of you can use which are the major projects with the things. So the major policy efforts were 2012 INSIM program, 2013 NFSM, it is subsumed, and 2017 Niti Aayog strengthened this program, and 2018 National Year of Millets, and 21 they have declared as that International Year of Millets for 23. Now we are in that 23 regime. There are a lot of state governments. Earlier, first program, state governments have not owned. Today, it is there is a Odisha Millet Mission, Maharashtra Millet Mission, Chhattisgarh Millet Mission, Telangana Millet Mission, and the list goes on like that. We have signed an MOU and we traded. So that is the announcement made by the Finance Minister in the budget that Indian Institute of Millet Research has to cater as a global center of excellence. And millets in Maharashtra, that's I have told you, Chhattisgarh, and then we are technically backstopping all this. So various states efforts are there. Now 2015 was soils, One Health soil card. 2016 was a pulses, about we could see achieve so much thing. In 2023 is International Year of Millets, and lot of awareness is 20 government departments are roped in. Ministry of Consumer Affairs, Ministry of External Affairs, Ministry of finance ministry of for food processing. Yes, I am just. I say another 2 minutes, sir. These are some of the pictures. Perhaps you may not be knowing, so I thought I should bring it to your notice, and how that is happening in Delhi across trying to brand ambassadors and other things. Now, this is the important slide. So the way forward is, so sir, you have put that mandate to us. I think you can go in detail, but one is that when it comes to production, area expansion has to be. Earlier we thought it is a supply product, but now the awareness has gone, so the productivity is shortage. So area expansion through crop diversification, enhancing productivity, biofortification, seed hubs, nutrient profiling, mapping of areas, and the list goes, especially FPOs, because here the collectivization is very important because the small farmers. Now the second one is about the consumption. Awareness programs must continue on a sustainable basis. Clinical evidences must be much more scaled up. Regulatory issues must be coming up, grades of standards, palatability versus nutrition. And the third one is about the processing. You need to upscale the value addition processes and also exchange, transfer of technology to the other countries, efficient milling and nutritional retention, integrated processing, extending shelf life, packaging solutions, and increasing convenience, and also methods of reducing cooking time and novel product development. And the commercialization, it comes, the community involvement takes that mainstreaming of millets, startup acceleration, industry participation, linkages of farmers with the industry, so that until and the farmers get more profits than what they are getting, your cultivation is not going to increase. So because the production and consumption markets are disconnected still, there is a private investment has to go into that, and global participation. The policy measures, incentivization of millet cultivation, subsidiary primary processing machinery, and increased R&D investment to be a global leader in science and technology. So this subject is very close to my heart, so I'm just taking 1 minute again, sir. And mainstreaming in public funded programs, Bandari Saab, and we are working very intensely with various countries, various state governments to include and take the goodness of millets to the most vulnerable groups like SAM and MAM children, midday meal, ICDS, South-South cooperation, transfer of technologies and knowledge, sustainable promotional and awareness campaigning, and startups support government. So summarized, wrote up 7 sutras, creation of additional demand for that. As I said, summarizing, incentivization for the farmers, and strengthening the seed chain and propagate biofortified millets, mainstreaming millets in public distribution system, a regional approach, new generation health value added products, doubling investment in R&D of millets, addressing shelf life and processing, awareness creation and markets through FPO startups and industry and exporters. So we are positioning India as a global leader. Thank you very much. I take this pleasure in saying that eat millets and stay healthy. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Dayakar Rao, for this wonderful presentation. You have actually given us a helicopter view of what this sector is all about. And in your policy recommendation, one of the bullet points was mainstreaming millets. Before I invite Dr. Bhandari, I want to take 2 minutes to mention that in 2012, the Government of India called me, ICAR, through the Indian Agriculture Research Institute, and requested me to write a white paper on the same topic, mainstreaming coarse cereals through publicly funded welfare programs. And in September 2012, I wrote that white paper. 12th October 2012, the white paper was released by the then Minister for Child and Women and Child Development in Delhi. Photo bhi to aa gaya tha agla din paper mein. I was there on the stage. I just want to share excerpts from the minutes of that seminar. And I find it quite interesting because the seeds of what's happening now were sown actually in 2012. Okay, I just want to talk about the extracts. The theme of that conference in October 2012 was national consultation on improving food and nutrition security by mainstreaming coarse grains through publicly funded welfare programs. I've actually extracted this from the minutes of that meeting which I participated and the white paper that I authored. Okay, and therefore the extract from the seminar, let me just mention. G. Chandrasekhar, Associate Editor, The Hindu Business Line, presented the highlights of the white paper. Okay, he said there's a need to make production of coarse grains remunerative for growers and fashionable for consumers. Okay, and these are all the thoughts that are now being implemented. Coarse cereals have multiple uses or applications as food, as feed, as fodder, as fuel, and as ferment. Fuel is biofuel, and ferment is liquor. Okay, and therefore 5F. That's the kind of application. There are not many crops with so much varied utility. Market exists for each one of the applications. Core cereals are well positioned to meet the challenges of water shortage and climate change. And remember, we're all talking about climate change now, but that was a thought even present 10 or 12 years ago. The tag of inferior crops that unfortunately got attached to core cereals is unwarranted and undeserved. In fact, core cereals are anything but coarse. Okay? They have been known for the rich nutrient content and drought resistant nature. They are ideal candidates for dry land agriculture. I think this is the extract from the minute. Then I've given a series of the guiding principles, implementation strategies, action plan, etc. But anyway, let's not go into that. But now we have a very eminent person, Dr. Raj Bhandari, to talk to us about the nutritional aspects and health aspects of millets. And if there is time, then of course I'll take 2 more minutes to share my thoughts with you after Dr. Venkatraman has spoken. Now I think it's Dr. Bhandari's turn. Sir. And let me mention, the intention is to, yes, sir, conclude this session at 1:15 or even 1:20 maybe, have a 40-minute lunch break and start the next session at 2 o'clock. Come. Dr. Bhandari.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. So, thank you, Chairperson. It's a privilege to be here to speak about Shray Anna. He told me that this is Shray Anna. Anna is the Annapurna is the goddess of food, and we have dedicated this name to her. So, by virtue of millets being the super grain or the smart food, I would say that I would want this to be a food of the masses, the aspirational food. Yeah, this classification, the rich people's food or the poor people's food, doesn't hold true because it has to be an aspirational food. I would dwell on the functional properties of millets. Well, functional means something where there is a bioactive component of millet which confers a health benefit. And since I am a medical practitioner, I find that the use of millets is not an option, it is an imperative. You see, what has happened after 1960s is that we have had a cascading effect in the rise of diabetes, hypertension, dyslipidemia, and cardiovascular diseases, anxiety, depression, cancers, you name it. And there is a group of scientists who gathered in Seattle, and they found the crux of the matter was that half of the population living on this planet is malnourished. Now you would wonder, I mean, such a big number, but that the image of malnutrition is right from wasting, stunting, micronutrient deficiency, and all these non-communicable diet-related diseases, diabetes, hypertension, they're all related with nutrition, and that is one of the top risk factors. So, Abhi, if you look at what did our ancestors eat, I mean, millets has been there for more than 10,000 years and even beyond. So they were tall, they were strong, they were sturdy. But now we have a population, children who are born small, thin, and wasted and stunted. With stunted children, we would have stunted economy. The cognitive
and the productivity would fall. So I consider that as an important thing. Uh, One thing that Dayakar, while he ran us through this super express, they are also making express foods. Apart from that, the role of fiber, uh, you know, uh, millets are rich in fiber, and you would want to know what fiber is. Fiber is both soluble and insoluble, and the National Institute of Nutrition refers to something like 25 to 40 grams of fiber that you should consume every day. Now, why fiber is important is because we have insulin resistance, and at the same time we have fatty liver. For both these things, the millets are very richly endowed with fiber, and because they are whole grains and therefore they must be consumed. Then you look at the colors of millet. I call them the colors of health. These colors are attributed due to the phytonutrients and polyphenols. These are the bioactive components which give us the health benefit. So if you are eating these as whole grains, certainly you will get all these antioxidants and other therapeutic. More than food and nutrition, I consider millets as therapeutic. They have a health benefit to this. You see, the basic tenet of nutrition is that multiple nutrients should come from every food, and every nutrient should come from multiple foods. So, unless and until we have a dietary diversity, what we are lacking is that we are eating only one type of grain, and therefore, to build up that cereal diversity, add millets to your cereal content, and NIN says that 90 gram of millets could be added in a daily intake of 270 grams of cereal. That is the average. So that could come from millets. We have the National Food Security Mission, and we are looking at renaming it as National Food and Nutrition Security Mission, because that would give us a greater impact on the nutritional aspect. Uh, I I would at this point in time just name a few before I conclude. Name a few programs that the government is running. There is a Portion 2.0 program which envisages both nutrition specific and nutrition sensitive interventions, and these are provided at Anganwadi services and also for Sabla, that is the adolescents and all. So in this holistic program, we do not consider agriculture in a silo. That siloed approach has gone. There is an intersection between agriculture, nutrition, health, water, sanitation, and all that. So it is important that we acknowledge this intersection and that all of us work together. We have the ODOP, that is the one district, one product. We have Bharatiya Poshan Krishi Kosh, which is developed by the Ministry of Women and Child Development, where you have agroclimatic zones where different types of millets are grown. So that compendium is also being developed. And we also have the Poshan Gyan portal by Niti Aayog, where 14 thematics are there. And amongst that, millets is also one of that thematic. So for Atmanirbhar Bharat, it is important that we have a program where we are able to grow locally, process locally, and consume locally. But because what we've seen is that the humanitarian crisis is, the world is, has just witnessed COVID. The Honorable Minister and all, they said climate change is real. And then there is conflict, Ukrainian. So We don't need big, longer and labyrinthine supply chains. We need shorter supply chains. And I would be failing in my duty if I do not acknowledge the presence of Ms. Kajal, who is the president of Rotary Club, where I had the opportunity to deliver a talk. So the social sector has to come together. Vinay Iyer is from the Action Against Hunger, the CEO, where the NGOs and they are working for malnourished children. And we have, the icon Rishabh Nanda from Hamla. Hamla is the Navy where they have, for Jawans, we have introduced millets in their central procurement system. So they are the icon, we consider them as brand ambassadors. So I particularly invited him for this thing. And Maneka, who basically represents the pure good water. So thank you for your patient listening, and we will certainly take up any issues that you wish to discuss. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Saab, for sharing your knowledge, your thoughts about how millets are nutritious and how they can advance our nutrition security. Thank you very much. I'll now invite Dr. Venkatram to share his thoughts. And after this, we'll open up the floor for a Q&A, maybe 5 to 7 minutes. Yeah.
Good afternoon to Chandrasekhar ji, Dr. Dayakar Rao, and Dr. Raj Bhandari. Distinguished guests of the stage, I can see Goyal Saab here, Cotton Guru ke Mr. Dang, and industry colleagues, and ladies and gentlemen. Thanks a lot to IMC for this opportunity, and it is very heartening to note that the humble millets is being discussed in a large conference like this. In my last 2 decades of experience, I have not seen a conferences where millet is being discussed. Of course, technically in the ICR system, we all participate in the varietal release and other technical discussions. The reason why I'm saying is Dr. Raj Bhandari used a word called inferior. In fact, I would actually provoke it a little bit. In Africa, when I used to travel, these crops are actually called as orphan crops. Unfortunate it is. So all these crops are now gaining a lot of confidence, and definitely I think the Government of India initiative and the respective state governments, participation, where I could see this International Year of Millet and everybody talking about millets, even in a passport office where I went to renew my passport. एक बड़ा वाला poster लगा हुआ है, International Year of Millet है, millets के बारे में, all the hotels and all. So I think the first step has at least been taken now. So now where is the problem? It's the best one. It has got all the nutrition, productivity in millets for us. I mean, if I look at the whole family of millets, but definitely, pearl millet and then sorghum and then of course ragi, we are actually slightly above the global average. Most of the conferences like this, we always discuss that, our productivity is less and these are the interventions. So that problem is also resolved. Productivity is not actually an issue. It is definitely a crop which is very climate resilient, and enough has been talked about it. Enough has been talked about the nutritional aspect of it. So where is the problem? The acreages have come down significantly is a fact which Dr. Dayakar Rao has shared, both in pearl millet and sorghum, and definitely in ragi. And some of the estimates, but I just wanted to, I have a small contradiction in what you said. The forward estimates are that the ragi and sorghum, we will also see a shortage compared to the pearl millet. The consumption, the supply versus the demand. Whereas in pearl millet, I think the demand is good. Because it is only in pearl millet where the productivity enhancement has compensated for the absolute production in, whatever lakh tons or million tons, but the other two crops, it could not actually compensate. So somewhere down the line, the millets have lost to the rice and the wheat for whatever reasons can be. So I will just give you a private sector perspective. I've been in this sector for probably more than 2 decades, worked with the best-in-class millet companies, which are the most popular brands. What is Pioneer, the Monsantos, and today I'm working in Seedworks for the past 7 years. So the issue which we is a challenge is it is not about technology because that problem is resolved. And unlike some of the other crops like cotton and corn, it is not a very technology intensive crop where you would require cutting edge technologies like gene editings or biotech and stuff like that. It's a very humble crop. Productivity is good. Problem is in penetration. Penetration of the seed to the farmers, the good quality seeds, and the incentive to the farmers to grow this crop is just not there. When it competes with a crop like a cotton on one side in Maharashtra, or probably in some other crops in Rajasthan and all, it actually loses. The reason is, despite all the good things which we have spoken about millet, the farmer says, what is the value for me in this? Where is the cost benefit if I do? I get, yes, it is good. So it got relegated to all those tough, areas where, the farmers are growing this crop because they don't have alternatives. Let us be very, very candid about that. Large parts of Rajasthan, parts of Madhya Pradesh, Western UP, parts of Vidarbha in Maharashtra, the farmers are growing this crop not because of the love they have, so that the urban masses can feel very happy about consuming a crop which is nutrition. They are saying we are just growing because we don't have an alternative. So that is where we have to resolve this issue. Now, there are some suggestions which are being made that whether you can bring it to the public distribution system, whether an MSP can be enforced, whether, the farmers will find it very, very remunerative to grow the crop and make it as a crop of their choice. Most of these, when we discuss in the conferences, theoretically, they all look good. It's a similar kind of a struggle we are also facing in oil seeds, and we are continuing to face that. So I think it is time now to look at farmer at the center and how do we make this remunerative and inspirational or an aspirational for the farmers to grow. Even in parts of Rajasthan, I can tell you, Sikar, Junjunu and all, the penetration of a good quality seeds is very less. Farmer just throws a seed and then he comes back after 90 days. Chalo, kuch to ho jayega zameen mein. So that is one big issue which hopefully with all those initiatives which are now being talked about, if the value chain is really, developing and if there is a good value to the farmers, I think the farmers should be encouraged. And I'm talking about the big three millets, the sorghums, the pearl millets and the ragi. I'm not talking about the bunch of the other millets which are largely, very, very fragmented and kind of a cultivation where the farmer would grow it just as one more crop. There are definitely a lot of startups. You would find multiple millets in the urban cities than what they are in the rural, but until unless, as even Dr. Dayakar Rao and Mr. Chandrasekhar has alluded, if you don't make it as a mass consumption, it will only get relegated to conferences where we will discuss all the good things about millet, but then still will struggle that how do we go. So I would say farmer, how do we make it remunerative to the farmer? How do we actually encourage him to grow millets? Not by all this, but definitely show him the money and tell him that there is a market waiting for you. I'll tell you the ICR and the IMR systems, we have fortified millets of zinc and iron. We have it in our company. Farmer says, मैं क्या करूँगा, उसका तो कोई वैल्यू थोड़ी ज़्यादा दे रहा है, बाजरा का दान तो मुझे बाजरा का ही मिलता है, मैं उसको बोल दूँ सर fortified with zinc and iron. So I think this is the big one. Second one, which is from a private sector perspective, there are very few companies now which are left in these crops who are actually doing a serious research. Some have vacated this space, largely because in a large company, among the many choices which you make, obviously, resource allocation is one way to drive it. So they have exited. The moment those companies exited, the research has also actually grown. I mean, sorghum is a classic case, while there is one. So the second one is the private sector or the public sector for that matter, but definitely for private sector also, it has to be, it is a good profitable crop from a business point of view, I can tell you. It's a good crop. It's actually, better than cotton and corn where you put in a lot of efforts and then you don't know where you get in. So, yeah, but it's a nice crop in terms of margins and all. But again, I don't see a huge interest in the private sector in participating. There are very few companies who are left it. So I think if these two issues can get resolved with all the good things which is there, unlike in the other crops where we are struggling that किसी में technology नहीं है, किसी में कुछ और challenge है, किसी में here the only challenge is make this crop aspirational to the farmers. The private sector industry is willing to invest. We have invested, we will continue to invest. And can we expand this into the other small millets and how do we actually make it remunerative? Because we don't participate in the bunch of the other millets because there is no IP, there is no, it's a pretty unorganized and a very, very fragmented kind of a market. So I think because I don't want to repeat all that which the esteemed panelists have talked about. So these are the two issues which I'm actually leaving it on the table. And definitely, I can tell from the private sector industry, we are very excited to be part of this. And we see a huge visibility now from what we would have been seeing in the earlier one. And together, I think let us really make it as a mass crop where people take pride in consuming this as a part of their food and not relegated to, the few urban places or, it has now become an exotic food. Acha, hum bhi bajra kha rahe hain, which is a normal food for many of the people who have been there in the hinterlands. So thank you so much, but I would be open for more, questions. Yeah, I think I could.
Thank you, Dr. Venkatram, for this very candid speech and your presentation. Very clearly, we should look at the history. Millets were certainly the staple diet of a very large part of India until probably 1930, 1940, even 1950. Then we faced very serious food security issue, drought, war, etc., etc. And then we had what is called ship-to-mouth existence. We had to import wheat, we had to import rice, PL 480 and all that. I'm sure the younger generation may not even know these words. And therefore, that time our focus turned to rice and wheat cultivation, virtually grain monocropping, rice, wheat, rice, wheat, rice, wheat cycle in Punjab, Haryana, and a few other places. Coarse cereals, coarse grains, millets actually receded into the background. That was very tragic. And now there is an attempt to revive coarse cereals, primarily because of their nutritional value. India's nutrition status leaves much to be desired. Therefore, if we have to advance nutrition security, we need to mainstream coarse cereals. And that was the theme of my white paper that I wrote for the government 10 years ago, 11 years ago, in 2012. One of the telling statements in the action plan that I brought out was that we need to evolve a communication plan, a national communication plan with regionally differentiated approach to make production and consumption of millets or coarse cereals fashionable. Millets became inferior crops as compared with what are called fine cereals, rice and wheat. But they are not inferior in any manner. In fact, they are more nutritious than rice and wheat. And therefore, we need to now bring back the glory of millets and make them, consumption of millets should be made more fashionable. In fact, production of millets also should be made fashionable for the farmer. But why should the farmer grow unless he is assured of a remunerative price? And that is exactly where policy support comes in. It devolves on the states and the state governments to ensure that there is a strong, robust procurement system for coarse grains. And therefore, that will assure the farmer that there is a ready market available for it. Quite apart from that, private sector is making investment. If you saw today's Times of India, there is a story on millets, how large corporates have entered. You have Britannia, you have ITC, you have Nestle, they're all into millets now. And therefore, they see value. The private sector will not enter any business if it does not see value. Probably they now perceive value and they are investing. And the rationale for investment is a very poor nutrition status of this country. I think we've got to admit. And therefore, this is, and that's the message which Dr. Bhandari gave us, that this is a crop that will advance our nutrition security. And therefore, I think we need to look at it a lot more closely. I'm sure more companies, more corporates will come into this sector. We have to also make the food appealing. I go to ICRISAT and I eat in their canteen in Hyderabad, in Patanjeru, isn't that place? and it is quite nutritious, quite tasty. But it should also be visually appealing. And I'm sure corporates are working on not only making these millet-based foods more palatable, but also more visually appealing and appetizing. Therefore, I think investments are taking place there. Uh, I have a lot more to speak, but I'm afraid we are racing against time. 2 minutes, this panel, elite panel, can take 2 questions from the audience. Yes, okay, one for Manish and one that charming lady. Yeah, come, Manish. Yeah. No, so you carry on. Go ahead. Arey, who's there? I need somebody.
First of all, I must congratulate IMC and this elite panel. Every one of you was very, very clear in the thoughts that you put forth, and the thought behind the thought was why millets and what difference can millets make to our economy, to our farmers, to our health, and to our nation on the whole. One suggestion, this MMM, Maharashtra Millet Mission, can now be named Maharashtra Millet Marketing Mission. Can 3M
Absolutely,
converted to 4M. And the question is, all of you can take it, any one of you can take it. One thing that the government and the private sector needs to do to create an orderly economy in millets. It has to be balance of supply and demand all the time. I'm speaking on behalf of the farmers. It's easier said than done. Cotton being promoted at one point that kuch mat ugao, sirf cotton ugao. And when you grow too much of cotton, then gone. Tuvar dal, 3 years back is an example, 200 rupees per kg. Kuch mat ugao, tuvar dal ugao. And when all of us started growing tuvar dal, 60 rupees.
Taken very clearly. My sense, I'm sure they have their views. We need to identify farmer-producer organizations that are focused on millets and connect them with corporates that use these millets for their products. And that possibly IMC can take the lead. Or anyone within the system can take the lead. That's the only way. You have producers, you have industries that use that production or that produce as raw material. Therefore, if we are able to bring them together, connect them, I'm sure it's going to be win-win for both producers and the industry that uses. I think let's take that forward. Next question, please. Yeah, sure, please.
There are two things.
Go ahead.
One is the industrial usage of millet has also not been exploited fully in India. Like he was talking about, the brewery industry. Parts of Rajasthan and all, you see, millets getting channelized. But there, that is. The second one is, Dr. Dayakar Rao has already spoken about it. It actually is, meeting some of our SDG goals. And if it is an ESG this thing, the farmer should be incentivized because there are bonuses for water, biodiversity, climate, some bit of credits to the farmers to incentivize it so that it is, these are.
One of the reasons.
Therefore, increase in production and increase in demand should go together. They must grow together. Otherwise, there will be always a mismatch.
Sir, I think one important point, recently we had MOUs with 4 big companies. So they come up with an agenda that carbon footprints. The new thing that is coming is carbon footprints. And you have 0 carbon footprints, neutral carbon footprint. So I think these are the new things that are coming up favoring that. But one need to give some time. You have neglected these crops for over 6 decades, and suddenly overnight anything to happen perhaps is too much, but it's evolving. And I think, as he said, farmers producer organization coming together, having the collective bargaining capacity and value addition at the farm gate can take things a long way, because they have never seen money in millet cultivation. Now these are the initial stages they are looking into that. So there's a lot of responsibility on the rest of the people, government. State governments are taking up this incentivization, but it has to be more pronounced.
Okay. I'll bring attention of the industry to the demand creation. You see, earlier we had food is thy medicine. This was, way back when Hippocrates said. But not all food is thy medicine. Food can be bad, for lack of a better word, than poison. We have the ultra processed foods, which has caused so much of havoc. And with ultra processed, I mean food which has, additives, high salt, high fat, high sugar, which have led to a cascade of non-communicable diseases. Trans fat cannot be converted into energy because it will then be stored in our body. So unless and until we generate awareness amongst the people as to what is real food, and we minimally process millets and not make it, like what has happened by what has been done by the industry in terms of getting these ultra processed foods sold in the market and consumed by people, because there would be a lot of healthcare cost saving if we are to make good nutritious food out of millets. So that is the point which our industry partners should consider, and I think they are moving in that direction. Sugar pay, there is in UK and Brazil, there is a 10% sugar tax. So high sugar means it has to be taxed. And similarly, the Bornvita crisis which emerged, 50% of sugar, 50% of sugar in Bornvita. Now, those are things, and you call them immunogenic and healthy and nutritious. So I think we have to learn by all that.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Zah. Point well taken. Thank you very much. We are now coming to the end of this session. There is a surprise for you. Dayakar, come. Oh, you have one question? Okay. Very quickly, please. Come to the front if you don't mind.
Firstly, thank you so much for giving the opportunity, and it was a insightful session. I actually have two questions. I am from the Somaya Vidyavihar University. So my first question would be, like, as we discussed that millet is a very great alternative because it is resistant to drought and it can tolerate high temperatures. However, it is a glycophyte which is not very, it's not, the saline condition is not very favorable, and the farmers of Maharashtra and Karnataka and in India in future will face a problem of soil salinity. So are there any particular varieties that can be grown in saline soils? And if not, like, how are we strategizing to combat this problem?
Yeah. One second. In my view, this question will demand a fairly lengthy answer. It will take time. Would you like to engage with Dr. Dayakar Rao during lunch break? If you don't mind?
Sure.
But I truly appreciate your enthusiasm. It's a very valid question, yes. But please engage with him one-to-one. We have also other experts, Dr. Venkatram and Dr. Bhandari. Please.
Sure. So just one more short question a faculty had.
Okay, all right.
Thank you so much, sir. Very good afternoon to all the dignitaries on the dais. I am Tejal Bolekar from the SK Somaya College, Department of Nutraceuticals. We have been talking about the benefits of millet all over. My question is about the anti-nutrients which millets has. There are a lot of anti-nutrients like phytic acid, oxalate, which can be reduced by food processing, like if we simply do the fermentation, then only it can be simply reduced. So can you please enlighten on that issue a little bit?
Would you please again engage with him, please? We have 35 minutes now for lunch time. Thank you very much. No, I think I need to close this. But there is a surprise there. Please come.
I'm very happy that this session has really been a very pulsating experience for all of us. But to conclude this session, I think the real tagline is that what he mentioned as a surprise is, shall we all stand up and take an oath for millets? I want to clarify, nutrition science says that you need to diversify diet. I'm not asking you to replace millets with entire rice or wheat, what you are having. We are only trying to see that the millet should have a legitimate place, as Dr. Bhandari said. out of 270 grams, I think one third of 90 grams as prescribed by NIN. I think we'll make an effort to do that. So we all, with your kind permission, will take note. Shall we stretch our... So let us stretch our right hand. I'll say let's millet, and let us all repeat that. And later, I think the oath completes. Let's millet. Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you very much. We have now come to the end of this session, and now over to Selvi.
Thank you. Thank you for that wonderful session. May I request Mr. Anand Singhania to present a memento to Dr. Dayakar Rao B. As a token of our appreciation and gratitude. May I now request Mr. Samir Somaya to present a memento to Dr. Raj Bhandari as a token of our appreciation and gratitude. Please stand for the photo also. May I request Mr. G. Chandrasekhar to present a memento to Dr. Venkatram Vasantavada as a token of our appreciation and gratitude. Everybody please stand for one photo, one group photo. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, we now break for lunch. Kindly note that lunch is being served at I call upon Mr. Rajendra Barwale, Chairman, Maiko Private Limited, Director General, Federation of Seed Industries of India, FSII, Mr. Prashant Wani, Crop Manager, Cotton UPL Limited, Mr. Manish Daga, MD, Cotton Guru, and the session moderator, Dr. Sudhir Kumar Goel, freelance consultant, former additional chief secretary, agriculture and marketing, Government of Maharashtra, to join this elite panel and take it forward. Thank you, sirs. May I now request our keynote speaker, Ms. Roop Rashi, Textile Commissioner, Ministry of Textiles, who have taken her time out from the busy schedule to grace this conference and kindly present her address. Over to you, Ms. Rashi.
Thank you, Selvi. I guess one is not really pushing people to come back to dais while they are still finishing their lunch. Okay. Good afternoon, everybody. It's a matter of privilege for me to be with all of you today and under the esteemed company of Dr. Sudhir Kumar Goel, Shri Prashant Wani, Mr. Agma, and my dear friend Manish for this very, very important session on sustainable growth in Indian cotton. As I understand, this conference is looking at across various crops and primarily focus is in Maharashtra. But considering that my role as part of Ministry of Textiles, Government of India, as Textile Commissioner, and considering that cotton remains a subject of the Ministry of Textiles in the rules of business, I would rather like to look at a holistic picture, and I'm sure there we expect Maharashtra. Maharashtra is already a leader in some parts, but I would like to give an overall framework before we come to the specific initiatives that we are taking, and wherein we can look for some kind of partnerships or some kind of initiatives. And I would definitely look forward to the inputs from all our seniors here so that we can have interventions enabling us to retain cotton as the pride, at its place of pride in terms of our fiber, because all of us know that in terms of acreage we have 40% of the whole world, but in terms of productivity or in terms of contribution, unfortunately latest data suggests we contribute only 21%, which has even slided down from 25 to 21. Now that is something which is a cause of concern. As Ministry of Textile and Ministry of Agriculture has joined hands, and I believe in the way there is a horizontal integration at the central level, we should have a lot of vertical integration between the policies, perspectives, practices, trade policies, etc., so that we can get the best out of this, what we call the most important golden fiber for which sustains our textile industry as a whole. Few things which may seem repetition if they have been spoken in the morning, but all of us know that sustainable growth in Indian cotton, and coming to the sustainable part, when I joined the ministry about a couple of years back, first thing was that cotton is a water guzzler, and maybe like most of the other crops maybe, and there was always a question about sustainability of cotton itself and sustainability of it as a prime raw material. Now, I would like to believe, and I still believe, that it is only a matter of changing our practices. Instead of maligning the fiber, we should change our production practices to enable it to get out of that typical stigma of being water guzzler. I would like to quote one other senior, Professor Pandit. I got it from him that when we try to look at water as the most sustainable focus of our sustainable policies, one never really looks at, in so many things, how much water we use. Like today, even one cup of chana somebody is having would be having 400 liters of water. So that kind of difference. And I have in the market information on cotton ranging from 2,400 liters per shirt to 10,000 liters per shirt. So that is the kind of information dissonance we have in the market. So that is where my request would be to the experts here, let us at least get the facts right, and then we can work on the strategies to handle the problem. All of us know that we are very rich in terms of the 4 varieties we produce in India. We need to increase productivity. The debate has been on in terms of the seed variety or the production practices. Very recently, with Government of India and Ministry of Agriculture, Ministry of Textiles has agreed for a pilot project to primarily look at the framework of a high density plantation system. I really don't know today what is the status on the issue which is around seed, but we have experts here to speak on seed, so I will refrain from that. Rather, I will look forward to their inputs. I would like to say that when we have 130 lakh hectare under cotton, which was a definite increase compared to the previous year, I would like to know what is it after that which goes hindering in terms of increasing the productivity, rather total production output compared to our neighbors, that is China or maybe Brazil. I know plant design has always been cited as one of them, but is that the possibility? Or if that is a possibility, how do we do it? One experiment or one project we are doing with Government of India, but others I would like to look forward to. An interesting thing which I came across in another agriculture conference was the use of efficacy of unmanned aerial vehicles, spray on cotton. Now, this is something I would like to know whether more work has been done, though I bounced off that whole input to our ICAR, and they are saying they are doing the studies. And that would definitely, in my view, help two-way. Being on the governance side, I won't like to look at any problem in isolation of the larger palette that we have to handle. Now, if we have a combination of using unmanned vehicles that can actually generate maybe service sector employment also, it can actually reap on the huge quantum of young population that we have in tier 2, tier 3 cities who can provide these services. There could be an initial cost, but let us look at it, where can we make that cost good from, whether from central government, state government, or rather there are agencies, one has reached out, who are willing to look at something which is sustainable in terms of the practices. Now, this kind of a thing will help me, sirs, to take it back to the ministry and work on it. So my request is that when we have deliberations today, we should get very cogent recommendations to make cotton as a sustainable fiber. Because personally, I feel another thing about cotton, in October we had 100 year of Cotton Association of India celebrations. And there, as well as at ICAC, Mr. Suresh Kotak sir has made very strong case of cotton not only as fiber, but all its byproducts also. So how do we ensure that that remains a holistic development program to help the farmer, help the producer, and help the whole supply chain at large? Now, some of the strategies to identify and enhance productivity in a sustainable manner, we are looking forward to you, but I believe that we should maybe to start with look at where we can have efficient district management on the cotton productivity. In Maharashtra, what is it that is required? One of the things cited normally is that today there is no solution because weather changes happen very fast. And every year we have more or less the same story, that we didn't anticipate it, we didn't anticipate rains. But is it that difficult? When I give the example of drones, why I give that example? If we do a surveillance also, unmanned, we can come to know what is the status of crop. We can plan our whole operations in a different way. It's only a drone above, but the application can be developed in a way which can suit each district and its requirements. And it can take care of lot of parameters which we need in terms of focusing for A district or B district. Could we do that? Just a suggestion to all of you, just a suggestion to the esteemed panel here. Though, of course, the fundamental causes on the seed, how do we go about? Some of the initiatives, all of us are, some of us here definitely are aware, but one would like to cite, because last couple of years one has worked hard on all of them. One is dedicated work has been done on branding Indian cotton as Kasturi cotton. Initially, when it was launched in 2020 on International Cotton Day, World Cotton Day by Honorable Minister of Textiles, Mrs. Smriti Irani, then we were looking at it, what do we give through this brand? What is it that we are looking at? So it is more of a process brand rather than product. We cannot say it is one locality. It is more in terms of the quality, less contamination, and finally a much better, softer value which it gives to the value chain and finally lends itself to the customer. This whole initiative has been increased in a partnership, public-private partnership manner, and I think we will see much better results very soon. with Texprosil leading the initiative and CCI joining them with 50% participation from the industry and 50% from Government of India. And budgets are allocated. So between July to now, we would say significant work has been done on this whole issue, and we expect that next year we would be having some more cogent development on this whole branding issue. And this will help us give much better value returns, because any value chain, unfortunately being so distributed the way we are, I feel that our value chain, each person on the value chain or each point is much more worried about its own margins, cutting the margins of the person next or cutting the margin of the supplier. Instead of that, if we look at better value returns across the whole value chain, then only it will be sustainable, like any other trade cycle. Otherwise, it is not going to be. It will crash. It is already developing a lot of cracks. Now, another initiative which Ministry of Textile has done is that we have signed the MOU with GIZ, and it is to increase the volume of sustainably produced cotton, strengthen local capacities for value addition, strengthen sustainability of cotton supply chain. In turn, GIZ has partnered with WWF, IKEA, Biori, Welspun, Arvind, Ambuja, and others to, again, the logic comes, we need to increase the value return. If I am building up assurance along the value chain, then it should be even on the brand side, that kind of acceptance and value return has to be given. The target is to enhance about 26,000 cotton farmers to take data-driven informed decisions, what I talked earlier. And though primarily they are working as of now in Gujarat and Tamil Nadu also, we have requested them, even in MP, Maharashtra, and promote organic and biodynamic cotton production. Now, as an outcome of this, very recently I have myself seen they are having some of the products at the retail end which certify or give assurance from the farm to the consumer. Now, that is what would be needed. That means, in my view, we need to have a lot of service support at all levels to develop the assurance platform, certifications, assurance in terms of process. I'm not saying certifications as in terms of the costs. 2, how do we reduce those costs? 3, how do we ensure that that traceability is not for the namesake, but it is a sustained process across the value chain. We also have with NIFT done MDP with the UNEP. The aim is to develop mid and senior level managerial capacities. Then in our flagship program of Samarth, we are looking at developing the capacities at different level of cotton from the farm to the retail. Now, in addition to that, we are also talking to quite a few agencies wherein they have developed a model. One of them has developed in Akola also, EcoCert, and whether we can develop differential level of employment also, because it will be some kind of a technical support to be given to our producers to comply to the international norms or not national norms for that matter. And today we can't say sustainability is only because Europe will stop taking from us. We need to look at the enterprise sustainability in the whole framework, because it is like there is no debate on becoming sustainable. The question comes how? And it should not remain a discussion point. That's where I would like to look forward to the inputs from our esteemed seniors here. I have privilege of working with the batchmate of Dr. Sudhir Goyal sir when I was in Karnataka government, and he again himself was a very, Mr. G.V. Krishna Rao. He was himself Principal Secretary Agriculture and very, very insightful about the requirements of practices, trade, as well as most importantly finance for our MSME sector, which throngs or which is the foundation of our agriculture framework as a whole. We need a lot of work to be done here, sir. I look forward to the inputs from all of you. And particularly, I would be very happy to take back few of the messages wherein which we can develop our next initiatives or strengthen the present initiatives around those suggestions. With these few words, I again thank all of you to invite me and make me part of this session on cotton sustainability. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. And may I request Dr. Sudhir Kumar Goel to take over the panel. Sir, over to you.
Thanks very much. I think Dr. Ruprashi, she has given a very strong agenda for the panel. And she has challenged each one of us to give her suggestions as to where should we go on this topic of sustainable growth in Indian cotton. Now, Indian cotton, everything is there except sustainable. Now, what is there? You vary your production in last 15 years from 280 lakh bales to 380 lakh bales. So there is no other crop which fluctuates like this. You are still 20% of production having 40% of world area. In Maharashtra, you have 1/3 of India's area, production 25%. You have prices which vary from 5,000 rupees a quintal to 12,000 rupees a quintal. You have a cotton economy which goes from 1 lakh crores to 2 lakh crores. Where is the sustainability? The farmer is not sustainable. They keep on fluctuating from one crop to another. The trade keeps on thinking from where their next bales would come at what rate. They keep on thinking in terms of quality, which is not consistent. And I can continue. So this is one value chain, or this is one crop, let alone value chain. She is first textile commissioner who is talking about value chain. You'll be surprised, I have 40 years in government. First time textile ministry and Ministry of Agriculture sat together. And they have announced in this budget a value chain on extra long staple cotton. A PPP which gives an opportunity for all of us on this panel. So we have seed stalwart, Mr. Barwale, Raju's father, everyone knows, World Food Prize winner, and Bhishma Pitama of cotton or seed industry. Now, my first question is to him, and this is the challenge which has been thrown open by ma'am. Now, in this kind of a volatility, what is that the technology is to play a role to reduce this volatility, not only for the farmers, but also for the trade and also for the industry. And finally, in terms of the consumers, in what way we can do it, since we have another gentleman from the biggest crop protection company of this country, UPL, we'll ask him to talk about crop protection part, which is creating problems in terms of white fly, in terms of bollworm and things like that. So, Mr. Raju Barwale, please.
Thank you very much, sir. It's a great privilege to be sitting with you on the dais. I'll come to the question. Dr. Goel mentioned about the large variations in production, acreage, price, etc. And I think Madam also mentioned that every component of the cotton value chain, the seed company, the grower, the trader, the textile mill, everybody is trying to maximize their profit, probably at the cost of the other. And unfortunately, that is resulting into a lot of unsustainability. I will restrict my comments on the technology part. Dr. Goyal himself is here when BT cotton technology was launched, and he had a big role in promoting that. I see Chandrasekhar here. Technology has a very important role, and if we really see, one of the factors is that we have a technology fatigue. You know, after the green revolution, the technology which has been implemented in the country in number of crops are you know, like 50 years old. You know, I can give an example of apple. I was in Srinagar last week and visiting apple fields. We are growing varieties which are 50 years old. We are following agronomic production systems which are also similar. Our productivity in apple is 8 tons per hectare, while you know leading apple growers across the world are harvesting 90, 100 tons per hectare. So cotton is no different. You know, we have a technology fatigue. You know, when BT cotton was launched in the year 2002, and as I said, Dr. Goyal was very actively involved. He was Principal Secretary Agriculture, and special efforts were made to promote the technology. And we just saw, he mentioned that I think we crossed the peak production of probably 400 lakh bales. And that's what was achieved. Now, unfortunately, after year 2006, there has been no technology intervention in cotton. Though our acreage from 7 million hectares went up to 13 million hectares. And our productivity last 2 years is again down from the peak one. So unless and until we adopt the best technology which is available, and we cannot compete, we cannot meet the requirements of the industry, we cannot produce the raw material at a competitive price. You know, I think industry wants raw material at a competitive price so that they can compete globally. When our productivity is so low, naturally our cost of production is very high. So we have been representing on various forums that technology must be encouraged. On the technology side, there is a perception that farmer is poor, farmer doesn't want to pay, he wants everything free. Sir will pardon my saying, but I think this is the perception of the government. Farmer is not wanting cheap things. The farmer wants things which will give him higher income, and he's ready to pay for it. You know, we have seen that. You know, last 40 years I have been selling hybrid seeds, and you know, people have been asking me whether farmer will pay the price. Even in case of BT cotton, when we had discussions with Monsanto, they said whether the farmer will buy the seed and whether he will pay a premium for BT cotton, and they were expecting only 25% premium, but the farmer was ready to pay. He paid 100% premium on the seed. For saving 100 rupees in the price of seed, unfortunately the government has prevented the farmer from having an income, extra income of 5,000 rupees. Now we are all business people here, so if you invest 100 rupees more and you can get an extra income of 5,000 rupees, I think it doesn't require, this is not rocket science. So I think technology is a very important part. Of course, seed technology is there, then you have agronomic technology, you can have high density planting in cotton which is being promoted. You can have drone spraying which can be done, in a timely manner. Mr. Vani was just chatting with me on that. So unless and until we promote technology, I don't think we can have sustainability in the production sector.
Thank you. So great thing. So technology is not the issue. That is what Raju is saying. Farmer is willing to pay for technology. Then why it is so that it is not penetrating? There is one professor, Dr. Himanshu from JNU. Recently, when there was a doubling of farmers' income, he did a study. Says these technology companies are growing at 10%. Agriculture is growing at less than 4%. Farmers' income is growing less than 3%. So how come this inequitable distribution between the technology and farmers' income would continue? You rightly said, farmer is willing to pay for technology provided there is a price for the farmer. Now, ma'am also thrown another challenge. He says, how will you protect your crop? Can you have drones? Can you have a service organization which does that? I understand UPL is already having spraying mechanism of 25 lakh acres in terms of pesticides. The best kind of technologies are available. Now, Prashant, I would like to know from you and this audience as to what is there in the technology in case of crop protection for cotton, which is one of the biggest challenges in this crop, where UPL and industry in general is ahead too. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Dr. Goyal. As already we discussed about the challenges of the farmer. The first challenge is that the uncertainty of weather. We are seeing cotton is mainly a rain-fed crop. It's totally depend on rains. So uncertainty of rain is one of the major reason that we find. But this is not the only thing that we cannot eliminate. So as a organization, we are working on it, how we can provide some good technologies to the farmer, that if rains late or delay or one time rains came and there is an interval, then their crop will survive. Because in initial stage, it is very important for any crop to survive. And if any crop survive in first 25 days, then crop like cotton, definitely it will survive. So we are working on that technology, that how can farmer come out of this uniform germination and early stage. Similarly, the second challenge that farmer is facing is the fertilizer, because most of the times when they are using fertilizers, so we see that most of the fertilizer either leached out or evaporate, because it's either heavy rains come, because nowadays rainy days are come down. So definitely we are working on that part also, how we can utilize best fertilizer use for the crop, because it is also a very important factor to increase the productivity. And as a leader organization, we are working on that. And as a third part, that is major, is the crop protection. So if we see the crop protection part, so definitely cotton, if we see in Maharashtra, the whole cotton, if we divide into three parts, still 25% farmers are taking higher yield because of their awareness or what they are doing right things. So if on that basis we can extend this awareness to the rest of the farmers, definitely it helps to increase the productivity. Like earlier, there is a little bit awareness about the time of spraying, how to spray, what to spray, and maximum farmers sometimes underdosing is also a problem. Sometimes as an insecticide, we feel the farmers are spraying after the ETL level is crossed. So these all things comes into the awareness part, and as a leader we are doing this, and we are promoting some different technologies to the farmer. It help farmer to take more yields, because the productivity will increase when right time of application and right technology farmer use. And we are committed for that. Like as Dr. Goyal told, that the AFS machine that we introduced from last 3-4 years, it help farmer on right time spray, uniform spray, which help to increase their productivity. Also, we have increased our services that gives the information to the farmer, because right information is also a very important aspect for cotton farmers, because in most of the area where the yield is low, the farmer is not aware about the things. So definitely it is the service assurance type of project we required. Yes, we started these projects, but in a small scale, because we need to educate the farmers. And definitely with insurance type of projects, we are working on that. And if we jointly work to the small scale farmers. It help farmer to grow their productivity, and we are committed for that, and we are doing that.
Oh, great. So here we have two experts. Raju sir says, I have got the best kind of seeds. I can provide you the best genetic material. Government has tied up my hands. That is a different issue, but I can do it. Vani says, I have got the crop protection technologies. I can take care of the crop. I can also take care of the monster of monsoon, because even if it is delayed, I can take care of it. In spite of that, the value chain is not getting established. So here is Manish. So you are there for farmers on one side and trade or the consumers on the another side, and there is a process of connectivity between the two. Why is it so that we are not still having this kind of a sustainable cotton scenario when the best kind of technology is available and the industry is coming forward to provide it, and ma'am is going to provide the best kind of policy? What is lagging, Manish sir?
Thank you. As usual, farmer comes last. And I congratulate IMC for this event, first because focusing on agri-business, most of us do not realize the size and the potential of agriculture. Lot has been spoken in the morning. Those of you who were there in the morning would have heard some glimpse of that. But please go back and read what is agri-business for India, what is agriculture for India. It is directly related to our employment and economy. And what is shown in the figures, like Dr. Goel shared to me in the morning, is only 20%. Contribution of agriculture, 18% is only partial. It is actually more than 50% in every aspect. The clothes that we wear, the food that we eat, the hotels that we go to, the hospitality that we face, the restaurants that we go to, the logistics that we see, the ports that are running here, the warehouses, all of that is connected to agriculture. So much credit finance happening in agriculture. So again, what is missing? What is missing is the distance between the cup and the lip. India is a country of fragmented farmers. Average holding of not more than 2 hectares across India. It is very cruel to compare India as an agriculture country to developed countries like Brazil, Australia, US. The whole dynamics are very different. The only positive thing is that the Indian farmers are very focused on agriculture. They are staying with agriculture. That is why so much land is still under agriculture. But what is missing actually is who is reaching out to these farmers. There is a lot of space between big corporate companies and the farmers. 11 to 12 crore farmers registered in India. So how many farmers have access to this good seeds and the technology? Is that a number to that? How many farmers? And in what range of escalation? That if I provide this facility to one village, it will directly scale up to 10 villages, 100 villages, 1,000 villages in that district. Is that not the model we should be building on? The second thing is that the farmer does not have enough credit or enough resources to get this technology upfront. Example, seeds. There are about 300, 400, 600 species of certified seeds in India, but there are 2,300 varieties of seeds being sold in India. I am only speaking about cotton. So as a farmer, how do I identify? Every year we see banners, we see new posters, new seeds coming. So the average seed purchase of Indian farmer is 50% of new varieties every year. Because these posters are based on the pain of the farmer last year. The pain was weeds, the pain was labor, the pain was pink bollworm disease, the pain was white fly disease. The posters put clearly that in print. Resistance against pink bollworm, resistance against X disease, Y disease. And farmers are more prone to buy those seeds. And without verification, there is no system of verification whether these seeds are obsolete, whether the seeds are certified, they are only research varieties, what type of varieties they are. Can there not be a system of audit where only certified seeds varieties are accessible to the farmers through outlets which are also verified and audited? So that can be one option where the farmer would have access to certified good quality seeds. Second thing, these companies reaching out to farmers, yes, agreed. But can there be a system where the farmers can reach out to them? So these farmer producer companies which have come up are a good platform which I think these input companies need to realize that farmer producer organizations are a platform on which they can build a huge network of farmers within a very short span of time and show impactful difference. Tangible difference where we can have genuine numbers, we can have systems, we can have documents which show that these numbers are derived out of this data. Second thing is crop protection. Now, 4 defined seasons in India, that is what we are used to, but now things have changed. In the last season only we saw heavy rain in July, lot of resowing done in cotton, no rain October, November, December, again raining Jan, Feb, March. So are there any enough weather stations, weather advisories which are available to the farmers which can at least guide them do next in the next 8 to 15 days? There are generic advisories. So what I'm coming to right now is lot of generic things are happening. I have a fever. Somebody would prescribe aspirin because that is being normally taken in the family, or crocin, but the fever may be very different. The solution may not come out of that. So very specific focus on, if you want to focus on cotton, food grains, millets, lot of things focus at a time will not bring the result. If you need result in cotton, focus in cotton, show results in cotton, show amount of farmers engaged in cotton, and show the escalated amount year on year.
Good. Great. So here is Manish, he has brought out the pains of farmers on one side. So technology providers, the seed suppliers, those who are in crop protection, and here is farmer who is having a different kind of the problems which are being faced. So now, Raju, I would like to come once again to you, is that you have heard about farmers on one side, technology providers on the other side, and the kind of expectations which are there of the trade in terms of the sustainable exports, sustainable supply of raw material to them, not necessarily getting imported for ELS. Now, how do we solve this conundrum? She is waiting for an answer.
See, I would like to share something about the seed business, not only in India, but worldwide. Seed business is supposed to be a business of trust. See, because we provide seed to our customer, and who is a small customer, he is a small ticket customer, 500 rupees, 700 rupees, 1000 rupees. The farmer buys the seed based on your past performance, based on the trust. If I don't perform on my trust, I have no customer the next year. And traditionally, seed businesses worldwide have been family businesses, started by my grandfather, then father, and then son and grandson, continuing the business. Of course, there are still many family-run businesses. Ours is one of them. So it's a business of trust. Now, some points I would like to highlight, somebody talked about fragmented farming. Probably that's one of the reasons for lower productivity, etc. See, all the technologies what we are talking about, like we talked about BT cotton, they're all scale neutral. 1 hectare farmer can use it, 50 hectare farmer can use it, maybe 100, 500 hectares farmer can use it with similar results, or even our experience has been that the smaller farmer always gets the better result because he has much more at stake. his whole livelihood is dependent on that. We also talked about multiple varieties being available, and every year, a lot of 50% varieties are new, which I feel is not correct. Development of new varieties is a long drawn out process. 7 years or 8 years it might take for a new variety to come in. But the fact remains that there are many offerings by the industry, but you would be surprised to know that only out of, suppose if there are 1,000 varieties being sold, a major part of the area is just covered by 5 or 6 varieties, and rest everything people are trying. And farmer is by nature a very good risk manager, because he has to face the risk of the seed, the risk of weather, risk of market, and again, risk of the buyer. So he tries to balance all these things, and therefore he is very, very choosy in putting new varieties. And always, if he's a 2 hectares farmer, he will plant new variety only on 1/4 of his area. And then if he gets good results, he wants to expand on that. So whatever we may say about the farmer, illiterate, etc., but he is a very good risk manager. And what has happened on technology front? Why I said technology is very important. So let me share some statistics about BT cotton. Of course, a lot of people know that. I mentioned that BT cotton was launched in the year 2002. In 10 years' time, BT cotton literally was like 85% of the cotton acreage was occupied by BT cotton, provided by many vendors. We had 40 odd sub-licenses to whom the technology was being licensed. There were more than 7 million farmers who used BT cotton. The acreage of BT cotton expanded from 7 million hectares to 13 million hectares. In the history of Indian agriculture, there has been no technology which has been adopted so fast. And in spite of the fact that the price of BT cotton was 100% higher. And there was no subsidy on the seed by the government. I would say there was, pardon my saying so, ma'am, but there was no encouragement in terms of general public, this one from the government. Of course, I mentioned about Dr. Goyal. The people like him, they saw the potential and they were promoting it. The farmer, every year, he was paying that price of the seed and buying it. See, today also, I would say more than 45 million units of BT cotton are sold every year at a price of now, I think, 780 rupees per packet of 450 grams. And you can make out, it's about, retail price of 3,500 crores. He's paying that money and buying the seed every year. So this is indicative of that if you have a technology which is promising, which performs, the farmer is willing to pay for it. Now, I mentioned technology fatigue. We are dealing with biological things. So, like it is just like antibiotic. You started with penicillin, but now the fungi has become smart. So it is able to overcome the resistance, the ability of penicillin. So you have to come up with technologies which will keep pace with the developing environment. In my experience, the farmer is a very smart guy. You cannot fool him twice. You can fool him once, and then you have lost the customer for life. He's not going to take your seed. Of course, there are anomalies. We have other challenges. We talked about rain-fed agriculture, which impacts the micronair of the lint. And one more thing I want to highlight, see, if there is a value in the farmer's production, then he must get a price for it. I can give you some examples. See, like our average ginning outturn is about 34, 35. Now, we introduced a hybrid which gave 38% ginning outturn. It's 4 kgs of extra lint per quintal of cotton. Or like, you normally require 4 quintals of cotton to make 1 candy. Now, here it became 3.5, but the trade was not ready to pay a little higher price to the farmer. So naturally, the incentive for the farmer to grow that particular hybrid is lost. Somebody Dr. Goyal talked about the PPP in extra long staple cotton. Now, probably we are the only one company which is selling extra long staple cotton with staple length of 42 plus. And last year, because of the extraordinary price, we sold out all the seed. So unless the industry recognizes and pays for the price, uh, this will not happen. Similar is the case with the oil content in cotton. Cotton seed with 2% higher oil must get a better price than the regular one. So I come back to the same point, that unless all the stakeholders in the cotton value chain work on an overall basis, probably this kind of uncertainty will continue. And again, depending on the season, etc., we'll either face a glut or a shortage of the product, which affects everybody.
Great, great. So he has made a very strong point, is that technology per se as only one vertical is not going to act. It has to be in sync with the other stakeholders of the value chain. And unless that happens, this kind of uncertainties or unsustainability would continue. In case of crop protection, UPL, I know, and many other companies are moving towards a regime from a product company to a solution company. It's not just one product and I want to sell this product. I want to sell a solution. I would like to know from Prashant, how are you able to make farmers understand that from the point of view that here is a solution, it's not just a product? And in what way you think this will add to the kind of distress which the farmers have been experiencing so far when it was only a product-oriented marketing?
Yeah, thank you, sir. You raised a very good point. Earlier, almost all the industry is working towards the product-based solution. Now we are looking for crop solution, because without this, we cannot increase the productivity of the farmer. Because if we focus on one thing, then definitely productivity is the cumulative efforts of all the things that farmer done. So crop-based solution is required, and we are working on that. And nowadays, there are, when we talk about the solutions, we required services, because earlier we only focus on the chemical part, how to use like that. Now the service is very important. Currently we are like as mentioned in this speech, we are giving the machines for spraying. Now we are also start working how we can help farmer in picking, because that cost is also high for the farmers. And similar way, we are working with some different organization for insurance and advisory basis projects. So that can give the advisory to the farmer at the right time. And that will help farmer to implement right time at right stage. And it help farmer to get more yield. Because challenges is that sometimes the time is very important, method is very important. Everything earlier we discussed for the chemical or product. Now when we are working on crop whole life cycle basis evaluation, then it comes each and every aspect of the crop protection and the productivity, which is very important for the farmers. And we are committed for that, and we are started working in a small scale, but definitely with the help of some FPOs, we can increase in coming year, and we will align whole industry on same platform for that.
Oh, great, great. Now this is a great news. So I am not selling a product, I am selling a solution. I am selling along with that the services. I am selling along with that how to pick up the bowl. I would also try to see how to get the seed treated and so on and so forth. Now here is technology players, one of the biggest in the country, they are saying that we have got that kind of technologies which can take care from soil preparation or the land preparation till the harvesting stage. Now comes the role of trade. Now comes the role of industry. The Manish represents also the trade. So you will have to remove your hat of farmer and take another hat of trade and industry, because on this panel we don't have. What is that the trade and industry is so reluctant to become partners with farmers? 20,000 FPOs, 1 crore members. Still they are looking at from the fences. What is the reason?
Hello. The reason is very simple. We are in a comfort zone. Cotton since many years have been available at below international prices to India. And the whole growth story of India in textile is based on low price cotton and surplus cotton. So if you see the growth of the spinning industry, weaving industry, now the garment industry, because Indian cotton was priced much lower than the international prices, and we were always a cotton surplus cotton तो मिलेगा ही और cotton तो सस्ता मिलेगा ही. And May 2022 changed that perception such that everybody started running helter-skelter. And that is where the role of the textile commissioner came. Everybody running to the textile minister, please do something. Cotton prices are so high in India, we can't manufacture, we can't export. Then came the textile minister, then came the agriculture minister. But this was very foreseen. अगर फार्मर को नहीं परवड़ेगा तो वो आपको ऐसी चीज कैसे देगा जो आपको परवड़े? It has to be an ecosystem. It cannot be standalone growth, and that was what was fragile. And now the industry is realizing, but still it is on the edge, because how much to intervene, how much not to intervene, because the cotton prices have again gone down. So last year was different. This year is different. Now this year they are actually struggling with exports, so their balance sheets are a little distorted this year. So again, when the times are not good, we need to prepare so that we face good times. So when the times are really good, we need to prepare more, because these times must last. So the challenge is that they were so sure since so many years, they think those times will come back again. And if we don't intervene for a year or two, they will see those happy days back again.
Great, great. So it is something which was foreseen, but now it is being seen. And when it is being seen in terms of quality, in terms of international competition, and so on, probably the stakeholders now are thinking that there is no option but to come together. But still there is no sign of coming together. Now that sign of coming together on this floor of IMC, let us say, can we have a beginning? Now this budget declares a PPP, public-private partnership, for extra long staple cotton. Now when announcement is made that we will have ELS and then the policy is declared, the guidelines are awaited. Now that will be, she is waiting for an answer, I am giving a question. Now we have discussed enough. We at IMC are willing to take this challenge of having PPP in ELS. Because this is now the rains will start, the farmers will be sowing. When will there be a value chain? And that value chain, even if it is done in a maybe 5%, 10% of area in the first year, and in 5 years period, if we are having every farmer is connected to technology players, every FPO is connected to the market, things would change. So we will close this session. She was not supposed to be a part of the panel discussion, but she had involved us so much in her speech that this is with the last submission. So she will be closing there.
One, I think the budget announcement was not just for ELS. It is, the idea is, which if I articulate, I don't want to speak for Madam Nirmala Sithuraman, but the idea is first time from July 2022 both the ministries have come together, number one. Number two, Ministry of Agriculture has actually approved a very dedicated project. The amount is small, primarily around HDPS in terms of the practices, wherein they would be co-opting others also. And why I say it is not, a lot of deliberations went on from September onwards, but now the project has been decided. So what we call a pilot or something which we expect to give us result in terms of practices, nothing can be done in such a distributed chain very fast, but I feel that kind of coming together. And therein, I would try to tell you, as a whole value chain, sir, I'd like to assure to you, considering the predicaments we had with the market, even at the market end, when we have engaged, facilitated by SEBI, even on instruments, the whole value chain at least has started sitting together. Whether solutions are amicable or they help strengthen, that time will tell. But that I would say, very dynamically by our Honorable Minister of Textiles, Piyush Goyal ji, it has been done, as well as our Minister of Agriculture, that people have realized that, I cannot be in isolation. I cannot only protect my turf. If I don't take care of everything, maybe everything will fall. So that part one is there. I would just like, I'm very happy to listen to Mr. Vani when he talks about solutions. That's where I was looking at. But are we looking at very localized interventions also? Because today, technology will enable me to develop applications to give very, very specific advisory in very, very specific locations. So if the solutions can be developed on that line, which I'm sure are possible, conceptually they are, in other sectors they have been able to do it, I'm sure we will be able to do that here, sir. And that ELS is the second part. Sir, what happened? All of us are aware, last year there was a import duty of 10%, and there has been demand by the trade for removal of that duty. And simultaneously, one of the major plank there was that we don't grow enough ELS. When we look at the balance sheets and the import-export data sheet, there was no separate code for ELS. So that focus we want to bring in for ELS. On one side, obviously, there was batting for subsidy, but as Dr. Rajanji says, I don't think subsidy really helps. So we are looking at much more industry participation when it comes to ELS, and industry as well as knowledge partners when it comes to ELS. But otherwise, we are looking at ELS. We have now been able to develop a separate HSN code. Took 1 year, sir, but we are sure that even 1 year is less compared to last 30, 35, 40 years, that we have not really segregated it if it is such a value-added one. We are looking forward to industry participation and industry covering the value chain there, because it cannot otherwise be developed. And sir, the spoils would be much worse.
Great, thank you. So I think this is a positive sign that not only the industry, farmers, trade, technology players, they have realized probably this will be the first crop for which per force of the market, the stakeholders will be coming together. They would be seeing to it that the returns to the farmers are remunerative, technology is best used, farmers' requirements are met along with the industry's requirement on quality, and we are able to capture the global market. And if that happens in case of cotton, probably the time is not far that this will happen for other crops as well. And as you know, that cotton is one crop where Chandrasekhar sir has been doing excellent advocacy and also follow-up. I would request the last word from him, and then we will break for tea. Thank you.
Just one liner, if you permit me. I thank the input companies because they are doing a great job, and because Nadir Godrej ji shared a very beautiful poem in the morning. So मैं एक quote अपना बताना चाहूँगा कि सीड एंड इनपुट में हो जान तो कपास पहलवान, सीड और इनपुट में हो जान तो कपास पहलवान तो खरीदार मेहरबान, और खरीदार मेहरबान तो किसान धनवान. So you will help us increase the income of farmers.
Thank you. One question to Roop Rashi ji, the entire panelists. The yield in India is around 500 bales, whereas the world average is kilos. Yeah, sorry, whatever. Yeah. So, but it's much lower than the world average. And Maharashtra is also in the similar lower number. So, what are we doing to increase that? And what are the impediments that how can industry work with the department? What do we need to do to ensure that this number goes up? Because we are the largest producer, but yet we have the lowest yield. So if we can increase our yield like double, then look at the output. We'll become surplus. Maybe we can use some other crop. The kind of productivity you'll get is going to be significant.
I can say from the point of view of the entire value chain, I would say that ma'am is working from the point of view of policy and the output and textile. Now, every state is having a different approach. Like in Maharashtra, in the morning, minister said 1,000 crores for soybean and cotton alone. So 500 crores on cotton. What for? Exactly for the same reason. That if I am having 400 kg of lint, can I reach to 1,000 kg in 5 years? Now, one of the ways to look at it, and it was mentioned, the majority of the crop in case of cotton is rain-fed. So first is how do we go from rain-fed to at least drip irrigated? So point number one. Point number two, in terms of, since the labor cost is quite high, in terms of spraying, in terms of picking, is there a possibility of introducing mechanization so that everything is done timely? Third is in terms of the genetic material, whether we can have a better genetic material. The fourth is, can we go from the kind of hybrid which is having the plant to plant and row to distance very high to high density plantation? This is another way. And can the whole thing be done in collaboration with the FPOs on one side and AgTech companies on the other? So that the trade is one side to those who are looking for a better quality cotton, without trash, having a particular kind of, without mixing, a single kind of a staple length. And on one side, there are FPOs and AgTech in between, so that the entire value chain is locally established. That is what she was saying. Whole thing has to be done locally. So if there are maybe 10,000 such local pockets which come up in Maharashtra over a period of time, probably the 44 lakh hectare which we are looking at it, after 5 years, will be covered and we will be reaching to that stage. Now, just by seed introduction, from 1 bale per hectare, Maharashtra reached 2.5 bales. Now, 2.5 bales, we have to reach to 5 bales. Hopefully, we will be reaching there.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Dr. Saab. Very quickly, let me share. Our friend Raju Barwale talked about technology. Everybody believes when we talk of technology, everybody looks at agriculture biotechnology. Ag biotech is extraordinarily important. There is no doubt at all. But that is not the only technology in a package of technologies. We have to look at it as a package. Information technology, biotechnology, nuclear agriculture technology, satellite technology, nanotechnology, drones, etc. So we need to talk to the government in terms of a package of technologies. If we take to the policymakers only ag biotech, there are forces which are opposed to it. There is a certain reservation, there is a mind block, there is a mental block. And therefore, I think the industry or the input companies have to go and sell, convince the policymakers of a package of technologies is one point. The second point I want to mention is, I think Dr. Goel mentioned that why are the stakeholders not coming together? Why are all the value chain participants not coming together? Dr. Saab, I can assure you, they'll be forced to come together in the next 3 or 4 years. Why? If business as usual continues, our cotton production will be increasingly more vulnerable to the adverse effects of global warming and climate change. We have seen it in the last 7 or 8 years. It can potentially get worse. And when it potentially gets worse, on the one hand, our production is going to be affected, production is going to fluctuate, but our demand is going to grow very, very steadily up to 2030. I see a very tightening in a business as usual situation. The supply demand fundamental is going to tighten further and further. Our dependence on import is going to increase. And therefore, if we need to break this, if we have to break this, obviously we need to produce more. To produce more, we need multiple technologies. To produce more, we need partnerships. And then that's what we are talking about. Why should a large processing industry, a large spinning mill or a textile mill, why should it simply assume that it is a duty of the farmer to supply cotton? I would expect large corporates to look at establishing backward linkages, establish backward integration. In our country, industrialists have miserably failed in every single crop, in every single agribusiness to set up backward linkages. And this is my serious complaint. And cotton is a prime example. And therefore, let the industry not assume that यार किसान मेरा नौकर है, किसान मुझे माल देगा, कपास देगा, and I'll use that raw material. No. In fact, restrict imports. That ELS project is, I think, something it should have come 10 years ago in our country. Because these projects are going to take time. It's not going to happen overnight. But I think we are moving in the right direction. But we need to accelerate infusion of technology in cotton in particular. We are going to face a very tight supply-demand fundamentals. We cannot afford that. There will be no genuine export surplus of cotton. Today we are exporting 5 to 6 million bales of cotton. That will vanish and our import dependence may increase. I think we need to break that. The risks are looming. We are able to see the risk that is ahead, and therefore it devolves on a Chamber of Commerce like the IMC to talk to the policymakers, tell them what is the emerging scenario, and try and have a holistic policy package. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you
very
for
much.
that wonderful panel. May I request Mr. Anand Singhania to present a memento to Ms. Roop Rashi, Textile Commissioner, Ministry of Textiles, as a token of our appreciation and gratitude. A loud round of applause. May I now request Dr. Sudhir Kumar Goel to present a memento to Mr. Rajendra Barwale as a token of our appreciation and gratitude. May I request Dr. Sudhir Kumar Goel to present a memento to Mr. Prashant Vani as a token of our appreciation and gratitude. May I request Dr. Sudhir Kumar Goel to present a memento to Mr. Manish Daga as a token of our appreciation and gratitude. May I request Mr. Anand Singhania to present a memento to Dr. Sudhir Kumar Goel as a token of our appreciation and gratitude. May I request all the panelists to please stand for a photo, a group photo. President, please. Chandrasekhar, sir, please join. Yeah, Ashay ji. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we now proceed for a short tea break. Godrej Agrovet and Kotak Ginning and Pressing Industries Private Limited, support sponsor Mako Private Limited and Patanjali Foods Limited, snack partner Decimal Foundation, Millet Amma Morning Snack Partner, and Maharashtra Government Millet Mission. Thank you. Please is on strategies to become Atmanirbhar in the oilseed sector, for which I would like to invite the moderator of the session, Mr. Santosh Sridhar, partner Avalon Consulting, and the elite panelists. Joining him on the dais are Mr. G. Chandrasekhar, Economic Advisor, IMC, and Director, IMC ERTF. Mr. Sandeep Bajoria, Chairman, All India Cottonseed Crushers Association. Dr. Prabodh Halde, Head Regulatory Affairs, Marico Limited. Kindly take your seats on the dais, panelists. Bajoria. Mr. Prabodh Halde? Yeah. Kindly take your seats. Over to you, Mr. Sridhar.
Good afternoon, everyone. It's a privilege to be moderating this session where we have three very, very experienced panelists to speak about the oilseed sector and how we can become Atmanirbhar in the oilseed sector. Uh, before, um, before we get into the discussion with the panelists and hearing their opinion, as a management consultant, we are all I am personally very fascinated with data, right? We all, as Avalon consultants, like to look at data. So as preparation for this event, looked at what was the kind of challenge that we were facing. And I put down a few slides here so that we can have the data out of the way and have the expert panelist view on what next rather than what happened in the past. So I'm going to present a few slides on what happened in the past so that you know the context of this whole discussion, and then we'll hear from the panelists on what next. So what is the challenge that we have in front of us? Just to understand that, we should know that we are the number 4 producer in oilseeds in the world, but still we are number 2 in edible oil consumption, which means there's a huge consumption that is there for edible oil in India, but in terms of acreage allocation or in terms of the production of oil seeds, it is not as much. As far as acreage allocation is concerned, almost 21% of the global oil seeds acreage is there in India, but only 10% of the production is happening in India, which means there is on an index basis, we are almost 50% of what is the global production average that we are getting. And I'll show you some data which proves that. So the result is that we are the number 1 importer of edible oils because obviously we have a very large population to feed, and we have about 60% dependence on imports, and which means about 13 to 14 million tons of edible oil imports that is happening to the country. Now this is a slide that I like very much to show in anything that is concerning the food and food trends as we expect going forward. And you see the second bar is India's, and it shows that 19% of India's calorie consumption is coming from oil and sugar. Okay. And you see the more developed countries like UK, Germany, United States, they are at 25% to going up to 37%. And this is happening because as the economy develops, you see more and more consumption of processed food, and processed food is nothing but more of oil, more of sugar, and more of refined products, right? So you will find that going forward, this 19% will go up and tend to go towards what is the developed economies consumption. And this is how the developed economies are consuming. If you look at India's per capita consumption, it's about 18.25 liters. And the most developed, what we take as a benchmark is always USA, that is close to at 30 liters per capita per annum. So there is a huge gap that is already there, and we will tend to move towards that. So which basically means that the consumption of oil is not going to go down, it's only going to go up. Now in that context, it is important to understand what has happened to the supply situation in India. There was a time in early 1990s when the India was self-sufficient in terms of the edible oil production. There was very little requirement for imports. Before that, there was a period when imports were increasing, but there were some government policies around that time because of which the reversal had happened, and we had become self-sufficient in edible oils by early 90s. But from there, if you see the line graph, it's all been coming down to close to about 60% dependency on imported edible oil in the last few years. So it's a very, very significant increase in the imports that has happened, and that largely been driven by the fact that while consumption grew by close to about 3.2%, production only grew by around 2.2%. Now, has this happened because government had neglected the industry? No, because over a period there has been many initiatives that the government had implemented to improve the oilseed situation in India, starting right from 1942 pre-independence time to post-independence 1956. There was a oilseeds produce export promotion council was set up. Then there was a technology mission in oilseeds in 1986. In fact, that was the outcome of the 1986 technology mission, was how India became self-sufficient in early 1990s. After that, there was a gap when there was not much of an activity happening here. There were favorable policies for encouraging imports. And in 2014, there was a national mission on oilseeds and oil palm. Followed by that, there is a 2019 National Food Security Mission for oilseeds, and 2021 we saw the National Mission on edible oils and oil palm again. So there are initiatives that the government has taken, and it would be interesting to understand from the panelists when they speak as to what happened of these initiatives and what should the government be doing going forward. The other data point which might be interesting to us all is what happened to productivity in oilseeds. Because if you look at any commodity, agri-commodity in India, and look at the last 3-4 decades productivity growth, there has been significant growth. But if you look at oilseeds, and this is the data from 2009-10 to the last year, there's been hardly any increase in productivity. At the same time, even the land acreage under production also has not increased. So pretty much we are there. We are not able to increase the production because neither the land allocation went up and nor the productivity went up. Now, what are we producing in India? We are producing soya bean, groundnut and mustard. These three together account for close to 90% of India's production. And as you know, a lot of India's consumption is now shifted to palm oil, which is imported. Again, soya bean, we are not able to meet the country's requirements, so there's a lot of imports happening of soya bean as well. And even others like sunflower, where we used to be surplus at one point in time, is gone now to deficit, and there are imports happening. So a lot of imports are happening in products that are, or crops that are being grown in India, and also crops that are not grown in India today or not significant in India today. Now, because this conference is about Maharashtra, I want to put a couple of slides just to show where we are as a state. And Maharashtra, as you see, we have about 51.7 lakh tons of production happening of oilseeds, which constitutes about 16% of India's production. And about 96% of this production is of soya bean. So which means pretty much we are doing only one crop in Maharashtra. And in this context, the questions that I would want the panelists to really answer is about what next, and not so much about what is the past, unless we want to speak about what are the learnings from the past. And the specific questions are about what is the next step in terms of becoming Atmanirbhar? How can we increase productivity? What crops should we focus on? What should the private sector do? What is the support that is required from the government? And finally, a few words about what Maharashtra as a state can contribute. So with that context, I am very happy to have a very, very experienced panelist, Mr. Sandeep Bajoria, Dr. Prabodh, and Mr. Chandrasekhar. Yeah, you've already heard Mr. Chandrasekhar as an expert in the last two panels as well. He's also a IMC person, so I am keeping him for the last. I would like to invite Mr. Sanjeev Bajoria to give his views first.
Hello. Yeah. Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you, Mr. Santosh and Mr. Chandrasekhar, and my colleague, Dr. Prabodh Halde. Friends, when we talk about oil seeds, let me give you a start from the world scenario. I was in Argentina just last month, and Argentina is the largest exporter of soybean oil to the world, including India. Uh, Argentina exports about $4 billion of soybean oil, which we take in India about $3 billion. The next neighboring country is Brazil. Brazil is going to produce a soybean crop of 154 million tons. This year, Argentina went through a severe drought, so their crop is lower, about 25 million tons. And Paraguay, Uruguay, Bolivia, all to put together, if you take the South America, the crop is something around 200 million tons. And US crop is something around 130 million tons, 128 million tons. So an Indian crop is only 10 million tons. So South America crop is 200 million tons, Indian crop is only 10 million tons. We call ourselves Krushi Pradhan Desh, agriculture dependent nation, so much of workforce involved in agriculture. But the way we do our agriculture is a very traditional way, small farms, old technology, not much introduction of new things. And in Argentina, Brazil, US, when I saw them, they are like more than any industry. They have 15 harvester machines, 50 plant harvester machine harvesting soybean. And then beyond that, within a gap of 2 minutes, 15 machines planting corn. So the kind of agriculture we see there is absolutely you can't imagine that scale. But we are in India. We have to learn to and do things according to Indian conditions. We have small land, small holdings, can't help it. We have to try and do our best in that. And in that, to do our best, we have to help our farmers to increase the productivity. Our productivity in soybean right now is 1,000 kgs per hectare, maybe 1,100 kgs per hectare. While world, this US, Argentina, Brazil is 3,200 kgs per hectare, 3 times our productivity in soybeans, for example. So what I want to tell you is we are a country whereby we need 24 million to 25 million tons veg oil per year for our consumption. We have a population of 42.5 crores. 17 kgs per person per year is the veg oil consumption. So we require 245 lakh tons of vegetable oil every year for consumption. Out of 245 lakh tons, we produce only 100 lakh tons. We have 8-9 different kind of oil seeds. Across the different oil seeds like groundnut, rapeseed mustard, soybean, then we have sesame, we have safflower, we have rice bran, we take oil from cotton oil. So we have castor is non-edible. So we produce oil seed, 9 kind of oil seeds, but all the oil production out of these 9 kind of oil seed is only 100 lakh tons. So we have to import 145 lakh tons per year. 145 lakh tons of veg oil import per year means of foreign exchange spending roughly about $15 billion. So veg oil is one of the large item on the India's import bill and the top item on agriculture import bill. So we have to spend that kind of money to import veg oil and so that we can supply the required veg oil to our population. So friends, with this kind of a background and such a large consumption, as Mr. Santosh said, that we probably are the second largest consumer of veg oil in the world. And this 17 kgs per person per year is still very low. In developed countries, the veg oil consumption is 35 kgs per person per year. And a world average is something around 19 kgs per person per year. So as income rises, as our consumption food habit changes, we will require more vegetable oils. So we will need to, the consumption per person will increase and overall India's consumption is going to rise at least 1 million ton per year. So 245 lakh tons, which is right now, will become 255 lakh next year, 265 in next year, and by 2028, 2029, will be 300 lakh tons we require veg oil. So with this low consumption base, still we need to import more than 60% of our requirement. So when we have a theme of Atmanirbhar Bharat, so I would like to say we have to see that our domestic production increases and our import consumption, import reduces. We cannot eliminate import. This cannot happen. When you talk about Atmanirbhar, doesn't mean 100% self-sufficiency, which is probably not practical thing. So if you get about 75 to 80% self-sufficiency in any commodities, it is considered as one of the good self-sufficiency levels. So right now, India's own is only 40%. We need to reach to 70%, 75%. So for that, we have 3 crops where we can focus. The government, as he rightly put it, is 2021, the national mission on oilseed and oil palm. And Government of India has announced 11,000 crores, a special mission for oil palm, special thrust for oil palm in northeast and southern states of India, which are suited for oil palm. So 11,000 crores are going to be spent there so that increase the palm oil production into India. The palm oil production right now about 3 to 4 lakh tons, which government is planning to increase to 20 lakh tons. Second crop is we can focus on rapeseed mustard, which is like 42% oil into that. We have a crop of about 110 lakh tons of rapeseed mustard now. That's in last 2 years, still rapeseed mustard crop has really taken up well. Earlier it used to be 65 to 70 lakh tons per year, but in last year was 110. This year also looks like 110 lakh tons of rapeseed crop. So we have to increase to 200 lakh to get more oil. And another is groundnut, peanut. In that crop also we are like about 55, 60 lakh tons. We need to go to at least 100 lakh tons in that. And then last is soybean. Soybean, our production is about 110 lakh tons, which we need to again take it to at least 200 lakh tons. So oil palm, rapeseed mustard, groundnut and soybean. We have to focus on these things so that we can increase our domestic production from 100 lakh tons to 150, 170 lakh tons. Because as I told you, in next 5-6 years, the consumption will be 300 lakh tons. So we have to run a marathon now. It's a long journey, but government is realized that Prime Minister has also gone on record on this point that we have to increase the oilseed production and all that. And industry is also trying very hard, but sometimes weather god and all these things are happening. But howsoever, our effort is continuous and we need to work towards it so that this self-sufficiency level, which is right now only at 40%, increases to minimum 70% in course of time. So with this background, the oilseed sector is working. We are very efficient. Industry is there. Crushing capacity is there. There is no dearth of crushing capacity in India. But utilization of capacity is hardly 40% to 45%. So when we increase the agriculture production, there is no problem of the capacity of the crushing or refining. That is already there. So we need to focus on productivity because area increase is not very easy to get because every crop is competing with each other for the area. So it's not very easy that you can snatch area from cotton or wheat or rice. I don't think so. There was a time we had a lot of surplus of wheat and rice, but which is not the case today. So I believe there is no possibility of snatching the area from anywhere. Chandra would throw more light on this. It's only that we have to increase the productivity. That is the only way of doing it. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Sandeep. I will now request Dr. Prabodh to speak about his perspective.
Respected dignitaries on the dais, Sandeep sir, after hearing you, I think then no need of actually anybody's presentation. Chandra sir, you agree with me? Of course. And let me tell you, Santosh sir, your presentation was awesome. And that's why you are a consultant. And anyway, there is a story for consultant I will tell you some other day. I have how much time, sir? 5 minutes, 7 minutes? Okay. No, I will take only 10 minutes because we need to hear Chandra sir. I'm so happy. In morning I came for the inaugural and I saw that some of the students came running and requesting Mantri ji, we want a photo with you. And can I see who are the student who took that daring to talk to the Mantri ji and stop him and took the photograph? खड़े हो सकते हो? बहुत बड़ी बात की है आपने. जोर से तालियां. This is the young clad of India and Maharashtra and Rahuri Vidyapeeth, correct? हाँ, तो we need your support for all what numbers ना भूल जाओ ये नंबर. ये बड़े confusing है. कभी मिलियन कहते हैं, कभी रुपीज कहते हैं, कभी करोड़ कहते हैं. ये बड़ा confusing है. I'm in the oil industry from last 18 years. बट इतना confusing नंबर है ना, कभी oil seed कहते हैं, कभी oil कहते हैं, पता ही नहीं चलता क्या है. But just to make you simple, because all these people are very complicated. मैं आपको हिंदी में या इंग्लिश में सिंपल बताऊंगा. इंडिया इज अ नेट इंपोर्ट कंट्री ऑयल इंडस्ट्री के तहत. वी इंपोर्ट 60%. ये नंबर बढ़िया बताया संतोष जी ने. अगर हमें आत्मनिर्भर बनना है तो हमें वो स्टूडेंट जो बैठे हैं आपके हाथ में. संदीप जी ने बताया कि हम लोग करीबन 1,00,000 मैट्रिक टन हम लोग यानी 10 मिलियन 1,00,000 मैट्रिक टन 10 मिलियन ऑयल हम लोग इंडिया में बनाते. करेक्ट सर? 100 लाख, सॉरी 100 लाख नॉट 10 मिलियन. और 100 लाख है 110 लाख है, जो भी होगा 100 लाख 110 लाख. अभी आपके हाथ में क्या है स्टूडेंट्स? अगर आपने अच्छी पैदावार अच्छे सीड्स बनाए और हमारा ऑयल परसेंट जो हर कमोडिटी का ले लो, इंडिया इज द लोएस्ट ऑन द ऑयल सीड नंबर, ऑयल परसेंट. ऑल्सो द प्रोडक्टिविटी, अच्छे ब्रीडर होने चाहिए हमारे पास. हमने कुछ भी नहीं किया. अगर हमने प्रोडक्शन 30 मिलियन हेक्टेयर का ऑयल सीड का टोटल प्रोडक्शन है इंडिया में, 30 मिलियन. आपको मैं 5 फार्मूला बताता हूँ. 30 मिलियन ऑयल सीड प्रोडक्शन है. एवरेज यील्ड अगर हमारा देख लो 30% का ऑयल सीड का, 30 मिलियन का 30% और उसका 30% ऑयल, तो हम लोग करीबन वो 10 मिलियन वाला नंबर आता है. कुछ भी नहीं किया हमने. हर साल हमारी प्रोडक्टिविटी 10% बढ़ाई बिकॉज ऑफ द एग्रीकल्चरल इनपुट जो आप हमने ग्रेप में कर दिखाया है, जो हमने हॉर्टिकल्चर में कर दिखाया है. ऑयल में नहीं किया हमने. आई एम ऑल्सो द स्टूडेंट ऑफ एग्रीकल्चर यूनिवर्सिटी फ्रॉम मराठवाड़ा एग्रीकल्चर यूनिवर्सिटी. आई थिंक वी हैव डन व्हाइट रिवोल्यूशन, वी हैव डन ग्रीन रिवोल्यूशन, ब्राउन रिवोल्यूशन हमने नहीं किया सर. एंड आई टेक द रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी ऑन अ साइंटिस्ट. वी हैव नॉट डन इनोवेशन और डिस्ट्रिप्टिव इनोवेशन टू बी कॉल्ड डिस्ट्रिप्टिव. हमारा इनोवेशन 1+1 2 वाला है. हमें चाहिए 1+1 11 वाला इनोवेशन चाहिए जो ऑयल सीड में हम लोग आत्मनिर्भरता करेगी. अदरवाइज वी विल बी ओनली टॉकिंग अबाउट नंबर्स, 70% इंपोर्ट डिपेंडेंसी, 60%. ये इक्का दुक्के से कुछ नहीं होने वाला है संदीप जी. हमें कुछ कट थ्रू इनोवेशन करना है. सॉल्वेंट एक्सट्रैक्शन के तरफ से एवरी ईयर वी आर स्टार्टेड इनोवेशन अवार्ड एंड वी आर सो हैप्पी टू गिव 50,000 रुपीज फर्स्ट इनोवेशन, 35 for second and 25 for third, and we are doing it. Next conference is at the cotton seed oil conference at Aurangabad on Sambhajinagar on 7th of July. Sandeep ji is the chairman of that, and we welcome all the students. I am so happy for the students. You should welcome, participate. ताली बजा लो पूरे जोर से. Who is changing the slide? Okay. Can you change the last? I don't want to go into the नंबर. ओके. इंडिया झुकेगा नहीं. अभी मैं यूज नहीं करूंगा आखिरी की वर्ड, बट झुकेगा नहीं. इंडिया झुकेगा नहीं अभी. और फ्रेंड्स, दोज हु आर अ स्टूडेंट, आई ऑलवेज अप्रिशिएट द स्टूडेंट. योर फ्यूचर इज वेरी ब्राइट. वॉट एवर इज द ट्रेड यू आर इन, फूड प्रोसेसिंग, एग्री इंजीनियरिंग, हॉर्टिकल्चर, एग्रीकल्चर, आपका फ्यूचर बहुत अच्छा है. वी रिक्वायर्ड यू. वी हैव अ फंटेस्टिक, I'm not from any party, but I'm telling you, India is in a great hand today because of whatever is the reason, geographically, socio-economically, otherwise also. I will go directly to the slide which Santosh ji has said. So, area under oilseed is 30 million, 29 million. We need a good productive crop number percent. Agar oil percent in the per kg if we can increase, nothing like that. And that's why we required a scientific intervention. Agriculture universities can do the wonders. And these all numbers are confusing, but just to tell you what India is doing, I have a last slide which I want to show. edible oil mission, fantastic initiative. Let me tell you, in last 5 years, our import numbers are declining. This is a good number. Chandrasekhar sir, you will also echo me. Last 5 years, our import bill, though Sandeep ji has said we are in highest, yes, but we are in 14 million, 13 million, 14 million, 13 million. Now we are actually, though the consumption is increasing, we all love biscuits, kurkure, Maggi, all required oil. Sir has said 17 kg per person per year. Simple बात है, National Institute of Nutrition कहता है you require 60 gram of oil per day, direct and indirect. 60 gram per day into 30 days into 365, 12 months. You require that. And production, processing, and because of the other actually spent on the economical growth, our oil consumption ought to happen increase. Because we are getting into the product which, including your mayonnaise, including spread, everything, it contains oil. Oil is not what we consume directly. There are two kinds of oil, direct consumption, indirect consumption. All your biscuits, everything contains oil. And let me tell you this, WhatsApp University sends oil se kharabi hoti hai. Oil is required. Extra oil is bad, but oil is important because it has only ability of giving 9 calories per gram. No other product in the world can give you 9 calories. Carbohydrate gives you 4, protein gives you 4. For our working population, where the energy will come from, oil gives you the energy. That is important. Vitamin A and vitamin D, only soluble in oil, A, D, E, K. Oil is important. Our oil mission is working. Mustard mission is one of the successful. But Sandeep ji, with my limited knowledge, I would say that mustard mission, we should not only focus on mustard, it should be the oil mission because mustard has a strong aroma and more we increase the mustard, the prices are going to drop. So we should be careful about it, Chandrasekhar Saab. Take my words because this year mustard crop has gone up and consumption is limited. Same case with the coconut. If you increase the coconut, prices are going to drop. Regional preferences. We required a neutral oil which can go to Horeca channel, which can go into our other channel where B2B. Palm oil mission is one of the very fantastic mission. Palm oil is 2,700 kgs per hectare vis-a-vis 1,000 per hectare for us kgs. So they are 2.7 times. So palm is something really good and there are Godrej, then Patanjali, then Imami and many big houses are actually looking into it and if we can go up to 10 lakhs metric ton, very good. The gap is of 40 lakhs metric ton what we are aiming at. If productivity increases by 10%, 10 lakhs. Minor seed oil, 4 lakh. Rice bran and cotton seed. I would say rice bran में potential है 4 लाख metric ton का, cotton seed में 6 लाख का है, वो 10 लाख. And other all oil together 4 to 5 lakhs. ये total अगर हम लोग मिलाते हैं तो we will get sum of 30-35 lakhs metric ton in next 3 years and I think this is a good number. Plus then the initiative of eat right and aaj se thoda kam. Really, those who don't require oil should reduce, but those who require oil they should consume because that is the good energy source. Make in India initiative. This is very important, Sandeep ji. Crude versus refined. We want crude to come to India if it is coming in import, but it should be in the crude form, not in refined form. So our youth will get employment because our refinery should work. What happened today? Because of the refined oil taxation and the crude oil taxation, the delta, the difference is only 7.5%. People will export you the refined oil and our refineries are actually, our crude oil companies are without any oil. So that is something we need to take care of, Atmanirbharta. And then shifting of some rice and wheat towards millet and oilseed. So brown revolution. I think that is the concept we should aim at. So these are my points and we will definitely get the Atmanirbharta. So this is a summary what I believe that India can really do this. Stagnation of the today's production can go up on the productivity and percent oil also, minor seed, palm oil mission, mustard mission and and other oil mission together we will get. These are my details. Anybody is interested, I am open for any kind of question and thank you for patient hearing. But I really appreciate for the student, सामने वालों ने student के लिए ताली बजाएंगे. I really like the students are in this trade organization and the conference. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Prabodh. I have a lot of questions from what both of you have spoken, but I'll let Mr. Chandrasekhar speak first before we come to the questions.
Thank you, Santosh. I'm back. You'll have to hear me out for what, 10, 15 minutes? Thanks. Okay. You know, when we look at agriculture crops, when a crop is in short supply, what should happen to its prices? Prices should rise. Okay? It was very logical. In India, under Indian conditions, oil seeds is one crop whose prices do not rise even though there is a chronic shortage of oil seeds in our country. It's an ironic exception. And it is an ironic exception because I think it is because of faulty policies of the government of India. And I'm not ashamed, I'm not afraid of saying this openly. I want to go on record, and I have gone on record, even in government conferences, saying this. So that's the first proposition. I want to talk about creative disruption. We know, as our speakers pointed out, 13-14 million tons of edible oil import, constituting 60-65%. We spent $13-14 billion. Crude oil is the largest foreign exchange guzzler. Next comes gold, $40-42 billion. Third is edible oil, $13-14 billion. We cannot afford. And this is not an overnight phenomenon. It's gradually increased over the last 20 years or so. And in 20 years, honestly, nothing much has moved as far as our oilseeds production and productivity is concerned. Only there has been area expansion. There has been no vertical growth. 40 years ago, when I first entered this trade and industry in another avatar, I was told our yields are low. Oilseed yields are low. That time it was 850, 900 kilograms. 40 years later, we are at 1100 kilograms. 1050 or 1100. What progress have we made? Is a big question. Therefore, we need creative disruption. That's the word my friend Prabodh used. So how do we do? How do we creatively disrupt the situation? Because we can't afford business as usual anymore. Okay? And the government has now realized 20 years later that business as usual cannot continue anymore. For I have a few action points. The first point I want to talk about is boosting domestic oilseed production. How do we do this? I have, Mr. Moderator, 6 points. After that, I'll come to action. Okay. Now, first, I would like to see the government of India gather political will to expand area in Punjab, Haryana and Western UP where we practice grain monocropping. They should encourage oil seeds cultivation in rice and wheat cultivated areas of Punjab, Haryana and Western UP. I am not saying stop rice and wheat. No, there is something called crop rotation. We need to rotate to improve the soil health and to actually raise alarmingly falling water table. I think we need to raise the table. We need to practice crop rotation. That's very, very important. Second, we need to adopt multiple technologies. For agriculture in general, and certainly for oil seeds, we have to adopt information technology, biotechnology, nuclear agriculture technology, satellite technology, nanotechnology, drones, etc. Therefore, the government, the policymaker need to come up with a package of technologies to boost our production. Third one, we need a serious breakthrough in seed technology. I haven't seen any breakthrough in seed technology except for cotton in early 2000. There has been no breakthrough in seed technology in the oil seed sector, which is very, very tragic. I think we need to do that, for which we need to invest more. We need to research more. We need to be driving scientists and plant breeders to come up with better seeds. Technology adoption in cotton seed is a fantastic example that should be replicated in oil seeds. Soybean, for example. Okay. Next one is we need a robust procurement system. Whenever the oilseed prices fall below the minimum support price, logically they should never fall below the minimum support price because we are in a state of shortage. It's an admitted position. Yet prices fall below the minimum support price. And I'll mention the reason a little later. We need a strong, robust procurement system across India, which unfortunately, in my view, is absent. And therefore, we need that. Again, 30 or 40 years ago, when when I entered and I used to talk to my seniors then, they would say non-conventional oil sources, tree-borne oil seeds, fantastic potential. What have we done to all these tree-borne oil seeds? What is our production today? How much is the contribution of tree-borne oil seeds and non-conventional sources of oil to our overall oil kitty? I think it is actually minuscule. And therefore, forest is actually a state subject under the constitution. Therefore, it devolves on each state government to come up with a policy. But I would think there's a greater responsibility on the central government to bring all the states together and have a uniform or regionally differentiated policy to tap forest produce. We have not done this at all because the window for collection of seed is only 2 months. Window for collection is 2 months, probably May and June. If you don't do it, then the crop is wasted. And therefore, that's again another focus area. And most important, our oilseed crushing plants and many of our solvent extraction plants have still outdated technology. They have high levels of inefficiency in processing. And therefore, we need to invest in improving our crushing and extraction efficiency, which will also capture greater value. So these are 6 suggestions only to boost domestic production. This is by no means going to make us Atmanirbhar. So therefore, each one of the 6 points is perfectly doable. It's not going to cost any money. The positive effects of these will be felt over a period of time. There's no doubt at all. But I want to come to certain action points. Okay, we need some quick wins. Okay, quick wins. What are these quick wins? Now, it is extremely important for the government of India to regulate edible oil import. I'm not talking about control. I'm not talking about reduction. I'm talking about monitoring and regulation of import. Today, government's intervention policies are not data driven. Government has no clue how much oil has been contracted for, at what price, which oil, and when is it arriving. And yet, the government keeps merrily changing the duty, rates of customs duty, merely because somebody goes and makes a representation. They raise the duty or lower the duty, which is often proved to be counterproductive and not data driven. For regulation of the import trade will provide data that will make for more scientific, more rational policy intervention by the government. Because today the government has no clue what's happening in the oil import business. The second policy action, which is slightly micro, and I want to talk about, Mr. Moderator, I would like to see the credit period for import of edible oil cut down to 30 days or 45 days at best. The importers enjoy 120, 150, 180 days of credit, which encourage them to speculate and overtrade. One serious problem with the trade is overtrading, primarily because of a long credit period. I remember I wrote about this in Gold 10 years ago. The government cut the credit period for gold import to probably 60 days or 30 days now, I don't remember. That's something which has to happen. That will make your import lot more demand driven, lot more scientific, and lot more, it will make importers more responsible in their behavior. The third policy action, Mr. Moderator, is I would like to see edible oil supplied through the public distribution system. Why are edible oils not being supplied through the public distribution system? It is an essential commodity. The government supplies rice and wheat. Edible oil is absent. I can't eat just rice and wheat. I need to cook rice and wheat. I need edible oil. I would think edible oil should become mandatory for the government of India to supply at least 1 kilogram, maybe 2 kilograms of edible oil every month to every family, which is, in my view, extremely important. That is what is going to advance India's nutrition security. Another point I want to mention, Prabodh, you talked about per capita consumption of 17 kilograms. This per capita consumption masks a reality. 17 kilograms, not everybody in this country and in this room consumes 17 kilograms, no. 20-25% of the population at the higher income levels get to consume 25 kilograms of edible oil. The bottom 40% of the population consume just about 10 or even less than 10 kilograms of oil. And that bottom 40% is the most vulnerable section that deserves to eat more oil. And if we were to raise the consumption or availability of oil for the bottom 40%, imagine our demand will explode. Our import will not stay at 13-14 million tons. It will touch 25 million tons. And we are not doing that. We need to raise consumption of edible oil for the bottom 40% of the population. The only way in which it can be done is by supplying edible oil under the public distribution system, which was a case until 2002. For some very stupid or unexplained reasons, it was stopped 20 years ago. I would like that revived. Very, very important. Next point, we are importing edible oil, which is a finished product. Why should we import a finished product? We should import raw material. I would say we should import oil seeds. I'm not saying stop oil import and start oil seed import. No. A part of the import of oil should be in the form of oil seeds. Why am I saying this? Two reasons. One, we have huge idle capacity in this country of oilseed crushing and of solvent extraction. When we import the raw material, we will be utilizing that idle capacity within this country that will generate jobs, that will generate incomes. Number one. Number two, the oilseed imports have to be regulated by a system of tariffs, and you use the tariff in a way that the imported oil seed, the price of the landed cost of the imported oil seed is not below the minimum support price announced for that oil seed. That's very, very important. Otherwise, the oil seed import will depress domestic prices, and therefore you need to allow, as a partial replacement of edible oil, allow oil seeds. and this is an extremely important point that we need to pursue. Policy action number 5, modernization fund. We need a modernization fund for the entire oil seeds and oils complex. 15,000 oilseed crushing plants, 800 solvent extraction plants, probably 1,500 refineries. Many of them, of course, are modern. Some 200 vanaspati plants, whatever, all that. I think we need a modernization fund so that once you modernize, we'll be able to capture greater value. And we'll also be able to improve food safety and food hygiene through modernization. It will probably also help attract foreign direct investment in this sector. And last but not the least, policy action number 6, backward linkages. I think a section of oil seeds and oils industry and trade believes it is its birthright to seek import of oil or whatever it is. There is no trade is anybody's birthright. Oil seed, it devolves, in my view, on large players in the value chain of oil seeds and oils to start establishing backward linkages. They must produce their own raw material. Why should they depend on some fickle policies of the government of India to source their raw material? They should produce their own raw material. If need be, there has to be a law that forces large corporates into establishing backward linkages and force them to produce at least a part of their raw material requirement. I think I would stop here. There are a few more, but I think I'll take a breather, stop here, and we can continue with this conversation. Thank you very much. God bless. Thanks.
Thank you so much. So we got great insights from all three speakers on what is the way forward and how India can solve this problem. Before I go back to some of the questions related to what you have said, I want to go one round on what you think about the role of Maharashtra, because I don't think all of you touched that. So if you could go one round on that, it would be great.
You see in Maharashtra, the main oilseed which is grown is soybean, and we have a crop of about 35 to 45 lakh tons of soybean in Maharashtra, and another is cotton. So from cotton, we get cotton seed, and we take out oil from that cotton seed. So there are two major oil seeds which are grown in Maharashtra, that is soybean and cotton. And both are very important to Maharashtra because these are sown in a very large area. Both of them occupy 50% of Maharashtra agricultural land. So for a Maharashtra farmer, we need to see that soybean and cotton productivity increases. We had an earlier session on cotton here, which we all listened very carefully. It was an interesting session, and everybody was concerned of increasing productivity of cotton. Our IMC president also mentioned that saying that we need to increase the productivity. So same way, cotton productivity and soybean productivity, both productivity we have to increase. Area is not going to expand. Let's be very clear about it. And we have taken up time and again with government, and we are going to work more and more. See that soybean productivity from 1,000 to 1,100 per kgs per hectare, we go to at least 1,700 kgs per hectare. And that will be really good for Maharashtra farmer and Maharashtra as a state. And Maharashtra could be then called as one of the leading, it is a oilseed growing state, but then it can take a stage as number 2 in the All India list. That's quite possible. So I think for Maharashtra government, time and again, soybean and cotton, as far as oil is concerned, these are two important crops. Thank you.
Thank you, Sandeep ji. I have a different point apart what Sandeep sir has said.
One sec. Sorry, if you, I know Marico actually has done a lot of backward linkage, particularly in safflower seed, curdy seed. Please share that.
So, I think Sandeep ji, what more important point today is that the way the oil business is happening, and if you see the top 10 houses of oil manufacturers or oil industry, if you see from last 20 years, same houses will be there and they will be continuing. No new entry has come because this particular industry is not having that kind of profitability. Number one, challenges are many. Though we say this, actually it's the old kind of fashion continuing. We require more innovation. As sir has said, the backward integration, which we did in one of the crop, the safflower. But Sandeep ji, if we really want to do in Maharashtra, particularly now, soybean, cotton seed and rice bran, sir, because some part of Maharashtra, particularly Bhandara, Gondia and that Vidarbha part, rich in actually rice bran. If we can add value and produce more, not about oil, the waste utilization, then the whole prices of the oil will be reduced and farmer will get more. Goyal Saab is smiling there because when he was a secretary and we had many round of meetings with him and he was emphasizing on value addition, but not on paper. So sir, today everybody talk about mock meat and plant-based meat and plant-based protein. Where the protein comes from? ये लोग कहाँ से आते हैं? ये प्रोटीन कहाँ से आता है? हमारे ऑयल सीड से आता है भाई, हमारे डीओसी से आता है जो हम लोग कैटल फीड को देते हैं. कैटल फीड को जाता है आज. सर सबसे बड़ा कैटल फीड एक्सपोर्टर इंडिया है रॉ मटेरियल वाइज. डीओसी महाराष्ट्र इज वन ऑफ द बिगेस्ट एक्सपोर्टर, बट वी आर एक्सपोर्टिंग डीओसी एज अ डीओसी. वी डोंट ऐड वैल्यू. वी आर नॉट मेकिंग protein isolate, we are not making protein concentrate, we are not making value addition. Maharashtra has value there. We have a scientist, we have researchers, we have youth. We are selling commodity as a commodity. We have to come beyond this commodity. I was referring to Minister Saab about the rice bran oil. हम लोग सर जापान गए थे राइस ब्रान ऑयल में, हम लोग ऑयल बेचते, उनके लिए राइस ब्रान ऑयल इज अ बाय प्रोडक्ट, दे सेल ओराइजनॉल विच इज 5,000 रुपीज अ केजी. ये माइंडसेट चेंज करना पड़ेगा. इफ वी गेट मनी इन दिस ट्रेड, new scientists will get boarded here, and then farmer will also get a share. Definitely the value chain will increase. So Maharashtra can add in nutraceutical value addition. एक refinery से जितने भी बाय प्रोडक्ट बनते हैं, लेसिथिन ले लो, गम्स ले लो, ओरेजनॉल ले लो, फाइटोस्टेरोल ले लो, विटामिन सी ले लो, whatever the byproduct, we require that. And I think Maharashtra has, when we talk about oil, I would say oil and oil chemistry, oil nutraceutical, and all this value chain. There is a value for Maharashtra. हम लोग ट्रेडिशनल माइंडसेट से नहीं जा सकते. And these young people, if they want to get employed, why they don't get a good job? Because our oil industry is not able to pay them what they are looking at. If we want to pay them good, the person who is doing a business also should earn money. It's absolutely money sharing. It is nothing like पैसा बाहर से नहीं आने वाला है. So my views are that value addition, value creation, and then sharing of that value to amongst everyone, including farmer and to the consumer. Thank you.
Thank you. As far as Maharashtra is concerned, obviously soybean cultivated largely in Vidarbha is a key crop. And soybean has its own extraordinary qualities, including obviously very high levels of protein. And we are a country starved of protein. And therefore we need to be using that, using soybean produced domestically to enhance our protein security, which is in a very poor state. And therefore, here there are opportunities for R&D and for value addition, as Prabodh pointed out. Second point is the farmers who produce soybean have to be assured of a ready market. And therefore, I would think linking FPOs or farmer producer companies with processing plants and for the processing plant to start working with farmer producer companies will result in a win-win situation for both of them. There is no doubt at all. We have been exporting a lot of oil meals, but I think the volume of export has now substantially declined. It used to be 4.5 million tons of soybean meal overall annually, but now it is about 2 or 2.5, I don't know. Therefore, domestic demand is rising. I work closely with the poultry industry and with the livestock industry. Their demand is growing. Therefore, I can very clearly foresee shortage of protein for both human consumption and animal consumption, and that is where value addition possibilities substantially increase. For connecting or linking FPOs and processing houses is a way forward. So the second point is on sunflower seed. We have actually unfortunately forgotten sunflower seed. We used to produce about 2 million tons 20 years ago, 1.5, closer to 2 million tons. I remember that number, but it's all now come down to 70-80% down. Why? I think we need to revive sunflower seed. I was last week in a very closed door meeting with on top MNC, and they're all very keen to restart our sunflower production. Some strategies are being worked. For Maharashtra should also look at sunflower seed, because this is a seed, sunflower seed, you can take 3 crops in a year. Otherwise, all other oil seeds, you can only take 2 crops, the Kharif season and the Rabi season. Sunflower lends itself to 3 harvests. For we need to focus on that. Thank you.
So,
आप नहीं थे उस समय, मैं वही कह रहा था. Our president had already said regarding productivity, and that is the only solution, I believe. You go on saying increase MSP, give higher price to farmer, then consumer will shout. And it is a very difficult balancing act between consumer and the farmer and the industry. And it's a challenge always to the government. Like in edible oil sector, we went to the government several times in last 6 months, increase the import duty. गोयल साहब भी बैठे हैं यहाँ, वो भी जानते हैं कि कितनी difficulty है. लेकिन clearly government has told us, and you also understand, government has to face political pressure, elections are there. So government is saying there are 140 crores consumers, but there are only 23 crore farmers. So first we have to take care of the consumer, and then we will take care of farmer in MSP way or some procurement through NAFED and all that. So it's a problem sometime that you raise the prices of raw materials so much, like in cotton it happened. The industry could not process, industry could not export because we were out of the pricing in the world market. We couldn't be competitive at all. So you can't go on rising the prices for the farmer by only on the raw material, while you want finished product prices to be low for the consumer. Productivity is the only solution. And we are really lagging behind in productivity, in cotton, in oilseed, everywhere. As I said, in soybean, we have 1100 kgs per hectare productivity. World best, Argentina, Brazil, US is 3200, 3 times. And world average is 1700 kgs. And we are not even at the world average. So I think like Prabodh is the very scientific personality amongst us. And he always focuses on innovation and science. And we compliment him for that, because he gives that angle, that how to innovate, how to have more productivity, and how to be different. So I believe this is what is the need of the hour. Area cannot be increased. We have limited area. One crop cannot take away another crop's area. Only solution is increasing productivity. And that is where the full focus, as Chandra has rightly said, so many technologies in combination we have to use. It is not only the alone biotechnology. Chanda said information technology, biotechnology, nanotechnology, all that together. Thank you.
Sandeep, I want to take a cue from that and ask you a question. We all spoke about productivity increase. Right? Whose responsibility is it? See, if you see in other crops like cotton, we have spoken about the kind of productivity increase that has happened. It has happened because the private sector took the initiative. There were business proposition for the farmer, because of which the productivity improvement happened. Now, in our case, in oil seeds, like Mr. Chandrasekhar said, for 40 years, there's not been much of improvement. Now, who is supposed to drive this? Can we expect the government to just wish it? That will never happen. We need somebody to drive that. Who is it in the value chain who should be doing it? Should it be the companies that are in the marketing part who works backwards and say that I need to work with the farmers? Or is it the seed companies who have to create better seeds? Is it other technology players who have to take the lead? Who has to do it?
I think all have to work together. Independently, nobody can do it.
No, but somebody has to take the lead. It will not happen with...
So I'll tell you, the lead, the government mission you showed, the technology mission on oilseed and the oil palm. So government is taking the lead, and government is concerned. Prime Minister has gone on record several times saying that we need to increase oilseed productivity. So government has made that program, and we all have to collaborate. The industry, the universities, the new technology firms, and at the same time we have to take in confidence the sectors which are connected to that industry. All the farmers organization, FPOs. I think FPOs can also play a bigger role in increasing productivity. Individual farmer, it's not easy for him to do. But FPOs are well equipped to connect with all the ecosystem. For the seed companies also have to play their role. So I think it's a round table of everybody in cotton or soybean and everywhere. The round table should be chaired by government, but that can only do this miracle of productivity. Alone it is not possible.
I think, sir, you said that we have not how to increase this, but let me give you the other angle also. We, India, only have done in rice bran oil. Entire world, the rice production, kernel rice production is the highest in China, but India produces the highest rice bran oil. We did it. How we did it? Together only we did it. There is a demand. Industry has came out with the solution. Earlier we used to produce rice bran oil which was not edible. We did it as an industry and along with the institutions, along with the government. I think when there is a need, वो कहते हैं ना sir कि innovation is only happened with the necessity, and actually it happened with the passion and in the belly in the fire. If there is no fire, then no innovation. It is a need. and today we have done it in the rice bran. Mustard mission, sir, 17 लाख metric ton का oil surplus हुआ है, extra हुआ है in mustard mission in last 5 years. One of the successful mission. Same thing we need to do in other oil sector. Yes, our agriculture universities and agricultural university scientists, they may not be linked with what is happening. That's why I really appreciate that agricultural scientists are sitting in such kind of conferences and listening what are the problem. Today we are working on a scientific arena without understanding what are the problem of India. So I think these problem statements need to be communicated to the scientist community, and copypaste.com research should be converted into the actually the need-based India first Atmanirbharta, and we will take 1 year, 2 year, 3 years. But let me tell you, sir, we are going on the right direction. We are going on the right direction. They also understand. And there are many things in the research also. The funds are not available. The resources are not there. So many issues. But we together, as rightly Sandeep sir has said, and we are taking our responsibility. Let not the government do. We are taking as a scientist solvent extraction. We are bringing all the community together at the one place, and bit by bit करेंगे sir, अपना जितना responsibility will do it, and there will be a progress. And let's look at the young scientists. If there is no innovation, we all will evaporate. So definitely.
Yeah. Insofar as oilseeds economy is concerned, we are in a situation of shortage, and therefore we need to produce more domestically. This is the preamble, right? How do we produce domestically? My sense is, while yes, it's a round table, all stakeholders have to play their part. In my view, it devolves primarily on the government of India to have a conducive policy environment for increase in domestic production, which means farmers' prices should not be artificially depressed. It means farmers should be given technology seeds. It means a farmer should be, we should build capacity amongst farmers to be able to read market signals and get a better price. It also means we should be investing in rural agri infrastructure, for example. For there are several things which the government ought to do first. The industry will follow. Industry will take advantage of what the government does. But I think a large part of writing an appropriate, conducive policy, creating a policy environment, and investing in infrastructure and a digitization of supply chain, in my view, devolves on the government. The industry will follow. Industry will benefit from it. Industry will take advantage. But that is the job. That there's nothing wrong. Okay.
Great. I just want to open the forum up for any questions, maybe one or two. Yeah. The girl there.
Good afternoon, everyone. Firstly, this was a very interesting conversation. Like, even though I'm not from an economic background, this is something that is actually, it is something that has interested me. I had one specific question. I wanted your insight on that. Is that recently there has been an increase in controversy and debate pertaining to soya bean, because even though we claim that soya bean is a sustainable alternative for meat, it's still producing double the carbon emissions, carbon footprints, and greenhouse gases emission is also increasing. So are there any specific policies that the government is focusing on to decrease that thing? Because if we are talking about increasing domestic production of soya bean, and Maharashtra is also one of the leading producers, wouldn't this be a future problem for our environment? So.
I'll see the US is producing in 129 million tons of soybean. Brazil is producing 153. India is producing only 10 million. And Maharashtra is producing only 3.5 million. If it was so, see, but basically I want to clarify at this forum, all this too much of talk of sustainability, environment, this is little exaggerated by Europeans and their NGOs. Because a country when you see, and they have even very sensitive on GMO. GMO is also very sensitive subject to them. So all the sensitivity of the world lies in Europe and with their NGOs. And with their thoughts and with their reach, they spread those messages everywhere. Malaysia, Indonesia produce palm oil. Palm oil is the world largest oil, which is largest exported oil. Many of the countries' population survive on palm oil. India also, out of 14.5 million, 9 million we import palm oil. So if they say European Parliament has just half an hour back passed a law, deforestation law, whereby they've banned palm oil usage. I just got a message on WhatsApp. Because they have their own rapeseed oil, they want to promote their own rapeseed oil, they want to protect their own farmers. They don't want a cheap palm oil, $200 cheaper than rapeseed oil, to come into Europe and create problem with their farmers. They go on enacting different laws. So I can tell you one thing for sugar. Maharashtra produces sugar cane, and sugar is the biggest guzzler of water, as you know it very well. But still, we go on producing it. So these things will keep on happening. We will have to produce what we need and not just focus on what European NGOs are saying. See what is happening all over the world. What is happening in US. Why US is producing so much of soybean if really it was so much harmful. So it's not harmful at all. We need to grow more soybean. We need to grow more cotton. And it is being, and Indian agriculture is definitely is done on a sustainable way. We have less usage of machinery, equipment, and we don't, our agriculture practices also otherwise are sustainable practices. So I don't think so you need to worry on those points. Thank you.
Let's see. I'm going to ignore you. So we have some young people at the back here.
There are good many questions. Singhania sir.
Thank you, Bajoria ji. You echoed the issue of productivity. Can we look at just a couple of low-hanging fruits? What is it, like one or two things that we need to do in the oilseed to improve productivity? You know, there are a lot of students here, there are a lot of businessmen here, and there's a message that we can send that these are the areas that we could target to improve the productivity at the bottom. You know, the large scale, large impact, bottom of the pyramid, large impact. What would those one or two points be?
I think, sir, you missed it. We discussed all these things and it
Okay.
is recorded here. So
I
if
will
you
go
want to
through that.
because sir has beautifully summarized. He took 17 minutes, I took 14 minutes. But there are 4 things which all the 3 panelists and plus our moderator also have agreed. Sir, our productivity has to increase by 10%. And who will do this? Together we will do that. Today we have a 30 million hectare, which translate to something around, even if you say 30% of that, the oil seed, and uska 30% oil. So if we increase productivity by 10%, और हमारा जो प्रोडक्टिव यील्ड है अगर 1100 kg पर हेक्टर है, अगर उसका 100 kg पर हेक्टर भी बढ़ा है हर साल, एंड टेक नेक्स्ट 5 years एज ए एम, इट इज़ पॉसिबल. तो हम अपना आत्मनिर्भरता वी कैन एक्चुअली एड ऑन एवरी ईयर 5 lakhs metric ton into next 5 years 25 lakhs metric ton. Minor seed oil will give 5 lakhs metric ton. Cotton seed and rice bran oil have a potential to extra give 5 lakhs metric ton. Palm mission जो हो रहा है उसमें से 10 लाख metric ton के आने की संभावना है. And mustard mission शुरू है which has added 15 lakhs metric ton to 20 lakhs metric ton last 5 years, which will also further add to 10 lakhs metric ton. So मोटा मोटी सर next 5 साल में हम लोग 35 to 40 lakhs metric ton add on कर सकते हैं, which will cut directly import उतना सारा. And जो increase in the domestic demand है because our consumption is 17 kg per person per year, which I believe that it will be stabilizing at 19, so it will get accommodated. So these are the 5 points which everybody is. I just summarize it.
But as Singhania ji said, low-hanging fruit, I believe in, let's say in soybean, the most important is seed. If you are able to give a good quality seed to the farmer for sowing, that will change scene very much. And secondly, the demonstration farms, that how you increase the productivity. That is the most important factor which goes in the mind of the farmer. If he sees a farm whereby in every tehsil, if you have one farm, which is small farm, maybe 5 hectare or 10 hectare, where you see the productivity is instead of 1100 kgs, it is 2000 kgs, and that you call the farmers to see that, that creates the biggest impact. So I believe better quality seed and demonstration farms. This can really change from immediately next season itself.
Can we do a site visit to one of the farms which is giving higher productivity and share on-site this with the other stakeholders?
Yes, yes. And then I believe in every tehsil it should be there. Because farmers are not going to travel much. So if in every tehsil one farm is there, so you can take farmers and show them. Like, you go for any ride or anything, movie, or you go something like that. You take people out there for malls. So you have to take in the visit to demonstration farms. And that will really create, because seeing is believing. And I believe that creates the maximum impact. Because on Rapeseed and all, when we did that, we created so many demonstration farm all over Rajasthan, UP, and all the places, and then the technology also was adopted. With the satellite technology, the farmer was given on SMS the weather updates every 3 hours. If there is going to be a strong wind or there are going to be rains, whatever it is. So it's not an IMD update which comes in the bulletin once a week or once in a day. So it's just for that particular village, the weather update is given. And that update is given every 3 hours to farmers on SMS. So accordingly, they can, take care, whatever they want to take care in that time. So these technologies, I think Vodafone is collaborating with our association, the effort there. And we have put such stations everywhere. So I think we have to help farmers with this. So I believe Goel Saab would like to say something. He is the expert.
Having is half what can be achieved already. So with the present technology, we can produce twice in every crop. So we keep on talking about new technologies, but we never talk of with the existing technology, can we produce more? So that the question which you are asking, AgTech companies, FPOs, extension machinery, government on one side, and technology players on another, they have to come together. We have verticals, we have no horizontals. If we decide that productivity will be the main thrust for next 5 years, to bring all the players together with the existing technologies, we will be double in all crops.
Absolutely right. Absolutely. I fully agree with Mr. Goel. Round table of all the people concerned together, and with the existing resources what we have, and as rightly Chandra said, FPOs and this new telecommunication technology which is so much available. It's easily available at hardly any price. So I believe this is what, and drone technology also.
We'll just give that lady last chance for last question.
Thank you so much for this amazing discussion. My name is Dr. Madhura Zanvi, and I'm from Department of Nutraceuticals, Somaya Vidyavihar. My question is, are we working on the utilization of cottonseed oil for edible purposes? And if yes, are we looking at the gossypol content of these oils? Because gossypol is a polyphenol which is present, and it has certain, it is used as a contraceptive as well, not good for health overall. So in general, it is said that we need to select the varieties or select the climatic conditions in such a manner that the gossypol content is reduced. So I just want to know if we are working in that direction. And with regards to the value-added products, which Dr. Prabodh has said, I was in ICT Mumbai, and we were working on, one of my friend was working on protein, using protein for, preparation of certain bars for malnourished children. But it was observed that gossypol content was quite high in the protein of cotton. So what can be done to reduce it, and is it possible if we can do it? Thank you so much.
Thank you. It's a good question. Being a chairman of All India Cottonseed Crusher Association, I have to dutifully reply to your question. The gossypol doesn't travel to the oil. It travels to the meal. So as far as cotton oil is concerned, it is being refined and used for human consumption. In Gujarat, it is called kapasia tel. And number one favorite oil of Gujarat is Kapasia oil, because everything you fry remains intact in cotton oil for a long duration, and your consumption of the oil is 20% lower than any other oil for frying purposes. So there is no better oil in the world than cotton oil for frying purposes. And Gujarat loves to eat fried food. You have seen in many films, Amir Khan film, Three Idiots, you said fafra, dhokla, this, that. So now coming to the gossip oil, which goes to the meal. Now there are new technologies which are adopted. There is one company called Gimatex in Nagpur, which has started this plant whereby they reduce the gossip oil from the meal. And that can be used for the, making the nutritious thing. But that is inherent issue which technology has already come to remove this. And one plant in India is already operational for that, as far as that meal is concerned. Thank you.
Sorry, I cannot stop myself. I was the president of Association of Food Scientists and Technologists, but this difference between the what researchers thinks or what NGO thinks and what actually the practice happens. So gossip oil, as sir has rightly said, it doesn't travel to oil. Same case, there is no cholesterol present in the oil. Same case, refined oil is also as safe as kachi ghani, because there are so many myths about the oil industry. I think we are scientists, and Google need not to be right all the time, and Chat GPT is also need not to be right all the time, because that is being fed what somebody has actually written. I think we need to apply more mind, and we need to come close and talk to each other rather than talking to media.
Thank you. This discussion is going very, very interesting, and there are so many more questions I'm sure each of you have. Even I have. If I can go on for another 1 hour asking you questions, but let's close this in the interest of time. And I've already taken, I think, 10 minutes more than what the organizers have allocated to me. Thank you so much. I hope it was a interesting session for you, as interesting as I thought it was.
Thank you for that wonderful session. May I now request Mr. Santosh Sridhar to present a memento to Mr. G. Chandrasekhar as a token of our appreciation and gratitude. May I request Mr. Santosh Sridhar to present a memento to Mr. Sandeep Bajoria as a token of our appreciation and gratitude. May I request Mr. Santosh Sridhar to present a memento to Dr. Prabodh Halde as a token of our appreciation and gratitude. May I request Mr. Ashay Doshi to present a memento to Mr. Santosh Sridhar as a token of our appreciation and gratitude. May I request all President, DDGs and DG to just join for a photo, group photo. Dr. Goel. So, after a thought-provoking and knowledgeable day and so much of information shared, we have to conclude. May I request Mr. Ajit Mangrulkar, Director General IMC Chamber of Commerce and Industry, to present the vote of thanks. Over to you, Mr. Mangrulkar.
Thank you, Selvi. I am delighted to present the vote of thanks after such an interesting and knowledgeable session. I would like to thank Honorable Abdul Sattarji, Agriculture Minister, Government of Maharashtra, Mr. Nadir Godrej ji and Mr. Suresh Kotak ji for gracing the event with their august presence and words of wisdom. I also wish to express our deep sense of gratitude to our eminent speakers who graced the occasion and shared their valuable expertise on the topical sessions on millets, cotton, and oilseeds. The discussion has certainly stirred a lot of minds today. Thank you, everyone. As we are all well aware, United Nations has designated 2023 as the International Year of Millets. We at IMC are delighted to support it. It is our pleasure for us at IMC that Maharashtra government has supported this event. We would also like to thank our silver sponsor, Kotak Ginning and Pressing Industries Private Limited, and Godrej Agrovet, and support sponsor Mahiko Private Limited and Patanjali Foods Limited. Snack partner Decimal Foundation and exhibitors, thank you all for your support. Our sincere thanks to all the delegates for joining this day-long conference, and thanks to our IMC's Agriculture and Food Processing Committee members for organizing an interesting conference and bringing together prominent personalities to speak at the conference. And last but not the least, I would like to thank our entire team of IMC, led by Deputy Director General Sheetal Kalro, Sanjay Mehta, Deputy Director General, and Deputy Director Anita Naik, and everyone from the IMC team who made this possible. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, for being a great audience and for your lovely participation. Thank you.
I hope all participants are carrying enough information and value back home from this conference. I would like to request you to kindly fill the feedback forms which were given in your kit. We would love to have your feedback and suggestions as they are of utmost value for us to improve our seminars further. Kindly hand over your completed forms to my colleague sitting at the registration counter, and do not forget to collect the millet refreshments while leaving. Thank you. We thank our supporters and sponsors. Support Maharashtra government. Silver sponsor Godrej Agrovet and Kotak Ginning and Pressing Industries Private Limited. Support sponsor Maiko Private Limited and Patanjali Foods Limited. Snack partner Decimal Foundation Morning Snack Partner and Maharashtra Government Millet Association. I, your anchor for today, Selvi Nambishan, take your leave and hope you had a great and enlightening day. Good night. Thank you.